Thank you, Manish. And thank you, Ramesh, for joining us today. And good morning and welcome to all the dignitaries, the panelists, and the participants. The no seminar of this purpose and dimension can be successful without the participation of such luminaries, their views that shape the future of what's going to happen to livelihood and the participants. I'll spend the next couple of minutes trying to lay out the evolution of Jeevitam, and therefore, how does it culminate into the property that Jeevitam has created today, the Livelihood Summit. 2019, January is when I remember the co-founders, Vikas, Manish, and Sridhar, and I, we flipped the narrative of what this startup should do to identify livelihood, which the name represents as the Jeevitam as a name represents. Sridhar always used to tell me that the venture capitalists of the world, people with fat checks, always figure out whether you have a large enough problem to solve so the business can become. And we found that the blue collar space, which is not very organized, which has no access to the proper channels of communication and the opportunities which the white collar space has, and whose understanding of what a job means, what a work means, is pretty different from what the white collar space workers are. And we said there is a large problem to solve. And that is when we put together, the founders put together a model which will attract livelihood seekers and those who are seeking the livelihood seekers as a brilliant platform where it will serve the purpose of both and will end as a large platform to solve. 2020, to my mind, was an inflection year for most of us. It was an inflection year for Jeevitam as well. Because I have always felt the problem, while it is large enough to solve and will become profitable for a business, is there a purpose which is connecting the people who are involved in the enterprise? Is the purpose large enough for us to keep it sustained beyond profits? I think that was the year which defined the future of what Jeevitam will become. Not just a business, but an institution and a mission. 2020 shifted the narrative from Jeevitam being a business to a mission. Let me spend a minute on that. While hundreds of startups folded up in 2020, Jeevitam turned around. It generated profits. We were thinking, did we get lucky, or is there a larger story behind this? The story was that we did not become lucky, we did not become successful because we did something miraculous, but the purpose that we were serving was so large that the organization became a well-rounded offering for the ones who need support. In my view, I think the evolution of Jeevitam from a business to a mission happened in 2020. What are the indications that we had? Jeevitam began to attract large number of similar purpose-driven, extremely erudite and well-experienced people to its fold as advisors, be it technology, be it strategy, be it organizational design, be it delivery, Jeevitam began to get noticed not just among its users, but among the community who had connected to the purpose beautifully. And that did not stop there. We also began to get the attention and attract the attention for purpose-driven multilateral agencies, the government, the CSR foundations, which were looking to make a difference to the people who have lost their livelihood and were requiring help, and the foundations which actually were working on the welfare of people, not just for their lives, but also livelihood. Dr. Daniel Kahneman, one of my favorite authors, recently wrote a book called Noise. He said you need to look beyond the noise and actually look at a little more sharply focused attention on data. One of the data which the uh, enormous amount of noise around the loss of lives owing to pandemic and shutdown quietly hid was the damage that was caused to all the societies around us who need help in loss of livelihoods and therefore loss of lives as well. Therefore, we flipped the narrative again in 2020 to say that, can this be a mission which helps people find livelihood and therefore save lives rather than offering charity? A dignified human being finds it very, very hard to accept charity. But you teach him to fish, he never goes hungry for his entire lifetime. Therefore, can you use livelihood as the way of saving lives and just expand the purpose? Mahatma Gandhi said, find a purpose and resources will follow. That miracle happened for the organization in the year 2021. Be it CSC, be it the skill councils, be it the education be it multilateral agencies, be it the CSR for organizations, be it the trust, be it the foundations, all of them came in as if the universe spoke to them to get aligned to a purpose which we are at. And we are such a small fry in the whole thing. The kind of partnerships that we attracted in the evolution of Jeevitam in 2021 is unimaginable for an organization of our size. Therefore, what is the secret? The secret was the purpose and the larger mission that we were attempting to, which was attracting like-minded professionals like Ramesh, like-minded organizations from the government, from the multilateral agencies to come and work with us and make this a mission which is successful. Cut to 2022, it was important for us to know what is the next stage. This is the year, in my view, the mission has become a movement. When does it become a movement? It attracts not just the like-minded people, but it gets visibility. A movement of this sort has a time. And I think Jeevitam, this is a time when the time for Jeevitam as a movement has arrived. Look at the panelists that have agreed to be with us in sharing their perspectives. Look at Ramesh, the person who has in his entire career shaped the policy, laws, purpose across the private sector, across the multinational companies, across the current assignment that he's doing. We seem to be getting the visibility, we seem to be getting the sustained interest in this, and this is every indication that Jeevitam, which was a business, which became a mission in 2020, has indeed become a movement. I would like to dedicate Livelihood Samvad, the Parivartan, as an annual property that we plan to create and offer it to the extremely wonderful partners, extremely wonderful institutions that we are partnering with, who are helping us fulfill the purpose of creation of livelihood across spectrums. And we are forever thankful to you. And I'm sure this, with the support of all the people in the conference today and the extended ecosystem, will indeed make Jeevitam and livelihood as a subject a movement to succeed. The time has indeed come. Thank you so much. I look forward to this being an annual event where we get larger, bigger, and lot more significant, equally more significant partners coming in and making it tick for us. Thank you so much, Manish, and all the very best to all of us to make sure that this indeed gets the attention it deserves for a long, long time to come. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I really appreciate for setting up the tone for the Livelihood Parivartan, Livelihood Samvad. As I said, you are my mentor. You are under your leadership. Jeevitam is what it is today, right? And we are looking at impacting lives of millions of people over the years. That is the mission which we are into. We are calling it Mission Livelihood for All. Now I will request Mr. Ramesh to share his views on this initiative. Just to give a small introduction, about Mr. Ramesh, right? Ramesh, I met few months back, in person, and I've been listening about him. I've been reading his articles in the newspapers, seeing him on TV, seeing him on videos. He's everywhere across, and he's at present the uh, president and CEO of India Tech Org, which is the industry body for startups, wherein he's basically primarily interfacing with the government, with the industry bodies, with across sectors, and helping framing laws, helping framing policy framework. He's one person I have I have seen very rarely who has very in-depth perspective of not only the problems which are big in scale, and he has a also solution mindset. Always he looks at problems with a solution mindset. He's again an industry veteran with over 25 years of experience behind him. I always look upon him for for guidance, for support, for mentorship. He's part of our of Jeevitam now. So I will now like to hand it over to Mr. Ramesh sir for his views and setting up the tone for this for the keynote address and setting up the tone for this Samvad. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramesh. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you, Mr. Murli. I think it's a privilege that I've been called to speak on this kind of an important topic, which is livelihood creation. And of course, this whole event that has been curated and created by Jeevitam, Livelihood Samvad. I mean, Jeevitam is a young emerging social impact startup, I would say. I do interact with a lot of startups, and this is a social impact startup, which I hope will become, and I'm sure will become India's first Karma unicorn, the one which is progressing in the direction of creating social impact, value, and benefit to the society. We do see a lot of startups innovating on a different range of things, but I think this is a completely different genre that I'm looking at, and that's what attracted me to engage with Jeevitam. As I said, creating livelihoods is a very noble cause. And the reason for that, I would elaborate in the later part of my speech. But more importantly, I would like to also thank the thought behind creating this event today, which is the Samvad. And I'm sure that this will go on to become, it will go on to become a property, as Mr. Murli already pointed out, and will soon become the livelihoods backbone of India and drive India towards a resilient economy. And that's what livelihoods create. So starting off with this thought, what I would like to also cover is the fact that why is livelihood important? I mean, often we keep talking about livelihoods. I keep interacting with a lot of civil society organizations, government, industries, and so on. For many, livelihoods means different things. For some, it is jobs. For some, it is work. And there is a difference here. Typically, if you look at what is the term livelihood, it typically basically means that somebody is able to secure his or her basic necessities in life, which includes food, water, shelter, clothing, which is what roti, kapda, makan, and all that stuff that we used to say. But then as you progress in that livelihood, when these basic necessities are met, people also have aspirations, and those aspirations need to be filled in, because nobody would like to be just having the roti, kapda, and makan. While it depends on which portion of that ladder or that trajectory you are in. So therefore, it goes beyond to even basic necessities, including medicines, better healthcare, better living conditions, and so on. And for all of that, one needs to earn. And that earning can come from jobs. The earning can come from work that you may do. So if you look at India, we have been going through a churn in the last so many years. In fact, I would say last 2 to 3 decades as such. Started off in the 90s, 2010, 2020 now. 2 to 3 decades, there is a phenomenal shift happening. And that shift is happening in our villages. That shift is happening in our agrarian economy. So what was by default something that used to take care of livelihoods was working in the fields, was agriculture in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and so on. But post that, we are seeing a shift. And that shift is so phenomenal that, when I drive through towns, one thing I tend to see is I'm crossing a village but are people farming? And increasingly, we are coming across villages in a lot of regions where you don't see farming happening, but it's still a village. So the fundamental concept that people always used to have was a village should have agriculture is slowly changing. I mean, some of it is for the good, some of it is for the bad, because there is a segment of agriculture population which was always working in the fields, which whether or not they had work. So it was more like, okay, you are available in the village, so do some agricultural activity. But apart from that, it is also important that agriculture needs to continue to be a backbone, because that's what keeps us self-reliant. That's what keeps us not depending when crisis strikes, and geopolitics today drives who gets how much food, who gets wheat, who does not get wheat. We are debating those. And I think the golden lining of COVID has been, it has exposed the world thoroughly to what it was. And that geopolitics emanating out is an alarm bell for India to inwardly look at, to say, these are the priorities that we need to secure. These are the things that we need to have in place. And therefore, coming across these villages which are not agrarian also means that these villages are looking for work. And if you look at what is the shift that is happening, I mean, agriculture still fairly employs by large the largest share of workforce. And the reason I started with agriculture as an example for this livelihood thing was it's important to travel through history to reach where we stand today. And while agriculture still by far employs the largest share of workforce, it has been declining rapidly over the recent years, both in relative and absolute terms. So in terms of shifts, if you look at the number of households, the number of people that have been employed, it has fallen from 63 to 43%. I mean, that's the shift that we have seen. And we are seeing dense clusters emerging in the country of villages which have even up to something like 5,500 people per square kilometer. These are households which are of two types. And I'm giving this background primarily because, I mean, I did get into discussions on livelihoods, and we have been having quite enriching discussions with Munish and his team on livelihood creations and so on. But there is also a societal shift that we need to keep in mind, which is triggering this need. Two things are happening. In villages, you have people who are moving away from agriculture, who are either having disguised unemployment and so on earlier. Those people are now moving in. The next generation is becoming aspirational, wants to work in places beyond. You're seeing villages which are not farming, but they're still villages. And there is also nuclearization of households happening. So the earlier concept where there was one large household with a very big house and 4 to 5 families living together, and probably one guy actually making the cut by earning a lot and keeping and feeding the whole family. Nuclearization of families also resulting in creation of multiple households, which means that you are now seeing more demand for work and livelihoods coming in, because people are creating these nuclear households where they are breaking away from the joint family structure. So, and that is creating a demand not only for the white collar, but also for the blue collar. Government on its own is trying to create its own way. I mean, we have seen large amount of recruitments happening in railways and the paramilitary forces. And even as early as a couple of days ago and yesterday, you've been hearing the Agnipath scheme and the Agniveer scheme and so on, which is targeted at ages between 17.5 to 21 years of age. It's 4-year service, which I'm sure will create better citizens coming out of it, because you go through the grind of discipline in the army. But having said that, that also has its limitation, because that comes back to the basic point of what are we as an economy. I mean, globally, there are 3 billion jobs and 2 billion of them are in the informal sector. So which means that the formal economy jobs do not exist for the entire population in this world, and therefore forget India. It is impossible for creating more formal employment jobs because, one, we are modernizing. We are not in the labor-intensive zone of the Industrial Revolution anymore, where you need thousands of people to work in factories. You are talking about now factories which are producing high-tech equipment, because we all are now getting used as consumers to consuming high-tech equipment, which require robotics, which require high-precision equipments. This means that I may have a factory set up for the size of a football field. Like take, for example, semiconductors. You need 3 football fields maybe one football field with 2 floors, 75 people working in 3 shifts, 25 each. Rest all is robotics. So a large factory does not translate into thousands of jobs. What may be created is certainly secondary and tertiary jobs because of logistics, supply chain and all that. But the primary jobs cannot be created in high-tech economies. But these are high-tech economies which are essential from a strategic standpoint. We can't be saying we'll be producing something like what we used to produce in Ambassador way back in the 60s and 70s and so on. People are looking at high-tech manufacturing. Apart from that, look at the population growth. We are growing at 2 crores per year on an average. So are we creating 2 crore jobs a year? We are not. We cannot, because that's the global number of jobs in the formal sector. So which means all the countries put together, the formal sector jobs are less than 2 crores, or rather 2 billion, as I said. And India cannot be producing 2 crore jobs a year, but India can certainly look at creating 2 crore work opportunities. And that requires significant innovation. And for that innovation, it needs to be a combination where the old economy, the traditional economy, the new age economy, and the matchmaking falls in place using technology. Because fortunately, one thing that has happened is technology revolution, access to phones, access to communication tools. I'm still saying phones because I'm not using the term smartphone, because while smartphones penetration is still happening, a large chunk is still stuck on feature phones. And therefore, what platform like Jeevitam is able to do is using old economy tools, connecting to the old age economy folks. And when I say old age economy folks, I'm not referring to people who are working in old age economy companies, but people who are not in the urban periphery, having access to potential work and jobs. Even in the urban periphery, it becomes a seamless connecting tool. But if I'm sitting in a village, I do not know what are the schemes available for me from government. I do not know where can I find work. And here is a fantastic tool and phenomena that has happened through Jeevitam, where that segment of society can now access where potential work opportunities lie. The potential employment creators or the job creators or the work creators are able to tap into that economy where their potential mass is sitting, which is both cost effective and also hungry to do the work. At the same time, the beauty of technology is it connects you to your neighbor. We are living at times when you don't even talk to your neighbor. But in using this technology, someday somebody may find that actually his neighbor was looking for work from somebody, and I'm able to give that work. So it is as geographically close as there and as geographically distant as from a city to a village. So that's the beauty of technology, and that's the beauty of this concept that Jeevitam has managed to weave in. What it can create, therefore, is a combination of both work and jobs and filling aspirations. Because, I mean, from my interactions, whatever I've had with the Jeevitam team, what I like about the concept is you are giving life beyond what you have got now. There is an aspirational element to it, which takes me up the economic growth and ladder. So more often when I go in the market and speak about gig economy and work creation, for the last 2-3 years, I've been speaking about it. One fundamental, casual, sarcastic remark that gets thrown at me is, so what, are you going to create a nation of delivery riders? And I have a fundamental problem with that thought. The fundamental problem with that thought is each profession, it deserves its respect, fundamentally. Whether you are delivering or not, the fact that you are sitting in your home and ordering something and it is coming to you, respect that supply chain, respect the people who created it, and respect the person who delivered it to you. But more importantly, you have actually created livelihood for someone which did not exist before. And secondly, what platforms like Jeevitam are able to do is they are showing aspiration. Aspiration is, and this helps me answer that question to all those sarcastic questions that get thrown in my way, is, are you going to create a nation of delivery riders? The answer is yes and no. Yes, because this becomes the first stepping stone for them to have a livelihood. And no, because these delivery riders can hone their skills, can get connected through platforms like Jeevitam, go up the value chain, can start owning stuff, can start creating their own set of businesses and become entrepreneurs, and also become what you call were creators and job creators. So you're actually triggering, I mean, every entrepreneur, if you look at it, we hear a lot of stories, right? Somebody was either fixing a cycle and went on to become a cycle entrepreneur. Somebody was fixing something on the street. I mean, I go to Surat. There are people who have migrated to the city who started work as a diamond cutter. Today are owning diamond cutting businesses. So did somebody say, oh, we are going to become a nation of cutters? No, they did not, right? And that's what led to aspiration and growth in places like Surat. So my take is that we need to create work. We also need to create them a path of growth. And that is beautifully coming out from whatever I've seen at Jeevitam. And that's what gives me more faith that not only is this the right way, but it is also a way for me to push back on all the naysayers, because the society needs to be convinced. At the end of the day, you can't have people looking in a degrading manner for people who are taking up jobs or work, because every job deserves respect. Apart from that, what is also important is there was a talk when we were discussing on the code of social security, which has been something that is being discussed under the labor law for gig workers, informal and unorganized sector, because they did not have coverage to ESI and so on. So one of the things that came out was that how do we secure their future? And the answer for that was that we will create the code for social security. And what does the code of social security cover? It gives coverage to the gig workers. Now, having said that, the other important thing that is also coming out is the fact that where are these people going to be given that security, considering they are multi-platform? So we are discussing and debating it out. We are finding a solution for that. So therefore, there is also the social angle of coverage which is coming from the government, which is important. The other area that requires attention is women. 49% of the population, 18% contribution to GDP. What beauty of the platform like Jeevitam and others can bring about is giving work to the woman where she is. Unfortunately, we are a society where women enjoy varying degrees of freedom depending on where they are born and where they are living. So having said that, certain societies may or may not allow women to go beyond a certain limit to work. But the beauty is, if work comes to your home, there's not a problem in many such societies, and which I'm sure in future will evolve and become more liberal in thinking. But having said that, it also connects and triggers a GDP and an economy and work within these societies. And if we increase the contribution of women to the economy and GDP, it will have a phenomenal impact on where this country is progressing. The $1 trillion economy, the $5 trillion economy target will be achieved in no time. I mean, I'm sure we will look at $10 trillion economy in that case. We are now aspiring for a $5 trillion economy. So it is important for inclusive growth and inclusive work opportunity to get created. And the beauty is today's youth are innovating. And the beauty is that they are trying to think out of the box. Thinking out of the box will create opportunities. One interesting aspect that came when I was part of some of the discussions on code of social security was you have nations like UK and others who look at saying, okay, these should become employment. Now, considering the population that they are, it is possible. As I said, 2 crore population getting added every year, 10 lakh jobs getting created every year. There's a huge deficit. In the earlier generations, people used to honorably open a shop or become a hawker, which is why we have 7.5 crore shops, 5.5 crore hawkers in the country. And the 7.5 crores are shops. Every shop has 2 partners. So we are looking at something like 15 crore livelihoods already created by self-enterprise without zero expectation from the government. So which means that entrepreneurship and honorably earning has always been part of Indian DNA. And we need to ensure that that gets protected by creating more and more work opportunities and using technology. And this is what I think is a great activity that this platform is able to do and is aspiring to do. Apart from that, helping people who are owning, who are already part of the gig, having multiple gig opportunities. I come across some youth who say, I'm earning 40,000 a month. And in one of the interactions, I remember Mr. Mohandas Pai had said, the gig workers seem to be earning more than the software development and coder. But then that also means that people who are enterprising would tend to earn more. People who are enterprising would tend to what you call innovate, moonlight across multiple platforms, effectively manage their time, and also decide saying, okay, next week, 3 days, I'm not working. It's my call. The other thing is also prescription of gig becoming full-time employment can be disastrous, because the beauty of these models have evolved because there is work, you earn, I earn. It is like the MSP model that brought telecom costs low in India, where the entire infrastructure setup was done by some other company and the telecom provider said, okay, per call, we share the revenue. So which means that I didn't have to invest so much. And that's why Indian telecom costs were lower when compared to rest of the world. And there's a parallel here in most of the gig opportunities that are coming. So gig is not just food delivery. And I would like to clarify, and I'm sure most of the audience is already knowledgeable enough on this, but I'm using this platform probably to scream to the rest of the world to say gig is not delivery alone. Gig is not what you call plumbing. Gig is not electricians. Gig is not just air conditioning. Gig is not salon operators. Gig is not just coding. I mean, today gig is transcending from delivery to high-end coding to even creating apps to even innovating stuff. Today, scientists are available on gig. Globally, that's how collaboration is happening. So, I mean, me and Munish have had some discussions. We have also said, I mean, like Manrega is also a form of gig, yes. If you see. And apart from that, what's also critical to note is we should be grateful that the Prime Minister said 80 crore people, we gave them food during the entire pandemic. That shows the social side of this country, the softer side of this country. You don't see that in Western economies. And that's what has kept this country civil. That has kept this country going, strong, resilient, and so on. But that also means that 80 crore of population is vulnerable and needs to be handheld. This is the section which needs more and more work opportunities. This is the section that needs to be encouraged. I mean, the aim of all of us should be every year, what is that innovation we are doing in gig, or for that matter, work opportunity creation that can add an additional 2,000 to 3,000 rupees in their pocket every month the next year. That's like your increment that you expect in your job, right? I mean, all of us who are employed would say, oh, what's the increment next year? And therefore, it becomes critical that the increment portion comes to me through innovative additions to my work that I'm creating and I'm actually part of. Apart from that, what is also important in this whole livelihood story is it brings a lot of families out of poverty. I mean, I, for one, have gone through that grind very early in life, and I understand what it means coming out of poverty. I've worked also in poverty alleviation projects of the government in various states, and I also understand what it means to someone who comes out of poverty or is able to beat poverty. And that is a phenomenal shift that you are bringing in the status of the person. And you're also making the person and that family become more confident in taking up work and become more confident in life. And therefore, as you build the confidence levels in different people, you are creating a confident nation. And we are slowly seeing an assertive population coming out because of that comfort factor, that is, I don't have to think about my next meal. When you take those away, I don't have to think about where am I going to sleep, and I have a house. I think when these basic things are getting addressed through such, or I'm able to protect what I have, these are the kind of fundamental motivational drivers that create the population, that drive the population to come out of poverty and become a more confident contributory to the economic and national growth. And once that comes in, I think most of the problems begin to get solved, because as more and more parts of the population come out, they become contributory to the nation building process, and you will see better infrastructure coming because there are aspirations coming. And when aspirations translate, you will see a change in the political ecosystem. You will see a change in the manner in which things are delivered, because you now have a population which is growing, which has wants, but at the same time wants a better standard of living. And therefore, things move from where you are rotting currently to where you aspire to be. And I think that will be a true inclusive all-round development that you will witness. Apart from that, I think what's also critical is we need to see how overall nation building can create development across different industries, because this also becomes an attraction point for global investment coming in to say, why did the IT boom happen? It happened for two reasons that time. One was, of course, the fact that I think the fundamental driver was people. People became skilled, people started picking up skills, and it became apparent to the world that this is where the crowd that can actually service the world is sitting. And that led to a lot of people coming here. We are now moving as a nation with a lot of PLI schemes coming in, production linked incentive schemes coming for manufacturing. While we missed the manufacturing bus then, there is a great chance we might pick up the manufacturing bus now. So you might see all-round requirement for skills for humans available to do this work, but in an economic manner that will be beneficial for that kind of industries to also grow and people to be part of that growth process. It is, of course, necessary. I mean, as a policy person, I would say that it is important that we have policies safeguarding the interest of workers and equally keeping a pragmatic view and sensitivity around how these business models evolve and not kill the golden goose. Like recently, we have cases where, I mean, you have parliamentarians raising concerns about gig economy saying, oh, how can somebody deliver in 10 minutes and so on. But at the same time, it would have been better if they looked at, okay, for enabling delivery, somebody has thought through and said, okay, this is where the store will be and this is where the delivery can happen. They have thought through and that's why it is possible. But as a lawmaker, how can I make it safe when these delivery riders hit the zone, which is my turf, which is my jurisdiction, which is the roads? So can we create a safe corridor for people who are in the delivery business? Can we create safe corridors for people who are in the gig economy? I think safety is not just saying, okay, I'm going to give you an insurance cover. I mean, that's, I would say, is breakdown maintenance. We need to have preventive maintenance as well to say, okay, what other things I can do to make your journey safe? And therefore, these kind of thoughts need to be brought out more. And I'm sure, and I'm qualifying again, today, gig economy has opened the doors for many to go up in the value chain, whether it is job creation, work creation, matchmaking, beautiful platforms like Jeevitam doing it. So right from delivery entrepreneurs to financial advisors, to resellers, to tech freelancers, online tutors, travel agents, cloud kitchen entrepreneurs. I mean, the canvas is open. Agripreneurs on one side, I'm hearing, medical entrepreneurs on one side, EV charging station entrepreneurs. These are all the aspirational growth verticals available for people to make that trajectory. And I'm sure the future of jobs is work. I mean, the future of work is not jobs, but the future of jobs is work. And work is what will enable such opportunities in the future. So with this, I would like to conclude. And I thank the organizers for, again, giving this opportunity. It is a great platform. And I'm sure I wish all the luck for this conference that you have set up today and tomorrow, and great luck going forward. Thank you.
Ramesh sir, thank you very much for the keynote address which you gave in. I think we could not have thought of any better person than you to give a perspective on the overall livelihood framework. You know, you so aptly, made a distinction between the job and work, the importance of the gig economy, the economic workforce, the future of work, the policy perspective. All, I think you have very, very well summarized. And I think what you have actually set the tone for this Samvad, Parivartan, the Livelihood Samvad, which we are calling, because, it is important for industry to look at livelihood in a very different way. Okay, that is the Parivartan we are looking at. There is important for government to look livelihood in a different way, because that is again the Parivartan government has to bring in. It is not only about government jobs. It is not only about setting up a plant or setting up an industry. They have to think problem of livelihood in a different way. You have, the academia, the new education policy framework which is coming up, and they are looking at, there is a Parivartan happening over there on the livelihood, wherein the focus on education has to link into a vocational skilling is something which is coming out. The Parivartan is coming there in that end. CSRs and foundations, right? We are our next fireside chat is with Joyita. She is the person who's leading that Parivartan on the livelihood space. I think, thank you, Mr. Ramesh sir, right, for setting up the tone for this Livelihood Samvad. Your keynote address is really very, very insightful and very important for us. There are, we start late. There are people joining this session from industry, right? There are a lot of CSR partners and who are coming onto it. All our industry partners from academia, from startups, from corporates, from CSRs, foundations, from Skilling Universe. I think all are joining today. That's one particular, this thing is there because it is important to take it forward. We are live on YouTube right now, okay? And we are seeing some traffic getting built up over there. I think we are warming up to this whole Samvad, and I will, sir, keep you posted about the outcomes because we have to create a roadmap, right? We need to have the things. When I was listening to you, why not we create a white paper around it for whatever it is coming out? That is one of the things which we'll share with through you, sir. We will share it with the government and everyone. So thank you very much, sir, for this. We have now with us Joyita. Rashmi, is Joyita there?
I'm here, Munish.
Yeah, welcome, ma'am. So happy to have you over here, right? This now, ma'am, this Samvad, Parivartan, the Livelihood Samvad, when we were looking at it, when we looked at Ramesh, the first person which came from a CSR thing was you, sir, ma'am. I have been interacting with you personally for last over 2 years now, and we were new to the CSR industry. We are from the banking universe, okay? We are a startup and we were getting into a livelihood space. We had an outsider perspective, right? And when I remember my first meeting with you in Bangalore, right? You were a very open person, and there was so much in the first meeting, I got that there is something which is there, which will happen along with you to create impact, which is there. And last 2 years for us, ma'am, I must say, has been a big learning experience with you. Okay, there is so much to learn from you, so much to get from you. The kind of in-depth perspective you have about this industry. I have dealt with many, not many. So, for this fireside chat, which is there, I could not think of any better person from you, right, than you to be there. Okay, and thank you for accepting our request and being over here. This is a Parivartan, a Livelihood Samvad, where we are trying to reimagine the way we look at livelihood, right? There is definitely a need to revisit and relook the way each one of us looks at livelihood. So the context of this Samvad is that, okay, I'll give you, for everyone, there are a lot of people over here. So as a formal thing, ma'am, I'll give you your introduction to everyone. So everyone over here, Joyita Das, ma'am, I call her ma'am because I have a lot of respect for her. Okay, Joyita ma'am is a program manager, corporate citizenship and corporate affairs group with IBM, CSR Skill Build. She is there. For me, when I was looking into her profile, right, it was very difficult for me to actually, sum up her particular profile, but I will do it because again, this is required to be done. So I'll just read out something for her. So Joyita ma'am is worked across a diverse set of organizations, government and non-government organizations, multilateral funding agencies and corporates, on primarily improving the quality of education in both K-12 and higher education. She's a very deeply passionate about education. I see that passion in my interaction with her. I always see that passion in her. Okay, and training for teachers and young learners with a focus to motivate and transform tomorrow's leaders towards a more sustainable and healthy future. Joyita joined IBM Corporate Citizenship and Corporate Affairs Group to lead successful implementation of some of the global corporate citizenship programs in India and overseas, adopting programs to country and regional, internal and external priorities, and identifying opportunities for collaborative leveraging. I can go on and on, right, with you. There are so much to, hear about you. I will just say over 25 years of industry experience behind you. So Joyita, thank you, ma'am. I'll say again, Joyita, ma'am, thank you for accepting over here and being here today. We want, the things which we have in mind from you, right? Basically is, we just want to, understand from you at IBM, what is your view of the skilling universe in India? That's my first question to you, Joyita.
Thanks a lot, Munish. And I think it takes a lot of passionate, like-minded people to come together and create or co-create something. So thank you for not only walking this path, but actually also delivering quite well. And I think rightfully, Sir, in the previous segment, when he mentioned, this whole need for everybody working together for a country, I think that is not a dialogue which is 30,000 anymore. That has to be with each one of us. And it is very, very strongly linked with both education, the development of it, the framework, the guidance, policy level guidance, everything has been given, but who's going to walk that? And it is obviously linked to the skilling index, and like you are saying, to the universe, right? Not just here and globally. I think, just in today's, one of the small news report came out that the skilling proficiency of course, globally it has come down, but in India also, the proficiency has come down. But what has come up is the technology proficiency, right? And we can really see that. You've kind of dealt in the last 2 difficult years with different segments and skilled and unskilled workers, and you've got a lot of lessons.
Yes.
I'm sure you will have an opportunity to share and have a samvad and a charcha around that. But today, let me just stick to the skilling space, share with you a few examples. I think there are lots of data in today's world. Everybody has a lot of access to different data. This percent and that percent, and this one is doing that study. And, with due respect to everybody, we are all trying to actually grapple with one simple thing, that how do we up-level each of our education and socio-economic endowment in the country, in the world, around us, in us, right? Everything that is going around is so interlinked today. Whether it is degrowth of 2 quarters in the US and inflation, or similarly, whatever is happening in India and around, in fact, South Asia, right? When we started skilling, or when we talk about skilling, it's always that, when a government or a policymaker creates something, it's like a teacher, if you think about it. You have to design a question paper or an assessment, keeping the average intelligence of students in the class. Similarly, a policymaker has to give those framework guidance, keeping in mind that an average model skilling center or a school has to be clubbed with a model center which is really doing super, right? And those cross learnings can really pull up the knowledge as well as the outcomes that, lie there with it. Now, skilling is not a very it's an old concept, as it's not new to our country. What has it done? I'm sure there are several lessons. If different partners have come together, different government line ministries have come together for focusing, whether it is on IT, whether it is on any other trade, right? There are different skill sectors around it. And the latest is around the Green Skills Council and the green sector, the clean tech and the green tech, economy that we want to focus in. Now, I would just like to say that these are not concepts, but somehow, and I will make this point because I think we are quite done with not calling a spade a spade. Now,
Yes.
I was in a conversation with a very interesting I would say, friend, educator with whom I have been working for the last 2 decades in the US, with very strong connections in India and around the world. He's designed, and he's had the good fortune to work with several CEOs of the world, of companies that matter. And when I say matter, of course, they have a strong CSR focus. I'll come to the government piece later, but I just want to make this reference here. So he's put together a unique program of identifying talent across segments, across different socio-economic backgrounds, and created a selection procedure in such a manner that it is peer reviewed and it is something to solve the problems, right, of the world today. It goes through only in this category of 15 to 17. And, the talent and the opportunity kind of exists everywhere. But the fact that through this design, it's coming together. And I saw some of those projects which gave me this idea that why do we complicate so much in India? It's a question I have never got the answer. I've designed several public-private partnerships, not from now, but several years now.
Yes.
But we just somehow complicate. And I don't know, my own sort of analysis to it is that we again have to go back to the masses, and the design for the masses cannot be simple. It has to lead by example. And there are some successful, of course, large-scale, programs that has seen the light of the day, but there are also innumerable pilots in our country. Either we are saying that we don't know, and every time something happens, we drop it and we go to something else, right? And the point I'm trying to make here is skilling is a busy space as well. We've tried very many, initiatives, platforms, but where are we now, right? We are where we probably were 5 years from now. We're probably in the middle of consolidating. There are various, and it won't be fair. There are extremely competent, line ministries, which we work with very closely as an industry partner with government. And we are seeing the kind of effort and the same level of frustration as ours, Munish, unfortunately, right? So the appetite to do good, right? It's not just through CSR. It is obviously through different policies and framework. The appetite to do good is extremely strong. The appetite to do that with technology is absolutely right for a country like ours, where we are backed by different strategic papers, be it in AI or be it in any other sphere, right? I think the issue is not in the strategy. This issue is, and it's no longer a surprise to anybody, the issue is in our implementation. Exactly. The methods of implementation, the methods of managing our resources, the methods of monitoring. And this, a very, very senior skills advisor who's retired, she told me that the problem in our country is not resources. We are actually a plentiful, but the way that it is managed, research, policy and implementation. These three have been in three different buckets. I think time has come for the skilling world to come together, and which is why I think, Munish, you brought that up. It's a right time for a country like ours, who's got the national education policy, to have skilling as subjects right from a very, very young age, so that we don't get into a crisis. Today, do you want to be, and COVID times showed us that, right? You are in the middle of maybe a crisis in ICU, but you probably will get a very, very fresh internist, attending to you, who've got no experience. And that was a different crisis. But today, if we know that a doctor has passed off with a particular degree, has to be at a certain level of other countries, right? Do we know all those pathways? Do we know all those gateways that are coming up? Probably the answer is yes and no, right? It lies in two, three things. It lies in, the skilling index, some of the data that comes out every year, the skilling index, some of the states, the way it has come up or gone down is not a surprise. And I encourage all of you to read the India Skills Index report, right? The 4 states that needs to be done, to be progressing is doing very well in terms of their geographical area, in terms of their budgets, in terms of their skilling initiatives. Now, do we have a particular umbrella? I think the effort was to get a particular umbrella or a program state-wise, and it's a humongous task. It's not an easy one. There have been several efforts. Now, when Munish said that, when we met not maybe 2, but probably 3 years back, I was going through this particular, I would say, more like an intellectual crisis, right? Saying that, okay, I've done learning and skilling and training for so many years now, but what's the outcome, right? Have I tracked personally my first trainer? Have I tracked my first student who was an outcome of some, training program? Well, fortunately, I am in touch with them and they are in very good places, but some of them are not, right? Some of them have also been first generation learners. And that prompted me to think that maybe follow-ups is another tracking mechanism, right? And I'll give you one example of a program that has done very well with skilling. It was a very, archaic, ancient, whatever you want to call it, computer applications program with Ministry of Skills and Entrepreneurship, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And we said, what are the new age skills we want to kind of give it to the first generation learners, or probably 12th pass or just 10th pass. Now, we came up with IT, networking and cloud computing. IBM together with the ministry, we co-created this. We've got all the approvals. It's a level 6 program that came up, and it was built in with 5 months of paid internship. So this was like, okay, we are not kind of just talking of skills and the percentage and data. We are actually going to transform a couple of students' lives in a manner that will be, lifelong, that will be permanent, and that will not just change their lives, that will change their families' lives. So we started with that. Today we are in the batch, I think the 4th batch. IBM has been extremely committed with 5 months paid internship in partnership with HR and other business, giving them live business projects and overview. And to me, the first student who came up, and it was a small batch of 20 or 19, in fact, there was a dropout in the first batch. One of the students who actually got the job in IBM, his life completely changed, because what he was before, and I liked this preventive and supportive sort of, example that was shared earlier. Right. So the preventive would be probably to have this skilling subjects ingrained, the way we think, the way the design thinking happens. We are already late. The rest of the world has really, design is actually old now there, right? It's a way of life. We are already late in there. So the way we think and reflect on certain aspects, get in a couple of, more skilling. There are, I think, over 70 skill subjects, 74 if I'm not wrong, but skill subjects with CBSE as one of the boards. Ingraining them in the skill universe, having all these entrepreneurship, apprenticeship, micro, internship, I think having all these workplace skills with workplace relevant content, again, none of this is new. None of these approaches are new. We don't need to actually come up with anything new. We have enough. So the skilling universe needs three things: partnerships,
Yes.
yes, access to employment, which is absolutely important, and I think in today's generation, addressing and for whatever has happened in the last 2 years for the youth, in the younger school kids or college kids, I think addressing the learning and skills gap. We are taking it probably lightly, but having to do a diagnostic with baseline, having to come up with some remedial support when the students need. It is not the student's fault sometimes when the student is lost, and a typical life cycle of a student after higher graduation, sometimes when they are in the vocational field, to get a job or land into a workforce is 7 to 8 years. It's something that they are struggling with, right? Whether the skilling world wants to focus on soft skills, hard skills, the point remains that it is workplace experience with workplace content, and the more practice, everybody knows that in a learning and teaching world, probably a lot of people either had, and these are geniuses, right? Whether it's Vincent van Gogh or, in more recent times, a lot of people who got learning disorders turned out to be excelling their skill only through practice. So this old age saying that, practice makes perfect doesn't go away. So skilling needs that learning gaps, skilling gaps to be addressed through more and more hands-on project-based learning, diagnostic tools probably to address the baseline and understand what's going on and help in a manner in a country like ours, for a size of a country like ours. There are enough institutions probably together that can solve this. So Manish, that's probably not one of the best views with data and number, but that's something that I wanted to give a little realistic picture, and probably a tinge of frustration, because that probably will lead us to the next level of growth when we go through certain pain. And that's something that we need to address together.
See, there's always so much to learn from you, and it's always good to hear you. And the perspective, the industry perspective, the depth of knowledge you have, the experience, the vision, the foresight. I think that is really, really good. As I keep saying, there is so much to learn. You just raised out of the three. The first point you raised out was of partnerships, right? Which is very, very critical. And what I have seen, and this is again, was big learning with you, right? When we looked into, there were whole amount of partners you had, on the training side, on the government side, on the industry body side. You had, you were not thinking of this problem in a silo. You were looking at a problem in a holistic perspective. You are getting everyone into it, right? And I've seen, I've gone through sessions with you where you take everyone along with you. So what is the role of partners? And it is not, while I'll be very, very candid with you on that side. Yeah, you are a tough person, right? It is not easy. Everyone has to deliver. That is one basic thing I have learned from you, right? If you are there and you want to work with IBM, you want to work with Jeevitam, you better deliver, right? That has been there. So I just wanted to understand from you, right? Your perspective on partnerships, your experience with partners. How is it this? Because this problem is not small. This is a big problem, right? And it needs partnership from everyone. So that's why, your first point was partnerships. So I just want to get more perspective on that from you.
Thank you, and for sharing some of those insights about us working together. But that probably is the only way to get to the implementation models which are out there, right? The best as examples, because scaling is important for any country, and for India particularly. Even today, where they are saying that the manufacturing capitals of different countries are also falling behind in terms of skilling, keeping up with the skilling. in whether it's in automation, whether it is in some other field, because technology is changing. Skilling has to change. It has to be upgraded. And the education system and transformation also has to work together. Otherwise, there will be a gap. And that is not a small problem. And if we don't do it, we will be definitely back to dark ages. And I'm sorry to say that, that's something that we all need to ask ourselves, right? Today, talking of partnerships, and I think partnerships with government, with not-for-profit in the world of CSR, with business leaders together as organizations, partnerships with education institutions and thought leaders, advisors, think tanks. Extremely important not to just show and market, because you have the noise of social media as well, right? If you are actually focusing on only that, probably the intent is something that we have to again come back to.
Yes.
The noise has to be there for the right reasons, and that's needed.
Yes.
But the intent of the design, intent of bringing it out there, the design, the program, the resources, and the benefits to the beneficiaries, if we stay focused on that, the law has come out for CSR, defines different aspects, defines everything that we need to know. Everybody knows and works around it as a framework. But, go to different government schools. Do we still see like a huge shift? Probably not. Smart schools have been in talk and not a new concept for a very long time, 2 decades at least. IT in schools, smart schools, different governments have taken it up. Have we really done a humongous work or significant work? Probably yes, but do we have, can we just say that, okay, fine, we can just chill? No, we can't, right?
Yes.
So there's so much to do in that aspect, and education and skilling hence cannot be in separate, and which is why I think the government is superbly working in the direction of vocational skills, workplace skills, giving the exposure of, under 18 internships as well, different challenges, and hence the student at grade 8 to grade 12 will have that time to reflect and say that maybe if I get my hands dirty into something, I am probably a natural, or I may learn this, or I may be interested in this. Hence, the partnership actually line comes from everybody, government to the last mile of the teacher or student who is interested. That is how, the partnership ecosystem looks like. Of course, in a CSR world, the partnership with partners like you and other not-for-profit partners, government partners, is something which is integral to the growth of any and development as well for any CSR program or design, right? Whether it is aligning with Skill India for, our partnership with Ministry of Skill, whether it is aligning with innovation and STEM with Atal Innovation Mission, whether it is aligning with STEM again with AI in high school with CBSE. These are some great examples that anyone can feel free to look into it, to replicate it, because the key here of partnership, Munish, is replication, and replicate well with the sincerity that it can really change things around you. There are many sincere people and partners who are out there. It's actually the ability for each of us to keep sharpening it, to identify those partners and like-minded people. Then the real fun begins.
Thank you, ma'am. Really, it was enlightening. See, I must say, with everyone around, right? At Jeevitam, we have very high regard for you, because, you held our hand when we were new, you believed in us, right? Believed in our commitment, believe in what we were promising to deliver. So, me, Sridhar, Vikas, we have all actually learned a lot from you, and we have regard for you for the way that you look at partnerships. You had actually, we have evolved, okay, because of you were hand-holding us. You were, putting okay, Munish, galti bhi ho rahi thi humse, you were looking at it, change it, correct it, do it well, motivating us. This is what is required actually, to bring the partners up, the new people who are there, because this is not easy. The problem which we are trying to solve is not easy, right? It requires a lot of hard work, a lot of passion, a lot of commitment to do it out. And industry leaders like you, you person who really has that foresight, understanding, and approach, I think that really helps us, right? I think today Jeevitam is in its journey where it is. I will always say, and I always have a regard for you for where we are today. I think it's still, we all call it a beginning. There is a way long to go, and we will look forward for you, ma'am, for continued support. And I really appreciate for you. I know your schedules are very tight, but you came in and gave us your insights. I think there are right now, as I'm seeing, around 232 odd people there. This is increasing. We are expecting more to come in. We are warming up, right? It is a 2-day session. What I learned that, we had some learnings, and this, whatever we have, we are going to share it with as many across, right? In the industry, in the academia, in the skilling universe, in the corporate and startup universe, right? I think we will share it, all the learnings over you. So thank you, ma'am. Really appreciate for the time given to you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I've learned a lot. It's not one way. And, I think if I can urge everybody, including you, to read this article by Peter Drucker saying managing self, right? Probably that's a great starting point that each one of us can really, think of and come up with more ideas as we start off with journey. So I learned a lot, because you were not a typical not-for-profit partner, but you came up with strong technology and other key domain skills from a startup world, and it really, really has helped us a lot. So thank you so much, Munish.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will switch to the next session. I can see Lata ma'am there. Okay. Very warm welcome to you, ma'am. You, I could not have imagined this Parivartan Livelihood Samvad without your presence. So you are one person who is always very supportive. So, ma'am, a very warm welcome to you. We have also with us Mr. Raghu. Okay, I can see Mr. Raghu there. Hi, Raghu. Okay, from the Catalyst Group. Okay, Raghu is also there. And then I have also Mr. Rishi Patani from UPL. Is he there? Rashmi? Rashmi, is Mr. Ravi, Mr. Rishi Patania there? Okay, while we wait for him, I will take this opportunity to introduce my two panel speakers today, Mr. Raghu there and Lata Gautam ma'am. I have worked with Lata Gautam ma'am for over 3 years now, okay, and I will take this opportunity to introduce her first. Is Lata ma'am there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, ma'am. Sorry. So happy to see you, ma'am. That is there. So I will take this opportunity to, ma'am, first introduce you to everyone. Okay. This is the Parivartan, a Livelihood Samvad, which is a Jeevitam initiative. This is its first edition, where we are trying to bring in the, people from the industry, people from the academia, people from the government, people from skilling universe, people from CSRs and foundations, and all in one place to reimagine the way we look at livelihood, right? Before, courtesy this crisis since March 20, the government also was, somewhere pushed into to look into saving lives and saving livelihood both, right? That was the focus of the government, and that is then, and I must say, a very a good job has been done, okay, till now, right? These migrant workers who were invisible workforce got visibility, right? You have now 28 crore work seekers registered on eShram portal, a big feat, right? Not easy. So there is a lot of change I have seen which has happened in the last 2 years or over 2 years or so. I can, for everyone, Lata Gautam ma'am, I call her ma'am because I have a lot of respect for her and regard for her. She has been support to us. She is the Director, National Career Services Labor Ministry. This National Career Services, these are earlier called so-called employment exchange. She is part of that particular universe, and she has actually been the key person who has transformed National Career Services, right? My first interaction with her, where she was handling a job fair where there were around 15,000 people outside, in the Noida campus of National Career Services. Over 10,000, 15,000 people were there. And the way she managed the entire thing, I was superbly impressed. And, every time I reached out to her, okay, for support, she always had her doors open for us, right? It was something which I have seen, very rarely I see in the bureaucrats, a very open-mindedness. I remember when this crisis happened, we were doing job fairs across the country along with National Career Services, various arms. Suddenly those job fairs got closed, right? It could not be done because of the lockdowns and everything. She came up to us, Munish ji, kya kar sakte hain? Right? That's the question. And that was always a solution-oriented mindset, which, have. So she said, kya kar sakte hain? And we were the first one to launch digital work fairs with us. She took that initiative, and now she's doing, Labor Ministry is doing digital work fairs across. But this was, I remember, in April 2020, right? When everyone had freezed, didn't know what to do, right? Lata ma'am was there, suggesting out a way forward and all. So ma'am, I'm so thankful to you, okay, for coming out to this Livelihood Samvad. This Samvad would have not been without your participation and with your particular thing. I will also, ma'am, take this liberty and opportunity to, welcome Mr. Raghu here. We fondly call him Raghu. Okay, he is the co-founder of Catalyst Group, Mr. N. Raghunathan. I'll just give a very small, he has sent me across thing. I thought I must read it out. So I will take 1 minute, but I must, because he's again one person who has done a lot, right? He has done a lot on the ground. And thank you, Mr. Raghu, for accepting our
thank you very much.
This,
right? To be here.
So for everyone who's there, right? I will just give an introduction. Mr. N. Raghunathan is a social entrepreneur, researcher, and an evaluator. He is a co-founder of Catalyst Group of organizations. His passion is to facilitate solutions at a scale. That is what I like her. To scale that eliminate inequities, marginalization, hunger, and poverty. He is focused on bringing change to a number of vulnerable groups. That's where our alignment comes in, through evidence, models, incubation, and investments. IRMA graduate, he has over 30 years of experience. Believe me, a lot of good experience coming our way in the social impact space. That's where our space is there. As a development enabler, Raghunathan has a deep appreciation for multi-sectoral, community-led, and system approaches for sustainable development, integrating themes and levels to address key barriers to achievement of impact. Impact, I think, is the key focus. He has extensive experience in the domains of livelihood. That is what we are going to learn a lot of things from him, including agribusiness, biodiversity, micro, small, and medium enterprises, education, health, and governance, and has worked on cross-thematic areas. In the inclusive entrepreneurship space, Raghunathan has ideated, implemented, and scaled models on agriculture enterprise, biodiversity, and sustainable agriculture, small and medium enterprises. He has been involved in ideating a model on farmer enterprises. I think that is very critical, which is eventually reaching out to 130,000 small and marginal farmers and landless laborers and about 3,000 women. Women participation is important. Seed savers with intention of increasing their income threefold over 3 years while balancing the use of natural resources. The models aims to reach out million farmers. We intend to, Mr. Raghu, we intend to reach out million people this year. Okay, the model aims to segment to this initiative is scale up through societal platforms approach called Platform for Inclusive Entrepreneurship, PI, bringing community, civil society, markets, and public system with co-creators, industry, Mindtree, social venture partners with large number of service providers across the country. I can go on and on, Raghu. You have a lot of things to believe about. So for the time's sake, I have given a brief introduction, but you have sent me a lot to share. So, we will learn and understand from you as we come on the question, which is there. Rashmi, is Mr. Rishi there? Biren? Can anyone check?
No, sir, it's not here.
Okay, so we can start. Then we'll start. Maybe some issues. Just check, Minal, what's happening. Okay.
Yeah, please जी एक क्वेश्चन है
हाँ जी.
ये प्रोग्राम है इसको कितने लोग मतलब वॉच कर रहे हैं या जुड़े हुए हैं या फिर हम ही हमारा पैनल ग्रुप है या और भी हमारे जॉब सीकर टाइप या एम्प्लॉयर्स या कुछ और लोग जुड़े हुए?
As I am speaking, there are around 245 people who are listening to you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. On Zoom, right? I can see that number. Okay.
Okay.
Number one.
They are job seeker also?
No. Yes, there are certain potential job seekers. There are 5, categories which are there participating. One is there are a lot of CSR partners are there. Okay. Who have joined in because they had to understand the different models and everything. So there are a lot of CSR partners. There are a lot of industry partners over here, the employers, the corporates and startups, they are there. Then there are few people also from the skilling universe who are there, right? Skill development firms and some people from the skilling councils are also going to join us. That is there. And also academia. Right, and beside the work seekers and our livelihood partners, we call them sahayaks. Okay.
Why I asked this question because we have directions from the government of India that any topic you are talking about in public domain should be bilingual or in Hindi, because recently we went for a Hindi parliamentary committee meeting. What you can say, this inspection. So we have directions. If we are talking to somebody, we should use either Hindi or in bilingual language.
So ma'am, we
Hindi,
are
English mix.
आप हिंदी में बोलिए मैम. Okay, इसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है हमें.
नहीं, it's okay. We can speak in both languages. But I request everyone because we are in Noida only. We are in a Hindi speaking area also. So yes. I request maximum speaker to use both the language so that others, the participants, the job seeker, our language or our content. This is my request because we are having directions. So if it is okay for others,
बिल्कुल मैम. आज हम मैम ये रघु, are you comfortable in Hindi?
No, I'm sorry. My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Not for the. It's not a compulsion, Raghuji. It's not a compulsion.
लेकिन मैं आपसे मैम हिंदी में I can because there are a lot of people from South also, right? So
yeah. No. I will use both the language. No issue. But the point is whenever this is going.
No, ma'am. I think this is a very good initiative, and we will keep this aspect in mind and take it forward. So, okay, ma'am, I think Rishi is having some challenges. This is, again, COVID is catching up. Okay, we are in this uncertain world. Two of our speakers, Binali, who is my partner, she is also in hospital right now. And I'm seeing two of our speaker partners have got COVID. So, right, we will start our discussion, ma'am. Okay. The theme is basically for this session is social impact, right? We are looking at impact, and what better people than you and Raghu to be part of this session. We are looking at Lata ma'am, this is the first question is for you. Okay, the way I'm looking at is Labor Ministry, National Career Services, which you are leading out this initiative, has done phenomenal job, right? I have seen it in the last my interaction with 3 years. People may, actually the kind of work you all do, it's not very much visible, right? So, ये कहते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट काम नहीं कर रही, ये मेरे हिसाब से गलत है, राइट? ओके, मैंने जब आपको काम करते देखा है और आपके साथ इंटरेक्शन किया है, I have my experience, which is very different experience, right? So I have seen a lot of hard work, a lot of good work. I don't see when I go to National Career Services Office, I'm going to any typical government department. I see as professionalism, as a lot of action happening. You are hiring around 200 YPs again, so I think a lot of stuff is happening. So let me, ma'am, everyone knows, about you. What is for the mission livelihood for all, which is our particular thing? What is, the government doing on that? Can you throw some light onto that, ma'am?
Yes. Thank you so much, Munishji. for a great introduction and appreciation of our work. Friends, मैं सबसे पहले ये बताना चाहूँगी कि नेशनल कैरियर सर्विस जो है वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया लाइव मिशन है। ऐसा मिशन जो मिशन मोड प्रोजेक्ट के अंडर में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने स्टार्ट किया है। एंड यू मे हर्ड अबाउट द एम्प्लॉयमेंट एक्सचेंजेस, which is like old, no AC, nothing is there, only long queues, long basically wait for the jobs and all. So government of India thought, why not we'll start a online platform, online things to reach up to last candidate who are residing in villages, small town there. And top of that, government thought, why not the uniform platform to each and every state to have the employment services at their doorstep. So with this motive, this National Career Service has been initiated in 2016. National Career Services के अंडर में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक और थॉट किया कि क्यों ना हम एग्जिस्टिंग एम्प्लॉयमेंट एक्सचेंजेस को मॉडल कैरियर सेंटर्स में कन्वर्ट करें। एंड मॉडल कैरियर सेंटर का मतलब है कि ऐसा सेंटर जो बच्चों के साथ लाइवलीहुड से जुड़ा रहे। इट्स नॉट ओनली द प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर द एम्प्लॉयमेंट, इट्स द प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर द कैरियर डेवलपमेंट। एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज वन ऑफ द पार्ट। So, employment, not only the paid employment, the jobs, the naukri, what you call naukri, it can be.
Ma'am, we are not able to hear you properly. Little bit problem on the mic.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. I think, ma'am, that
okay.
will be better. Yeah.
Okay now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So naukri is not only paid. It should be how you can earn money for your livelihood. So mission livelihood is completely covered by this LCS. LCS is where you find job, you can find counselor, where you can find.
I think, ma'am, we missed it out, right? We lost her. Katie?
Yeah, sorry, ma'am, we are not able to hear you.
Katie, just work with her. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Rashmi, just work along with her. Okay. I think there are some technical issues. Okay.
Ma'am, I would request you to please just remove your microphone and then speak. See if it works. You're on mute, ma'am. Please unmute yourself.
Now it's okay.
Oh, perfect.
Perfect.
So happy.
Thank you.
So happy. I was getting worried. The people have so much to learn from you. Yes, ma'am.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Because your voice is coming very low, that is why I put this microphone in. But now I removed that. It's okay. So basically, आपने कहाँ तक सुना, थोड़ा सा बताएंगे या दोबारा start करूँ?
Ma'am, you were saying we were talking about the National Career Services, the employment
okay.
into the model career centers.
Yeah. So Government of India ने एक ऐसा thinking process start किया under mission mode project that they want to convert the existing employment exchanges into career centers. Basically, the employment exchanges, the role of the employment exchange is not only to register yourself, the candidates for the jobs. They are for the career counseling also. They are for the labor market information also. So government thought, why not we start the online things? A uniform platform for across India. So we are having 998 employment exchanges across India, working under the central state government. So now we are slowly converting each and every employment exchanges into model career center, and for which we are providing financial support also. Other than financial support, we are providing services of one young professional across India. And जैसा कि मनीष जी ने अभी बताया है, we recruited around 100 jobs, young professional to be posted or to be deployed across India for the services of job seekers, the employers like you people, and for the training partner also. Because training or skilling and the employment is the basically the part of one job, the employability. If you are calling employability means to providing the job, to making the job seeker for the employment, eligible for the employment, you can see. So Munishji, I think Government of India is doing hard work for the mission livelihood, and I'm happy कि आप जैसे बहुत लोग मिशन लाइवलीहुड को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं. NCS के बारे में मैं बस आपको इतना ही बताना चाहूंगी कि you please visit the NCS portal, that is www.ncs.gov.in. You will find a number of services on your fingertip, on laptop, on your mobile. Mainly we are doing for the job seeker, for the employers, for the counselor, for the training partner, etc., etc. So please do visit this site. You will see many services over there. Since you are working in the field of employability or the livelihood, so you are also eligible to be registered there and have these services. Yeah, thank you, Munishji.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, I will now. Next question is for Raghu, who is there. See, ma'am has set the tone on the livelihood side, right? And we have seen Mr. Raghu recently. When the government is talking about their 8 years of achievements, one of the focus which I have seen, which is being spoken in the media and in the advertisements which we say coming from the government, is to reach out to 100% beneficiaries, right? Government ka, it has been a challenge for the government. There are ample amount of schemes, right, which are there. But the challenge is to reach those schemes to the ultimate beneficiaries. DBT has been a big, has played a big role. We have seen 11 crore farmers getting DBT. We have seen, the senior citizen getting DBT framework. And so DBT is one way, but, that's not the only way, right? How do you see, this, this play of 100% schemes and focusing on the vulnerable segments? You have worked in the districts and every area on the impact side. What is your viewpoint, Mr. Raghu?
Yeah, thank you very much, Munichi, and the entire Jeevitam team. First of all, thanks a lot for inviting us, giving this opportunity to me. Just a note of caution, I have a bit of a voice cord issue, so I've been on my therapy, so kindly bear with me in case I have a bit of a...
You're audible, sir. You're very much audible.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
First of all, I think from our side, thank you very much, Munichi, for the introduction. And one of the things we work on, as we call ourselves a social enterprise group, we work on the whole mission of wealth and well-being of the people and the planet. That's a kind of a social impact space. I just want to give a background where we come from. The question which you have put in now is extremely relevant. Government is all on for 100% schemes, schemes for 100% of the people, right? It's something which is being taken as a mission across the country. So I can give you a couple of points which are coming from the recent work, also with post-COVID. We also run a collaborative called COVID Action Collaborative with about 359 for organizations, of which about 150 are implementing civil society organizations, including collectives of the vulnerable population. This covers about 15 different vulnerable populations, from transgender to sex workers to people with disability, tribals and other things. So there are 15 different vulnerable populations. So when we look at this overall context of government looking at this entire thing, so I just look at the kind of a segmentation for different vulnerable population is quite different. So we have seen the segmentation either based on their life or the personality or their livelihood situation in which they are there. For example, many times the problem is that the visibility, you rightly talked about in the introduction, on the visibility of these people. They are generally not seen in the system just because of their personal requirements or the livelihood requirements or their life requirements. So classic case is salt workers in unorganized sector. Salt workers in unorganized sectors are people who are not seen in the system, right? They are almost like a bonded kind of a labor, or similarly the tribals. And transgender are the people who are within an ecosystem in which they are very, very difficult to navigate and get into the system, right? Street vendors, then urban poor. So the kind of people, the first one is about how do we discover them, right? The first thing is, if you want 100%, I think it'll reach 60, 70%, 80%. But as we go towards the 90% and the 100%, I think the visibility, discovery and visibility of these people are very important, right? And second one is what we have also realized is that having discovered them, how do we reach them, right? The reach is also related to their timings, when they are available. Even with farmers, there is also a question of what is the best time for them to reach there, right? I think that was the second thing, where how do we navigate that ecosystem and sort of reaching them and then knowing the right people within the system. And third one, which we found very important, was that even if we take a set of services or set of this thing, there is quite a lot of, I call this 3 parts to the theory of change when we talk about vulnerable population. One is about their brain, belief, and behavior. That plays a very important role, right? Even if we give some set of services or etc., they know who's giving it, why are they giving it, what will happen. Even in the vaccination, what came out very clearly was that it is a fear of action, of taking the vaccination rather than fear of inaction. What will happen to me if I take it, right? So the entire thing about behaviors, right? That is it's a fear of action, right? What we do is that we think that it's a great stuff for them, but then they said, if I take it, what will happen to it, right? This is a very difficult thing to solve. The second one is brain, belief, behavior, therefore is very important. So you need influencers who can influence these people who cannot be discovered on our own. The second thing is the solution and services. I saw a fantastic your note on the social impact on wheels, right? Quite a lot of things about the solutions and services which we talked about, which is other doorsteps. It talks about the reach and all that. The third important thing, what we also realize is that how do we look at apart from the solution services and the belief, what is their power and the position and the politics for them to use this, right? These are the 3 things have to go together when we talk about livelihoods, because livelihoods as a simple definition is a means of living. But when we go there and actually start, there are access to markets, access to commons, etc. So these things come up. So therefore, what 5 ways which I thought of when you had put in this question was about how the government can make sure that this particular thing can be, these challenges can be navigated, and then we can go on. First one is about collaboration. I think the first thing is that can we look at the collaboration of civil society institutions, private sector, technology companies, and also the government at the district level, right? The most important thing, how do we convert the policy into action? How to make it is the first is the district level, as we have seen in many places, a place where we can plan, where we can budget, where decisions can be taken, where the district collector or the magistrate has the enormous power to sort of take those. I think the district level, how do we sort of create those collaborative action models, right? The second big thing is that how do we bring in some sort of the real-time dashboards, right? Again, the real-time dashboards, right? When we talked about even some of the saturation in vaccination or some other schemes, are these people right now there? Or are we still using a census data, right? Census data and projecting it. Can we look at the real-time data of where people are today and how to reach them? The third important is that how do we create representation within the government system, either within the subcommittee? I think the HIV programming has done quite well with respect to district AIDS committee, bringing the people like sex workers, transgender into the committee, right? So their own representation, how do we bring in their voice into it so we know what can be possibly looked at? And the fourth important thing is that flexible resourcing. Because I think government system is about scale, it's about guidelines and procedures to reach at scale. But many times when you come to vulnerable population, it's about flexibility. Can I change the timing? Just by changing the timing, but very difficult to do it in the system. Therefore, can we create those flexible resourcing and the system? CSR comes in as a very important resourcing possibility also. And the last one is a good feedback system, something like a citizen scorecard or a community scorecard, wherein constantly that kind of a reach which come in. So in this context, I was just looking at your model of a social impact on wheels being something which can be a great vehicle. I just pause here. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think, thank you for, I think you summarized so well. I think you have so much of experience, and your experience, especially working with the vulnerable segments on elevation of poverty and livelihood. I think this is very, very important. One of the things which when we were interacting with IBM CSR, the importance of the ecosystem, right? We understood, right? When we were interacting with labor ministry, we were outsiders, Raghu, right? We are a startup. We have no clue about livelihood, and we were bankers who, bankers turned startupreneurs.
That's a big strength, I would say.
So we were an outsider. We had an outsider perspective, and we were questioning everything, right? Having an outsider perspective, pushes you to ask questions, right?
Absolutely.
And understand from here. So what we saw in labor ministry also, it was, they had created a platform. They had created this National Career Services website, right? And they were then asking the work seekers also to join at one place, and the corporates and startups and the counselors, like Lata ma'am just now told. So ecosystem play is very, very important, right?
Absolutely.
That is there. So one of the things which I have been discussing, and I'm now going back to just now you said about social impact on wheels, right? Always I have seen Lata ma'am, right, very open to new ideas. It is very unlike, right, show me the entire thing and all, right? So when this problem, when this directive is coming from the top, we work with, for example, we work with career service centers also, right? CSC, which is a part of Ministry of Information Technology. So when we were CSC, we were discussing recently, big push is coming from the top, from the Prime Minister office, that 100% beneficiary is there. So the question was coming into, what is that new we will do, right? Because it's not कहना है कि हाँ 100% करना है या हम वो लेके आएंगे, तो नया क्या करेंगे, right? So ma'am, now coming to you, what is the role you think ecosystem partners are going to play? Because you work with various ecosystem partners, and the innovation like social impact on wheels, which is going to reach out to districts. What is your thought process on that, ma'am?
I want to add one more thing, Munishji.
Yes.
Just now, Raghuji was talking about the vulnerable segment. So I am happy to share with all of you that Ministry of Labor is having around 267 model career centers across India, which is working at district level also, and 25 national career service centers for SC/ST across India, and 24 national career service center for differently able. So we are also working for the vulnerable segment, and very much interested to bring them to the mainstream of the employment. So Government of India is definitely working for the these sections, and we may not be working for the transgender. Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, they are working for the transgender, and they're having enough schemes for them, for the skilling, for the employment, for every things, livelihood. So it's not the things that government is not working for the vulnerable segment. They are thinking, they are working even for the upliftment of women in the village area, in the district, in city also. So the government is looking after each and every segment of the society. You may call it vulnerable, you may not call it vulnerable, but it is there. So government is working for that. What is your next question, Munishji, please?
My next question was, ma'am, what is the role ecosystem partners, right?
Yes, like
innovation, like social impact on wheels.
Like you, Munishji, or the other partners like you. Like Raghuji is working so much for this vulnerable segment, for this other part of the society. Munishji, actually, your role or the role of people like you is very much important. As every time I am pressing upon this, that without the support of you people, government can't reach up. each and every person, everyone has to contribute. Everyone has to contribute. So your role, your this social impact on wheel concept is very much needed in this society. So people like you is very much essential for implementation of the schemes Government of India is announcing. There are a number of schemes, but they are not reaching up to the person, needy person. See, I tell you, everyone knows how to operate the phone.
Yes,
okay. Now, every rickshaw wala, every maid, everyone. Why? Because this is the need. Now they want to understand. They want to post their photos. They want to use the WhatsApp, TikTok, this, that. But this has been. This is the.
Ma'am, we are not able to hear you.
Oh my God, some problem is there.
नहीं अब ठीक है मैम आप बोलिए I think सुनाई दे रहा है.
अच्छा.
Yeah.
Basically, what I want to tell is कि ये जो फोन का यूज है, ये जो व्हाट्सएप का यूज है, ये जो आपका टिकटॉक का यूज है, किसने सिखाया? गवर्नमेंट ने नहीं सिखाया. आप जैसे ही जो सोशल इम्पैक्ट करने वाले लोग हैं, जो सोसाइटी के बारे में सोचने वाले लोग हैं, उन्होंने सिखाया. So everything, whatever you are observing near, but not taught by the Government of India. Only what they can do, they can float the scheme, they can facilitate the scheme, they can request people like you to join these schemes. So role of people like you, Munish, is very much essential, very much needed. Without the support of each and every person like you, no scheme of the Government of India will be successful. So my request to all of you who are to me, please use the services of Government of India, Ministry of Labour, NCS portal. It's a very beautiful scheme, very rich scheme. If you use this, it will be useful for not only for you, for your daughter, son, brother, sister, whoever is nearby. Not for the job only. It's for the career enhancement, career counseling, career guidance, and skill enhancement. If you go to this scheme, you can see we are having Microsoft with us. They are providing free of cost computers, training, computer skill, Excel, Microsoft Office, this, that. We are having TCS IO. We are having TCS. So these schemes are there free of cost. We are having NCS, CST, NCS Center for Disabled. So this NCS portal is for everyone. For everyone, I tell you. So please go to the portal and use this. If any problem is there, I am here to help you, to guide you, to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now, I think, see, ma'am, listening to you is always very insightful. I keep saying that, right? And the way, you are looking at interacting with the industry, right, which is there, because there is a very clear realization I see at the government side also. The problem is so small, so huge, right? It cannot be done by the government alone. It requires industry participation. जो मैम हम industry government partnership की बात करते हैं, वो मैं आप में देखता हूँ, right? I see it actually happening on the ground, and like you were the first person to say, okay, Munish ji, digital work fair करते हैं, right? March 20.
Yes.
April 20, I remember, right? And आपके पोर्टल पे जाके आपने हमारे लिए खोला. It was, you took a lot of decisions, right? Because that was in the interest of the people, right? People were,
yes.
You had always the focus for the livelihood, right? That time, the most uncertainty was livelihood, right? So I think that is there. And now this social impact on wheels idea where we, intend to reach out to the districts, each, and we have around more than 750 district aspirational districts, all those districts are there. Today, when these people have gone back home, right, for livelihood, they had migrated to cities. When the first wave came in, they walked back home. That's what time we saw them walking back home. They became visible, right? Second time they came back, then the second crisis hit, they again went back. Then the third crisis, and now we are seeing fourth crisis coming in. The cases are rising, right? How do we make, livelihood reach out to them? जैसे वो मैम एक स्कीम आ रही है जो मैं सुनता रहता हूँ गवर्नमेंट को, I keep monitoring government schemes and everything. तो घर घर जल एक स्कीम आ रही है. So this social impact on wheels is the intention behind social impact on wheels is also to घर घर livelihood. Right?
Yes,
so
of course.
Raghu, here you come in. You have worked extensively on the district level, right? That is your strength, right? Which is there. So, what we are talking about, ghar ghar jal, water in every house. Why can't we talk at the doorstep of everyone, right? Water's connection coming to the door. That is one of the things, which I keep hearing government talking about. Why don't we talk about financial inclusion and livelihood and, impact also coming to your doorsteps and innovation like social impact on skills? What is your take on that?
No, of course, Manish, I think I fully agree with you. When Ghar Ghar Jal scheme aa sakti hai, to why not livelihood scheme? Yeah, of course. Actually, the theme of NCS is the same, the Ghar Ghar livelihood, because गवर्नमेंट ने ऐसा सोचा कि जो बच्चे हैं वो फोन यूज कर सकते हैं, तो अगर उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट की अपॉर्चुनिटी उनकी फिंगरटिप पे दी जाए, तो दे कैन यूज दिस सर्विसेज फ्रॉम देयर ओन स्पेस. तो एनसीएस इंट्रोडक्शन अपने आप में जो है घर का लाइवलीहुड का ही एक है. सोशल इम्पैक्ट ऑन व्हील्स की हम बात कर रहे हैं, वो बहुत जरूरी है. रीजन बीइंग कि many things, इंटरनेट बहुत सारी चीजें प्रोवाइड करता है. One of the thing is NCS. NCS is a common thing. May not be so much attractful for them और knowledge ही ना हो उनको, तो social impact on wheel का जो concept है, it's very beautiful. So that at least physically कोई वैन या कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन उस एरिया में जाए और जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की स्कीम्स है उनको प्रोवाइड करें. आई थिंक थोड़ा एफर्ट करने पर जो ये हम घर घर लाइवलीहुड की बात कर रहे हैं, वो सोशल इम्पैक्ट ऑन व्हील है जो इसका एक ऑल्टरनेटिव ऑप्शन है. एनसीएस अभी हाल फिलहाल में 267 मॉडल कैरियर सेंटर के थ्रू अक्रॉस इंडिया वर्क करने की बात कर रहा है, जो डायरेक्टली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर के अंडर में काम करेंगे. दे विल वर्क इन क्लोज कोऑर्डिनेशन और इन द प्रीमाइसेस और इन द सुपरविजन ऑफ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट. सो ये जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट एक्सचेंजेस हैं वो धीरे धीरे कैरियर सेंटर्स में कन्वर्ट होंगे. सब घर पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट as I told you, without the support of people like you who are thinking for the society, who are working for the society, without the support of you people, it cannot be dream come true.
I think it is not only, ma'am, Catalyst Group, Raghu is also doing a phenomenal work, right? And he has been in this space for very long, right? And that is why, his viewpoints become very, very critical. So Raghu, what is your take on my question?
Yes. I want to listen from Raghu ji, because really always exciting to know the working of you people like you, because you basically the person who always motivate me to work hard, and we are going beyond the limits of Government of India.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You've been a great inspiration. I just want to share my another position is that I'm also in the Governance Council of Agriculture Skill Council of India. So the some sort of a skilling link also there. Thank you so much. Yeah, and Manish, this actually this idea of reaching to the every household, I'm just framing it like, can we look at resilient livelihoods for every house, right? So what is, I think, very important from our experience is that many times when we work through the functional departments or functional expertise-led NGOs or anybody, we tend to address one particular part of the livelihood. So what we have understood over a period of time is that we may think that agriculture is an enterprise, then MSME is an enterprise, and employment. But actually, the family looks at family as an enterprise, right? So if you look at, we call the head of the family as a general manager of a company.
Yes.
Right. One side of them, there will be some labor work going on. Another side, you would have gone to a commission agent and then sold it. Third one, you will be getting an input supply. So I think the idea is that if you want to make a resilient livelihood for every family, I think we should go with what is it which can be given as a resilient economic opportunity in a package, right?
Yes.
So what are those three things which come to my mind based on our experience? One is about, I think we should give them a set of economic or a livelihood opportunities, right? Very simple thing, what we see is as we move from one end to the other, entrepreneurship, many people are necessity entrepreneurs. They are forced entrepreneurs. They are not entrepreneurs by choice, right? They are entrepreneurs by force. So therefore, any opportunity which is available for them as an employment or a sort of a guaranteed entrepreneurship with a thing. So that's why a kind of a set of packages like financial advisors or insurance agents or something like that, a set of employment opportunities somewhere between employment to entrepreneurship, right? Employment is very much there, right? I think listening from you, I think quite a lot of the schemes are there. Second one is a set where there is a combination of it is self-employment and not a complete entrepreneurship. And third one is what are the solution services required for actual entrepreneurship, right? So that is one set, right? Second set, I think, is very, very important here. We have seen is that financial inclusion. Many times, even if we work on agriculture, for example, with farmers, we want them to change a simple practice, right? Or change a fertilizer or something else. They are all so connected in a trade financing. Like my credit comes from a moneylender or a commission agent as an input. Then I have to sell my product to take care of it. So I'll not be able to change my practice at all. If I have to take them out of the trade financing, financial inclusion is very important. Munishji, the key is that not knowing about the social impact space is a great stuff because we are coming out with the new ways, right? So what are the traditional barriers? How do we sort of cut it with fintech, right? So a set of economic opportunities followed by a financial inclusion. Financial inclusion, what we found out very interestingly, with the sex workers, transgender, and smallholders also in Madhya Pradesh, all those tribal areas, savings product is not there, right? So many times what we all get is a savings, right? Apart from all the protection, first thing is, can I save it? Is there a way, a safe and a kind of a savings product which can give them a reasonable rate of return beyond the inflation is not available in rural settings. So therefore, a set of people talk about credit, right? But credit, say insurance, but then savings can be bringing something, right? So these are the kind, and the second one is about digital, right? Now financial literacy is important, but rather than doing a traditional financial literacy, can we make it into a digital literacy? So therefore, this whole set of economic opportunities, schemes as ma'am you talked about, and third one is the financial inclusion with set of services with the digital literacy. If that goes as a package on the ground, and the two things are important, what we have found is that what is the credibility of this, whichever is a social impact on wheels or any other institution going there, there should be, I think, because I talked about the belief and behaviors, people should say that these people will do good, right? Therefore, can we create champions around social impact on? Can we create social impact champions on the ground? Can we create ambassadors of social impact on the ground? They can be linked to a social impact on wheels. Then that credibility comes in. Second important thing is that I saw that in the note is that a very close engagement with the district government, right? The bureaucracy of that. Because whatever we promise on the ground should be given within that time frame, right? For example, somebody wants a Kisan credit card, right? Yes, bank has its own requirements because they look at the risk that way, right? Somebody else looks at it that way. But when you give a promise on the ground, we will give it to you in 3 weeks. Either we say yes or no. If there is a denial, we know what is to be done. I think the credibility and the champions along with the package is something which is very, very important here to move forward here. Thank you.
I think very interesting perspective. You know, ma'am, आपने जो अभी ये जो नारा हमें दे दिया है, जो घर घर livelihood, right? taking livelihood to every home, right, Raghu? Like reaching out to the livelihood for. See, when I was talking to one of my advisory board, Mr. Ramesh, right? He's going to be the next session. He very beautifully explained. We were talking. He wrote recently an article on women workforce participation, right? Okay, and there is one. I reach out for work. I go out for work, and second, very importantly, is work comes to me.
Comes
right?
to me, absolutely.
Right. So
correct.
That is very simple way, and works come to me, right? So what Lata ma'am just now said, this crisis has come out with a lot of innovative things also, like work from home. 2 years back was 2.5 years was not an acceptable work option, right? If I will say I want to work from home, right, you will say, I'm a banker. You will say, pagal hai, right? Are you crazy that you want to work from home? Now, work from home, Government of India, Labour Ministry has made as an acceptable work option, right? Government has said you can work from home, right? Now this changes everything, right? When I can work from home and the work can come to me, right? If I can work like in Jeevitam also, all my colleagues, we are a small enterprise, we are around 34-35 people, but all of them work from home, all, right? Not a single person works from office. So what happens is when you all are working from home, it changes the entire paradigm. There's a paradigm shift which is happening. So Lata ma'am, what is your view about this, right? And how this is?
Yeah, Munirji, I think very well said. Ministry of Labor ने भी work from home को really accept किया है, and you may observe that this portal is having number of opportunity for the work from home category, and specifically women. Specifically, there is a tab for women, jobs for women specifically, and there is a tab for the work from home. So there are employers, those who want that candidates must work from home, because see, basically it saves time, energy in going to the office, and whatever you are working in the office, yeah, of course, there is an atmosphere of working atmosphere in the office, so we need to do that atmosphere. But now, many people are working from the home, and now their home is a workplace.
Yes.
So very well said, Munish ji. अब जो वर्क फ्रॉम होम है उसको एक्सेप्ट भी किया है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर ही नहीं, बाकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने भी एक्सेप्ट किया है, एंड बेसिकली जो कोविड है, कोविड की वजह से जो इम्पैक्ट आया, जो सिचुएशन आई, उसको हैंडल करने, बिकॉज ह्यूमन इज अ टॉप मोस्ट रोबोट. He can change anything, he can adapt anything, he can do anything. So now human accepted the work from home, and now this is not the thing कि अगर आप बैठे हैं तो कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, आराम से बैठे हैं, relax हैं, nothing like that. Now one room is your office and you are working from their place, and I tell you इससे प्रोडक्टिविटी भी बढ़ी है. नॉट ओनली वुमेन्स के लिए जॉब बढ़ी है, बट प्रोडक्टिविटी भी बढ़ी है. जो टाइम आपका अपने प्लेस से आपके वर्क प्लेस जाने में लगता था, उस बीच में आप काम कर रहे हैं. आई हैव सीन मैनी पीपल वर्किंग सिंस 8 AM to 8 PM फ्रॉम होम, एंड they are the people, they are working from 10 to office, and you can imagine the gap of this 2 to 3 hours they are using for the working. So of course ये अच्छा concept भी रहा है, और आगे भी देखिए, the physical presence is essential, like the production unit, hospitals, this, that. Of course you cannot work from home, but the person like we people, those who are providing the counseling services, employment services, or the social work, like social work also can't be from your home only. You will have to go to the
you are right.
That is why this concept of social impact on भी हम लोगों ने जो डिस्कस किया था वो आया है. तो no doubt, Munish ji, ki jo work from home hai, it should be adopted in a very good manner. I must tell this thing.
I think,
and I think there must be. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Listening.
Hello. आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
मुझे ब्रेक हो गया था तो I thought कि बाकी लोग
नहीं बिल्कुल मैम.
तो रघु जी must be hello.
I'm listening, ma'am. We are listening to you.
Oh, some problem with my laptop.
Okay.
Laptop nahi, actually network.
I think we have heard you, ma'am. We have heard you well.
Okay. Yeah.
We have heard you well.
Yeah.
My last question to you, Raghu, right, is that, ma'am, when we talked about work from home, and in the last particular thing, Raghu, you told about the financial literacy and the digital literacy, very critical. What role do you think the technology is going to play in this? What's your take on that, Raghu?
Yeah, I think it's very important. Many of the traditional barriers which we talked about can actually be removed very quickly in technology. So I've just thought about 5 or 6 areas. So maybe the first one is about the knowledge and capacity development, right? See, what has happened in traditionally the way we are trying to improve the ability of the people is about we call this cascading trainers, right? We have a master trainers, training of trainers, field, etc. And then the modules, right? Modules are of which local language, etc. It takes a lot of time for something to go percolate to the end, right? So one of the key concept is about how do we make knowledge and learning liquid? It flows like liquid, right? So technology is a brilliant way. And now we have got a lot of these interesting work which are QR code based, right? A video or this one. So we have got in villages a simple poster with a QR code. You can see actually women going and looking at how to make a basket out of banana bark, right? And then sort of we go and look at it, and then there are 3 types of things available. One is that a simple module. Another one is a video of how to go about doing this and stuff like that, right? Okay, so one is about knowledge and capacity development is the first one. Then we improve their brain and start thinking about it. The second one is real-time visibility and traceability, right? Traceability can bring in a lot more inputs. Yes. Technology can give you that, right? So IKEA, for example, now post-COVID, they've also allowed in that international supply chain on banana baskets, is that we can also go for a hub and spokes model in manufacturing. They don't have to, women do not have to come to the hub every time. They can operate from the scope, from the spokes. And then each scope can actually have a quality assurance mechanism, right? And there can be a system. So actually the work, as you said, can go to the thing. If at all we have a good real-time visibility and traceability. Once you get the traceability, then technology there can be of great use. And third one is, as we have seen already, there are multiple services are required for the people, right? The interdependencies facing of those coming from different people, technology can bundle services, right? So that's a very big area. And the fourth one is calibration. Even if the products are there, it has to be calibrated for the need. Somebody may require 30,000 in cases, somebody may require 50,000. Calibration, manually doing it, going up and down. I think technology does it with a click of a button there. And the fifth one is actual delivery and authentication. I think ma'am talked about, is it actually reaching the right people, right? A simple QR code actually tracks even a training program, whether the right person attended, how much time they attended, what time they come in. So that is a big area. The last one, which I would say is about feedback and support system. A simple ranking system. Have I got it? Is it working or not working? Just by clicking an icon or even talking about it is a brilliant. So it closes the loop of actually taking it there. And more importantly, it doesn't have to be done from one village to another. You can actually create a system which can go to the entire country at one shot. That is the power of technology. Just stop it.
I think, you summed it so well, right? I'm just to feedback mechanism, which we have been emphasizing again and again, right? Uber, for example, uses the simple rating module. The design of Uber and Airbnb, if you look into, they have completely designed framework is on simple rating, 1 to 5 rating. That's it.
Absolutely.
Right? Nothing else.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You have to again make it simple and almost stupid, to that extent. And the technology plays an important, before Uber, the taxis were there, right?
Yeah.
But Uber revolutionized them. So technology do play. Just to, share with you all over here, how Jeevitam is looking at technology, just to add to whatever you just now said, ma'am also keeps saying, what is the 3 characteristics of this segment, right? Not so educated, right? Vulnerable segment, not having access to internet or do not know how to operate, right? And third, want to be spoken in the native language. Here, what we have seen, and this is where Jeevitam differentiator came, was in terms of voice technology, right? Okay, padna likhna nahi aata, bolna aata hai. You don't know how to read and write, but you know how to speak, right? Yes. You don't have internet, smartphone, but you have an analog phone, courtesy Reliance Jio, that is free. And our platform works in 21 Indian languages. That simple voice differentiator, voice technology is helping us reach out to people in mass, right? Raghu, just that's the differentiator, right? See, one of this Samvad, the Parivartan Samvad, which we are doing is, creating a roadmap, right? So today, ma'am, I'll just sum it up now, which is there. There's always takeaways, key takeaways, and I always, whenever I meet you, I learn a lot from you and take it there. So Ghar livelihood is something which we are taking, that is there, right? From now, the new, slogan which we are going to talk about is Ghar livelihood is something which is there. And, people like, it is very important for collaboration. Raghu is there. Raghu, for me, this platform was a way we have never worked with each other. We never knew about each other as much before this Samvad came in, right? You were introduced to us by our Binali.
Binali, right? Yep.
She's not well. She is in hospital, right? So this COVID is taking toll, right? Because things are happening. So, but that's how it is there. Now, having heard you, Raghu, I'm going to very keen to work with you, right, on the ground, creating the execution framework, right? We are a tech person. Sure. We need to execute whatever is there. So the partnership, just imagine, Raghu, right? On one side, there is a government, labor ministry, who's like Lata ma'am, who's all support to you. I have the entire thing, just one agenda, help people in livelihood, right? Logo ko kaam dila. That is, she works with that single-minded focus, right? Which is critical. Yeah. On the other hand, you have people like you, who has on the ground grassroots experience, have done it, have shown the impact, and which is there, right? So there is so much to learn. And then we come in, outsiders, right? Yep. With the technology as a key enabler, right? And scale and differentiator, which plugs into whatever you are doing as an add-on, nothing replacing.
Absolutely.
We're not replacing anything. You keep doing whatever you're doing.
Unlocking value. Unlocking value. Absolutely.
Yeah. We add on to it. Wherever the gaps are there, we fill up those gaps and make you do whatever you are doing 10x or better. Absolutely. Right? That is the way which is there. I think so. That is my key takeaway for this particular thing. Lata ma'am and Raghu, happy for you to take out time and share your insights. I'm sure, as I see, this number is increasing. Now we are 260 people out there. Not easy, in this particular where the virtual fatigue is happening, to have so many people from the industry, from the academia, from the skilling universe, from the CSR universe join in. I'm sure they must have a lot of takeaways are there. We will be also sharing, we have now agreed to create a white paper, right, around it and share it with you and the relevant stakeholders, and Lata ma'am, with you also, to be taken up in the ministry and see how we can reimagine livelihood in India, right? And bring that Parivartan through the Samvad, which has happened, right? So thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you, Raghu, for this particular session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Making this great success. Thank you so much for joining and for inviting me. And I request each and everyone who is listening to me, please use this portal for the benefit of our own children. Thank you.
I also urge, go to NCS. There is a lot which is there. They are not, I think we need to shift our mind. Government is doing a lot. National Career Services is doing a lot. I think we need to get best out of them. We are working very closely with NCS and everything. Our experience has been phenomenal. So let's do it forward, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. So we are now reaching out to our next session, okay, which Mr. Ramesh there and Mr. Manoj Jain, right? I think he's also there. Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Manoj, and good afternoon, Mr. Ramesh, sir. This is there. Thank you so much for coming for this session. just to, Mr. Manoj, I just wanted to share with you because Ramesh he gave the keynote address today morning, and this is something which we are also we are taking it forward. This Parivartan Livelihood Samvad, the objective of this 2-day virtual event is primarily to bring all the stakeholders together from industry, from academia, from government, from Skilling Universe, from CSR Universe, right, together, and look into how together we can, reimagine the livelihood in India, right? What are the courtesy this crisis? What are the new opportunities which are emerging and all which is there? So, I have been, since morning, we have, this is our second session. We had our keynote speaker address by Mr. Ramesh, and then followed by fireside chat with Jeevitam from IBM CSR. And this session where we had Labor Ministry official Lata Gautam, National Career Services Directory and Director, she was there, and Mr. Raghu from the Catalyst Group, who is the on the ground execution. See, the topic for this particular session is gig economic workforce. And Manoj sir, you were asking me, what is this? What do you call gig, right? So gig is an acronym, I call it, for the work which any person does, and we see gig as the future, right? And I've been from the banking industry, sir. Okay, and I have been working with one segment called agents, right? Financial services advisors, or the agents, which we call, right? Which is, this gig force has been in place for long, right? For decades, right? That we have been there, and they have been life insurance agent has been there for there. UTI agent has been there for decades together. So there is no better industry than the financial services industry, the life insurance industry, to talk about gig. We had for this session Mr. Ramesh and Mr. Sachin Pabreja, who's a CEO of Easy Diner. He was also supposed to be there, but till yesterday he was good. In the morning he had COVID detected, so sorry, right? He could not join because of COVID. Now the fourth phase is catching up. There are a lot of cases coming in. My another partner, she is also in hospital, so I'm seeing a lot of people getting ill again. Okay, so it will be a session between Ramesh sir, me, you, and Manoj sir. So I will introduce Manoj sir, you first, right? For people who are, because Mr. Ramesh, he's the moderator for this session, and I'll give his introduction also. So for everyone who's here, right, a very brief introduction of Mr. Manoj. Mr. Manoj Kumar Jain is a 31 years of rich and varied experience in the financial services domain, has over 20 years in the life insurance industry. 20 years is a long time, sir, and really so much to take away from you. His core experience is setting up distribution capabilities for an organization. I think when you distribution, it is all the agent network which we have created. You have doing very innovative work in Shriram Life Insurance. when I talk to you, that is there. You are reimagining them also, that same agent, how to be taken into, that is there. In the past, you have successfully worked for well-known groups in financial services for a long period, groups like Century Finance Corporation, Tata Group, Tata Finance, SDFC, Standard Life Insurance Community and Life Insurance and Company, and now Shriram Life Insurance, right? I am myself ex-Shriram, okay, and if I look into, if any company understands the agent network best, it is Shriram, right? They have that, they look at a relationship framework, right? Is the crux of what they look at, the agents which work along with them, or the financial services advisors, whatever sales officer, the name which you give it to them. I have worked with Shriram, sir. I'm also an alumni of Shriram Group, right? Since you are there. And my respect and record is that personal touch, the family, they all become part of Shriram family, all these agents and all. So, I'm sure this session is going to be very important from there. I'll, introduce Mr. Ramesh also there. See, Ramesh, sir, is our advisory board member, okay? And He is the CEO of President and CEO of India Tech ORG, which is industry body for all the startups which is there, or primarily all the unicorn startups are there. This industry is there, and Ramesh sir himself is an industry veteran, right? Work across various corporates and various startups and all which has been there. He carries very diverse perspective. You know, he has framed I don't know around over 100 laws. He has helped reframe those laws which is there. He worked with government, he worked with policy makers, he worked with industry, and actually, you know, I have very, you know, there are very few people I met, you know, who understand gig economic workforce the way he understands, the perspective he has. So he's the moderator of this session. Since Sachin is not there, I will also come in, right, to fill in the absence of Ramesh. Otherwise, my job was basically to be an anchor, introduce Ramesh and you, and B. Since Sachin is not there, I will also, Ramesh, step in so that, you know, we get to have a good next 1 hour good discussion, right, on the importance of gig economic workforce and how it is going to help us reimagine the livelihood space. So over to you, Ramesh sir.
Thanks, Manish, I think it's great to be back on this important event that you're holding today. I see a large number of participants already there, and from morning it has been growing. I will, and since you are there on this panel, I'm presuming that I will have the liberty to lob questions at you.
Absolutely.
Primarily to also get things out as Jeevitam answers to these kind of questions that we have on various issues.
I will love to.
But having said that, I think I will start with you before I go to the panelists from Sriram. See, from a Jeevitam standpoint and from somebody who is working in this space, I mean, I want to hear from you, how do you differentiate? I mean, and this is for the benefit of the audience, of course. I mean, I did try to cover that in the keynote address today morning, but I think it's important to give a basic differentiation of job versus gig, and who better than you to do that? And then obviously, I do expect my other panelists to enrich from this and then give their richer perspective of how they see it. So over to you.
Thank you very much. See, I'll see when in the morning when you spoke about gig also, you gave an industry perspective and the policy framework perspective. I'll give you startup perspective, right? Because that's where I am from and how we look at gig as one of the solution. So Jeevitam essentially stands for livelihood. It's a Sanskrit name for livelihood, and livelihood encompasses both things, you know, work for someone, which we call jobs, and work for yourself, which we call entrepreneurship, right? So both, you know, work for yourself, which is entrepreneurship, and work for someone, it encompasses both. So that is one. When we talk about entrepreneurship, it is not only setting up an industry is entrepreneurship, or setting up a, you know, your own enterprise is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, self-entrepreneurs is also there. There is a huge workforce which is self-entrepreneur, right? Which is individual. He is as an individual who has been there and for a while, and he is also earning livelihood by his own ways, right? So there were plumbers, there were artisans, there were AC repair mechanic, there were tech freelancers, there were tutors, there were resellers. They are all, you know, sales professional distributors, we call them, right? They have been all there, you know, it is there, but there was no formal you know, arrangement for them. And today, when, you know, rightly say, today, you know, when I discussed with you, you know, you said, who is the two major employers in the country, government side? It is armed forces and railways, right? And railways employ 15 lakh people and 1.5 lakh crore is their budget, you know, if 30% goes into this. So today, if we have to look into livelihood, if we only look at jobs, we are looking at a very small particular framework, and we need to think beyond, which is there. So what we said was, right, when we are looking at, because the problem which we are looking at solving for scale, right, it is not something we are looking at because there have been Naukris and monsters of the world for long, right? There have been, you know, what we call firms like Teamlease who are there for long, right? But The problem for the segment, which we call vulnerable segment, who have essentially 3 attributes: not so educated, not having access to internet, smartphone, and want to be spoken in their native language. How do you solve their problem, right? And give them livelihood. They don't come for jobs, they come for work. Mujhe kaam chahiye, I need work. That is what, when we were going on the ground and attending job fairs and all, and that was we were saying. So, aapko naukri chahiye kya kaam chahiye? So they all said, sir, hame kaam chahiye. And अगर हमारे घर पे ही कोई काम मिल जाए, अगर वो 5,000 रुपए, 6,000 रुपए, 8,000 रुपए कम भी होगा, लेकिन मैं घर पे होऊंगा तो it was there, right? So we were looking into how can we get into, and then we realized this whole gig which was emerging, right? Because Uber se pehle drivers were there, right? What Uber did was formalized it, right? Okay, Uber, ye Zomato se pehle there were delivery riders, you know. Zomato formalized it, right? So we were also saying fast emergence of these platforms, right? Startups coming out of platforms whose key metric was these particular things. Uber, say Urban Clap, you know, made a regularization, you know, for those AC mechanics and plumbers and everything, and you know, hair cutting salon people and all. They have done it, you know, they have formalized them, right? They were informally there already. So we were seeing emergence of these platforms. We were seeing a huge disconnect between jobs and work, right, which was there. And this crisis came in, Ramesh. And this crisis came in. The biggest innovation which happened in this crisis was work from home, right? Work from home suddenly opened the entire dimension to it, right? And you know, so now you know, this was now accepted as a industry acceptable option. So that is how it is there. And that's how, you know, we said, if this gig is work, is a place agnostic, you can work from anywhere. It's gender agnostic. You know, you are a girl or you're a woman or you're a man, there is no difference. Qualification agnostic. You know, you are at 8th pass or you are BTech or MTech or a PhD or all the things, there are enough freelancing work opportunities available for you, right? Time agnostic, you can work at your own pace. You don't have to be into 10 to 6 thing. And, you know, the earnings started from as low as, you know, 5,000, 6,000 rupees to 100,000 rupees, 200,000 rupees a month, right? That sort of opportunity was there. So we said, if we focus on, we become a platform which basically looks into both jobs and self-entrepreneurship, I think we have a huge opportunity, and that's where we are focusing. We are right now primarily focusing on 13 trades. We call them communities, and this 13 trade itself is, you know, has a huge opportunity. You know, if you go to if you ask Mr. Manoj, right, how many financial advisors you need, he said as many. He will not say I need 10,000 or 100,000. You know, he will say as many, right? Because it is there. You go to taxi, you know, Ubers of the world and Rapidos of the world, you know, how many drivers you need, they will say as many, right? So the requirement is huge. The matchmaking, you know, hamare yahan pe ek cheez, you know, last, I'm just summing it up. What is the problem we are solving, Jeevitam, right? The problem Jeevitam is solving is, na to kaam karne walon ki kami hai, na kaam dene walon ki. Neither there is a dearth of work seekers and work providers. They both are there. The problem is of matchmaking, and we are using the technology framework and the ecosystem approach to solve that problem. Thank you very much, Ramesh.
Thanks, Munish. And I'll turn over to Manoj. And I think, Munish, you have given a apt example of matchmaking, which makes me think ideally you should be calling it Jeevitam matrimony, because that's what you're doing. But moving over to Manoj, so you heard Munish, and I know he's very passionate about what he says, so much so that now he's expecting business from you of so many financial advisors. So let's see whether there is truth in what he's saying and how much it cuts eyes with you. So you've heard this differentiation between jobs versus work, because not everybody is looking for job, not everybody is, but there are a large chunk of population looking for work. And in the morning, I did mention that there aren't so many jobs, but there is huge amount of work opportunities. And these work opportunities are dependent. The beauty of these models is I get work, you do the work, we both earn. I mean, that's how most of this thing works. And plus the beauty of this country is it's a large country with dense population cutting across rural, urban, semi-urban. Morning, I spoke about the concept of now villages emerging without agricultural fields, but they are still villages. We run across them in the peripheries of our cities also. So from coming from the sector that you are in, how do you foresee? I mean, this question is, you've understood the basic differentiation of job and gig. So from whatever Munish has said, and if we were to test whatever he has said, where do you see opportunities in your sector, and how much, and how do you see them amplifying? I mean, to step back a bit, I mean, like he said, platforms like Zomato and Uber came in, people were there, but they connected them. There is also a newfound innovation happening amongst conventional businesses and traditional businesses. I was talking to some manufacturing companies who are 100 years plus, was talking to some companies who are in the FMCG space. All of them are now using social media. They're using gig economy to figure out how they can reach to their ultimate customer, which means that you're increasing your feet on ground without the conventional mode of necessarily relying on. I mean, something that LIC, I would say, has done long back. I mean, they created this army of people selling, but they're not employees of LIC, right? Yeah. I mean, that's also a gig. I mean, we as we dig more in our past, we realize gig existed, but we were never acknowledging that. So where do you see leverage point for a business like yours? And more importantly, what's your perspective across, irrespective of whether you just speak to your business or from your larger, rich industry experience, where do you see this going?
Thank you, Munish, and thank you, Mr. Ramesh, for inviting me. And I'm really happy to see close to around 250 participants listening to us. So before I go on my industry, let me just tell what I totally agree what Munish was talking about. People say there's an unemployment in India. I always say, it's my very standard line, there's no unemployment. We are always looking people. We are not getting good people. We are not getting people who want to work. So as Munish rightly said, insurance industry can provide, theoretically I'm talking about a 1 crore people employment. When I'm saying employment, they will get work. They can earn sitting at their home 5,000 rupees per month, 10,000 rupees per month. And not necessarily that they have to be graduate, not necessarily they have to be 12th pass. If they can communicate, and communication does not mean English. Communication means if he's a Tamilian, he can speak in Tamil. If somebody is from Punjab, he as long as he can speak in Punjabi, all those are required. Just to give a perspective, I come from an insurance industry and I'm in the industry from last 20 years. In 2001, this industry got open for private sector. And the biggest pain point of a life insurance industry is building distribution. When I'm saying building distribution worldwide, insurance agent, whatever name we call them sales officer, some company call them financial advisor, LIC call them agent. The issue is in India, people don't take this as a full-time profession. It's a part-time profession, people take it. We are perfectly okay because it's a large economy, and as what I understood from Munish, that a person can do multiple things. Somebody just give an example, like if you have provided say 100 counter staff to say Reliance Retail, I'm just taking an example. Those can also become my agent. How they can add value, how they can earn. They are dealing with customers every day. They may be billing invoices to maybe some 20 walk-ins per day per sales girl. In that 20, if she is able to get friendly with 2 or 3, later after working hours, she can connect those people and can explain about the financial literacy and why that is required. In India, the insurance penetration, even there are 23 life insurance companies are working in India, apart from LIC. If we include that, it's 24. And there are 24, 25 general insurance companies are also working in India. Now, the insurance penetration in India is less than 3%.
Okay.
Even the world global average is around 10 or 11%. Even the company like South Africa, I think India is much more developed than South Africa. Our partner, Sanlam, comes from South Africa. Even the insurance penetration there is around 8%. And each 0.5% or 1% increase in the penetration can bring our GDP up by, say, 0.10 paisa basis. Why people are not buying? It's not that the customer don't want to buy. We do not have enough agent available to go and meet the customer. Awareness is also not there. So when Jeevitam, when I accidentally get involved with Jeevitam, but when I have understood their business model, I think Jeevitam or people operating in the space can do wonders through technology. Not us. There, as I said, 23 life insurance companies are there. LIC, a big brother, is having close to around 10 lakh agent. And these are all floating numbers. 10 lakh agents are there with LIC, 10 lakh agents are there with the private sector. The issue is the agent doesn't stick for a longer period. Why he doesn't stick for a longer period? One, insurance selling is tough. That is what people say. Second is, people don't take this as a full-time employment. But if somebody takes this as a full-time employment, even if he or she is able to sell even one policy in a month, which is very easy to sell if he or she meets or talk to 10 customers, definitely one customer will take easily. And if he or she is able to collect a premium of around 20,000, which is an industry average, he or she can easily earn around 7,000 to 8,000 rupees on a monthly basis. And the story doesn't end there. Next year, when the customer pays a renewal, easily another 5% can come until the point this policy is in force, this money will be available. A lot of the people doesn't know, especially the segment where Jeevitam is operating, the people doesn't know this opportunity. So if we are able to reach out to all those people, enrollment is very easy, not in Sriram, in any of the life insurance companies for that matter. It just, he or she should have a PAN card. If PAN card is not there, Aadhaar card. Why PAN card is required? That whenever we are paying commission or salary, whatever we call it, we need to have his PAN number. As long as these two documents are there, a basic training is there, basic enrollment process is there, and he or she can sell. Then a same person can sell a general insurance, which is much more easier to sell. Everybody is having scooter. Scooter insurance everybody takes. There are huge shopkeepers are there. Every now and then we are hearing that this particular market, particular shop got fired. And one shop got fired, around 100 more shops nearby also are vulnerable. That shopkeeper doesn't take a basic shopkeeper policy, which is maybe around 100 rupees or 200 rupees a year. That's all. It's not that he don't want to take, but there is nobody who's going and knocking the door. Fixed deposit, as Munish was talking, and he spent his earlier days with Sriram. I think today Sriram Group, if it's big, it's because of those unsung agents.
Yes.
Why we are in life insurance? There was no reason for us to come in life insurance. We are a 15-year-old company, and we are the only company which is making profit from year one. Because we had a large agency base, and I can say with proud that you go to any nook and corner in India, and if any person is dealing with the financial service, or if he's a post office agent or a LIC agent, at some moment of time, he must be a Sriram agent. Because that's like state like Andhra Pradesh, our network is as big as, maybe bigger than the post office network. Every 10 kilometers, you'll find a branch, because somewhere the DNA of this group is we understand a common man. And I think in India, the insurance is required more for a common man. That is even, forget about the private life insurance companies, the product. Even the government has launched 2 flagship schemes. I don't know, Munish, how many people are enrolled in your platform, but there's a scheme from Government of India At 12 rupees, now they have revised the premium to, I think, 30 rupees. 1 rupee, 30 rupees a year. He or she can get 2 lakh rupees term plan. No medical, no questions, nothing. Only requirement is that he or she should have a bank account. 30 rupees once in a year will get deducted. And if he or she meets with an accident and the death is accidental death, 2 lakh rupees will be paid to the dependent. But I can say with conviction that even if you have, say, 10,000 people enrolled on your, or say 1 lakh people enrolled on your platform, 99% may not be even aware. There, these your people can play a vital role. And this will not only help them financially, it will help the society. Second policy which the government of India had launched long back called Jeevan Suraksha, where it's only 365 rupees a year, 1 rupee a day. And none other than Amitabh Bachchan was a brand ambassador for that particular policy. Now the premium is revised to around, say, 500 rupees a year. Again, insurance of 2 lakh rupees. Death by any means. And just want to share that last 2 years COVID, the life insurance industry has settled 3 times the average claim. A company like us generally settle around 25,000 death claims every year. Last year, even we have settled close to around 56, 57,000 claims. And imagine 90% of our customers, our average claim size is around 5 lakh rupees. So this industry will not only provide the employment or a job or an earning, but help that particular society and the community if any unforeseen thing happens. Because the government is doing a lot of things for the bottom of the pyramid, like below what they call below poverty line people. But India is not allowed that. There's a large chunk of people whose, say, monthly income is around 7,000 to 8,000 rupees or 6,000 rupees, say around 75,000 a year to 2 lakh rupees a year. That's a huge segment where neither government is doing much, and that's a segment which definitely can afford to have insurance. And those are the people, if we can target, I can say there is no numbers. If tomorrow Munish comes to me and say, I can give you 10 lakh people, we will be happy to take. Because as you rightly said, LIC is doing from last so many years, we work on a variable cost model. If they bring us a business, definitely they will get a commission, and not necessarily that they have to be full-time. They can be part-time. They can do their other 5 different livelihoods, plus they can do this. And as I said, 1 policy in a month, 30 days he can work. And our agents who are there, who are doing even 4 or 5 or 6 policies in a month, they are not working full-time. They only work Saturday and Sunday. And who are the best producing agents for us? They are maybe the school teachers. They may be a post office agents. They may be a salesman working in, say, petrol pump or here and there. So it's not the people are not there. Only thing is this ecosystem is missing. And as you rightly said, that Zomato or Urban Clap or Ola or Uber, if we can have this for a financial services, I can tell you it can be a great service for the society, for the community, and at large for the nation. This is what I thought I should share and talk to the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Manoj. I think you seem to have answered even the subsequent questions that I was planning to ask and gave a broad spectrum of things. And Munish, you have 10 lakh people ready to be taken So you have a business which is opened up already with Mr. Manoj. So I think you will have a chat after this session, I'm sure.
The industry has 1 crore people. He told industry 1 crore. So I have the potential of this vertical alone is 1 crore.
I mean, but just one person alone is giving you so much. So
yes, you're right.
So I think what it kind of brings to light from what I've heard from you and Mr. Manojji is this is a potential market unlock because two things are happening. One, customers who have never been targeted, there's a potential to target them and sell. Like Mr. Manoj was mentioning about even shopkeepers and others. There's a huge market up there, but there are not enough feet to reach there. And therefore, all the more need for the moment you get those feet on ground, just imagine the market that is getting unlocked, not only for themselves, but also for businesses which are riding on them, right? I mean, there's a huge potential coming out. Apart from that, I think one other thing that's also coming out is the fact that sector by sector, if we scratch beyond the surface, you will get many such examples. I mean, if we are able to get from insurance, financial services, this amount of leverage and in terms of number of people and the potential to grow the sector, I'm sure this segment, this approach towards gig economy and this approach towards getting more feet on ground is something that will be true for every other sector that we are looking at. So that brings back to that question, I think partially got answered by Mr. Manoj, and you just spoke about it, is I think the COVID pandemic has also been a defining moment for reinventing some of our businesses, re-looking at the way we work. I mean, if you look at many offices are now realizing, oh, we never thought people could work and do this from their home. We were unnecessarily calling them and making them sit in office 9 to 5, and after 5, some people were forcibly sitting, wanting to eat pakoras and chai and so on. But the point is, productivity has gone up in many cases because people have invented another way to actually leverage work. The other thing is also that it has also brought out to light that this concept of connected economy that we got ushered in. I mean, today you are doing this event, we are all logged in. We are not physically converged in some place. And this is again a form where technology has enabled that. So a connected ecosystem, which is triggered by the internet and riding on the internet. I'm talking about it more because I'm biased towards the internet primarily because I represent a lot of startups who use the internet and leverage it for driving businesses. The internet economy has opened a vast frontier, not only for the job creator, but also for the job seeker, because you're able to connect where they are. And COVID pandemic also brought to light the issue of migrant workers and so on, many of whom were working. And platform like yours can have actually done a great job connecting them and continue to do so. So where do you see the gig economy post this COVID pandemic? I mean, this is for you, Manish.
I think, see, I'm so happy to hear Manoj first, right? He spoke so many things, which basically coming from him, talks about the industry, and he's representative of, life insurance and the financial services industry. But whatever he has said, applies for all, right? There is potential is huge, right? We have still not, we have still scratched it. And if we do it well, the way Urban Clap was able to, formalize the plumbers and air conditioned people and the hair cutting people, or if we are able to formalize them, right, all these people gig in one place and take it forward, I think that is something which is very, very important, right, which is there. So that is number one, because when I say this is the problems, the livelihood problem, 1 crore people, imagine, 10 lakh to Shriram Life Insurance, right? And if I go to Shriram General Insurance, they will also say 10 lakh hame bhi de do, and then we are there. But the way they have managed, that is another story, because I'm a big fan of Shriram, right? For the way they take this network in a very different way. They make it not as a transactional, they go into the relationship way, and that's going to be the foundation of this whole particular thing. It is, we are not talking about, okay, ye mujhse, main isko kitna kama ke de raha hu. We are talking about relationship, right? And when we are looking at this gig economy workforce, we are looking at relationship, right? We are not looking at transactional. We are looking at this relationship going on forever. You know, we are wanted to be their life partners. So whenever they want to upgrade themselves or switch anything, you know, Jeevitam has this vision to become go-to platform for that, right? In the morning, when an Uber driver logs into his app, Uber app, and say what is to be done. So same way, you know, Jeevitam super app is something which we want him to log in, right? Which will be again voice interactive and everything and all. See, the important point over here, what Mr. Manoj was talking, and this is where little bit innovation is required, and that's where this whole people can come together, which is there. And I see Shriram Life Insurance, you know, because I was talking to his colleagues, you know, they are also very positive people and they are looking at everything. So we said, you know, they have around 1.2 lakh workforce with them, right? Agents. Many of these people, they are not earning enough, right? वो 5,000 6,000 रुपए कमा रहा है, right? What, you know, I was having a discussion with Manoj. What do we do about them? This is very important question, right? कि see, what is happening is today I want to work. You know, there is so much of attrition happens because they don't know what is the work they are good at, right? In my dad's office, in my younger brother's office, there are employees who are working with us for last 30 years, right? They are working for 30 years and their salary is not very high, right? Okay, but they are working because they like the work. The challenge with these people, they don't know which work they like. आज हमारा career बना है. If our career is there, most of it is all luck by chance, right? So they also take that luck by chance thing. You know, 95% of the luck by chance. If any, they are looking for work. Whatever comes their way, they take it, right? And then they, over a period of time, find what is good for them. And wherever they find good, they excel. Like you are saying, you know, someone was saying to you that they earn more than IT graduates, right? Which is there. Because then they excel. They earn. Mr. Manoj will tell you how many people are earning more than 1 lakh rupees or 2 lakh rupees a month with them, right? Because they've understood this and they are excelling it, right? So what is the transition which happens wherein he says, I'm earning 5,000, 6,000 rupees, which is not enough for me. What do I do with that, right? And that is where again the innovation is coming, and that's where Jeevitam is trying to solve that problem. Is we say you take 2 to 3 trades, right? We call them trades. So you become a financial advisor. You also become a reseller with Meesho. Okay. You also become a travel agent with Make My Trip, right? Or TripJack or whatever it is there. So what you are doing is you are exploring your options, right? On the one hand, you are earning 6,000 rupees. At the same time, other 2 trades are also giving you additional income, right? And that additional income which comes to you sustains you, right? From Shriram Life point of view, that 6,000 rupees is an add-on money which was not coming to him because he was not happy with that 6,000 and he had stopped working with anyone. I'm not talking Shriram, I'm talking anyone, right? So he says, I earn 6,000 rupees from Shriram, I earn 6,000 rupees from Make My Trip, and I earn 6,000 rupees from this Meesho, okay? And combined, I'm earning 18,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees, because we call this livelihood value, gross livelihood, GLV, like, you know, the e-commerce have GMV, we call here GLV, right? The gross livelihood value. For anyone to have survived and have decent, he needs 15,000 of GLV, right? 15,000 रुपए तो उसको 10 से 15,000 रुपए तो कमाएगा, right? अगर वो इसको हम sustenance कहते हैं, right? अगर वो sustainability आ जाती है, वो sustenance आ जाता है. If that sustenance comes in, that's the tipping point. And that's where he comes in, and which is there. And after our first, endeavor is to get him to that tipping point, that 15,000 rupees, right? And whichever part of the world, gig, as I said, it's place agnostic, age agnostic, qualification agnostic, time agnostic, part-timer, like Mr. Manoj was saying, part-timer ho sakta hai, kuch bhi ho sakta hai, right? Now, in the first phase, first he reaches, our endeavor is to make him reach to that inflection point, 15,000. And then we become a life partner to him. And then through upskilling, reskilling, new skills, we make him, okay, you come that, level where you say, I get out that vicious circle of 15,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees, and cross that level and go to 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. And that is where the aha moment is there for Jeevitam. That is what we are ultimately working on, right? It takes away all the barriers which we are talking, right? This whole, there are two people, right, who have not done right for the industries. One is this all colleges talking about the high salaries, right? Okay, you come out and an MBA and you take 5 lakhs. So everyone is talking about, now I was hearing MIT talking about 11,000 placements. So they are no longer talking about 20 lakh rupees or 30 lakh rupees holdings, which is coming in. That is creating the whole problem over there, because everyone expects. And second is the government, right? If I am working with government, that is there. Once we take away these two things, there are enough opportunities, work opportunities available, and that is where will be the game changer. That is my take.
Thanks, Manish. And I think some important points brought out by you. I would just like to add here, and this is something which is my favorite number game. I mean, 2 crore population getting added every year to the Indian population. When unfortunately the discussion remains, what is the jobs? And the jobs are often measured like how much is TCS hiring, how much is Wipro hiring, how much is Infosys hiring, and then their conversation ends about jobs. And those numbers decide whether there is jobs in the economy or not. But if you look at 2 crore versus that 5 lakh jobs that got created by 4 or 5 or 6 majors who were hiring, most of it would be either attrition hiring or replacement hiring. Some of it would be new hires. I think somewhere the drawing room discussions need to change in most of the middle class households, that what you are talking is just a minuscule percentage of that 2 crore. We are talking about 5 lakh versus 2 crore people who are, I mean, it's as if the discussions are being presumed that, okay, those people never age. Your school dropouts, your college dropouts, your people who pass college but not with great numbers, people who pass college with great numbers didn't get a job in any of these. I mean, there's a vast household, I mean, numerically large number of organizations, MSMEs and others who are also absorbing people. Then, of course, you have the army, you have railways, you have then the agriculture sector and so on. And then you have the self-entrepreneurs, self-organized businesses, shopkeepers, retailers, and then you have the gig workers. So this is a large chunk, which is the reason why we continue to move forward as an economy, because working or self-employment is still honorable. And that's the fundamental mantra this country has always adopted, and we as society has adopted. But unfortunately, we still tend to judge within the conversation that, okay, are people getting jobs? Did he make it into any of those IT majors? Did he make it into any of those large brand companies? There aren't so many jobs. And therefore, people need to brush aside this discussion and be more comfortable with the fact that there is honor in self-employment. There is honor in doing things yourself. At least you're not picking up the gun, right? So, I mean, that's the fundamental differentiator. Now, having said this, going over to you, Manoj, on, you see, I mean, you did mention about the schemes, the PM Suraksha and Bima Yojana and all that stuff that are making a huge impact on coverage. And in fact, there is also this eShram portal, and now the government under the Code of Social Security is also looking at getting gig workers and unorganized sector workers registered and extend government's programs to them and coverage to them and social security and create an ESI equivalent. They're also looking at demography to see how many more ESI hospitals needs to be built if this number starts coming into the code on social security and so on. So a lot of things happening in the back end. But as a business, I mean, where do you see things like these? I mean, the informal economy plus the gig economy, where people can be employed still doing this, cannot be employed, can use this and few other gigs that they can. As businesses, where do you see growth coming in for both conventional business and new age businesses on leveraging this emerging concept of work versus jobs? And how do you see organizations like yours leveraging this and probably even collaborating with the likes of Jeevitam to take it forward? I mean, where do you see this? If you do some future gazing, where do you see this in the next 5 to 10 years' time?
See, to be very honest, I just want to, before I answer your question, I just want to take a point which Munish was making. See, in the last 1 year, a company like us, and we are a small player, if you see out of 24 companies, On premium wise, we are among the top 15. But on number of policy wise, we are among the top 5 or 6 because we deal with the common man. If I am recruiting 100, as I said, our recruitment process is very simple. The most simplest process is there, it's more an enrollment. Even after that, out of 100, 80 people don't do anything.
Yes.
Why they don't do it? Because they are not coming from Jeevitam. Somebody had told them, they have enrolled it without knowing it. They have zero contacts. Where somebody who's already working, as I had given an example of some retail store, or even working anywhere, even carpenter, whatever you name it, they know at least 20 people. Like a daily milkman, he goes to 100 houses. He also knows a post office or the courier boy, or say Amazon boy or Swiggy boy. They know that they are delivering package to 100 households. For them to get success in a sector like us is much more easy. And if these people comes to us, where when I'm saying when I'm hiring 180 doesn't start, here if I hire 100, I have a full conviction that at least 30, 40 of them will definitely start, and they will make a meaningful, addition in their monthly income. Now, where I see this industry, we call it a sunrising industry. Despite of that less than 4%, this is the only industry in last 20 years has grown at a CAGR of around 15%. On such a large base. LIC, it used to have 100% market share. Now LIC market share has come down to 50%. 50% is taken over by the balance 20, 22, 23 life insurance companies. Now within that 20, 22 or 23 life insurance company, the 30-35% of the market share is there with 5 or 6 companies only. And if you see where those companies are operating, they are only operating in top 100 towns. And within the 30-40% business, 80% of the business is coming from the well-off people who are having bank accounts with the bank. They have a saving balance of 1 lakh rupees and they don't know what to do. So real retailing, real going in the market is not happening much. I should not say the company like us or to some extent LIC is really going to tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 town. If you ask me, a company like us, at least having 100 outlets in a state like Bihar. So this market is going to grow. 15% in last 20 years as a CAGR we have grown. LIC business has almost doubled, more than doubled. LIC has not grown with 15%. They have grown at a lower pace because the base was big, but this can grow even at a CAGR of definitely 10 to 15% for next 20 years. Now, how it will happen? Without feet on street, without agents, we can't think of growing. And it's a franchising model. They will earn, we will build a business. And the biggest cost for a life insurance company is a distribution cost. Just to make it very, very simple to the viewers, if we are collecting 10,000 rupees from a customer as a first year premium, as high as 90% goes as an expense in the first year itself. That's the reason most of the life insurance companies make losses for good 8 to 10 years till that existing books become a big. So there's a huge opportunity, huge requirement, and India is not one country. Each state is one country. Like our South African partner, they work only in South Africa. They are as big as company as us. And the population is in that geography where they operate, maybe 1/20th. But why they are able to do? Because they are able to upsell, they're able to get a big ticket size, and their penetration is quite high. So even if this insurance penetration remains at say 5 or 6% also, opportunity can be huge. And if in combined premium which an insurance industry, particularly life insurance industry, is collecting in a year roughly around what, 40,000 crore, I can say 30% of that goes to the distributor. 35% of that goes to a distributor. 30% as a direct benefit, 5-10% as a contest and trips and all that. So there's a huge potential available. There's a need of how we can collaborate, how we can do that. You're giving an example of that matrimony services. How,
matchmaking.
Yes, exactly, matchmaking. That how we can. There are people, there are customers, and these are all localized job. They need not to. They can get job within their place, within their towns, and now the technology is there. We have developed an app where my agent need not to come to my office. He can generate policy documents sitting at his home itself. And it's a mobile based. And the adaptability by these people are quite good. Rather, I can tell with conviction, as I said, that there are 100 outlets in Bihar. And we may have sold policies maybe in 400 towns of Bihar. The adaptability of mobile applications are much larger in these small cities. And now the technology is there where we can enable them, they can work, and if they do business, it can be win-win for them, win-win for all of us, basically.
Great. I think that gives a great perspective and the promise that this whole thing holds. And must be music to ears for Munish and his organization. That there's miles to go here, and therefore great opportunity. And I think what it does is a great amount of inclusion for people who will be part of the growth story, who will be part of the economy, and many families which can come out of poverty, many families which can come out of be part of the economic progress that this country is witnessing, and in a more inclusive and widespread manner. So having said this, I think we have some time available for questions from the audience. Anybody? We are now throwing it open for Q&A.
See, I have a question, right, Ramesh, if you allow me. Okay. And that goes to Manoj, right? We have talked about potential, we have talked about challenges and all, right? This is specific to segment because my next session is coming, which is a women's section. And this is one of the, Ramesh, you also wrote about women, right? How, I think gig has a, from a segment point of view, right? We have been talking very general. Now I'm bringing a question, which is a segment-based question, right? Okay. Manoj, talking from a, because you only told me, Ramesh, women go out for work and the work comes to them, right? That statement really meant a big time for me, okay? Because that in one statement gives out everything. Because today, women workforce participation, which we want to speak about, is very less, and how we bring them, and how gig can play a role in the women's thing. I just wanted to get Manoj's perspective.
See, to be very honest, I think I should have covered this, but thanks for asking this question. I can just tell the success rate between man and a woman. The women's are much more productive, much more appreciative, because I'll tell you, I work for a South Indian company. We all know, I'm a North Indian, but our roots are from Chennai and South. And we all say the prosperity there in South, much, much larger than compared to the Northern state, with all respect to the Northern states. Because it's not that the husband doesn't care for the family. Husband cares for the family, but the mother cares much more. And if a female is talking to a female and talking to the well-being, and if the breadwinner is not there, it makes a huge difference. I can just tell, if I have top 1,000 agent list, maybe in that 700 are females. So there's a huge acceptability is there of the females in this particular segment, because the God has given a natural thing for them, because they will be able to connect much more better than the male gender. So a huge opportunity is there for the females. And with, again, due respect to males also, I think the sincerity is also there much more in the females than compared to the male segment, especially in the life insurance sector or in the financial service sector. Maybe they may be getting much better acceptability when they talk to the customer or go to the prospective customers for a call or for a conversation or for a discussion. I think they are more welcome than a male segment.
Just one follow-on question there. What will be your percentage, right? If you have any idea on that within Shriram right now, because you have a very positive experience of women working, right? And we are not making any gender things, right? We are just saying that, because see, that reality stands. The women workforce, participation in India is low, right? And we keep talking about a lot of things, but the solution is simple: gig, right? Why can't women financial advisors be there, right? Because financial literacy, if is there with them, they think of the family first than anything else, right? That's the way, which is the way, because if woman starts earning, she thinks of the family first, right? That's a very clear difference we have seen in all our experience, right? For the benefit of the family, for benefit of the society, women workforce participation for the $5 trillion from an economy point of view is also very important, right? That one thing I'm going to deliberate in next session. How much will be your just guess estimate, sir?
What is the percentage of the female population in our workforce?
Yes, sir. In Shriram workforce.
In Shriram workforce, on agent side, maybe around 10% only.
So there is a big scope, if because they are more productive.
They are more productive. Yes, they are more productive. Not more than maybe on paper you may get maybe around 20%.
Right.
But actual working around 10%, because what happens, a lot of males, they don't take agency in their own name for obvious reasons, and they can take it. But around 10% participation is there.
See, why I'm asking this question is, because see, you are the MD, so you are the boss. The buck stops at you, and you are have a very clear macro perspective from a thing, right? Today, if a choice is given to you, you hire men or you hire women, you will obviously more. So there is a potential, and 10% is something, there's movement only, right? Agar 90% is men and they are productive. So if women workforce participation can be done with the gig and the work from home thing. Earlier it was a mindset, right? Okay, where, because I've been also into this space, if you are, even if you're agent, you have to travel, you have to be there. That was the mindset, right? Which was restricting many women to come in, right? Because you expect him to go to his place and get the form signed, and all those things are there, right? Women try not to travel. With all digitization taking place, right? Everything is, you don't have to really go and fill up the form and get it done. You can get the forms filled up digitally, right? So that aspect is there. Work from home is another big opportunity. See, the most thing important, right? You were talking about that 30 rupees scheme not being eligible. What I am seeing, the problem which Jeevitam is also trying to solve is the problem of not being aware about it, right? Today, if woman comes to know that that perceptions, I don't have to travel, I can get the form digitally done, And, I am good in productivity and convincing. I think these are very simple things, right? It is just making them aware. Today, if someone comes, that I have get a 2 lakh rupees insurance at 30 rupees, it's no brainer, right? It is not because he's not aware about it. He doesn't know that it is there. And even if he's aware, what is the call to action? He doesn't know, right? That's where the role of the gig workforce comes in. That's a role which they can play well. And that's where we as a Jeevitam as a platform where we enable everything is something which we are looking at it. I'm just giving a point of view to you. Ramesh.
Yeah. So I think great set of discussions. And also we are beginning to unravel and see the potential that exists across in each sector. I mean, just now we discussed insurance and so on. We still have a few more minutes. Do we take any audience questions?
120, sir.
Oh, 120. Okay. So in which case then we'll bring this session to a close. I think it has thrown a huge lot of possibilities that we can do, and more takeaways for Jeevitam to go back to the drawing board and figure out how do you create more such opportunities, both in terms of workforce and potential gig workforce for the insurance sector, for the fintech sector, and more importantly, how can you enhance the women participation in this particular sector, and how you can actually educate and bring more and more people into this fold. So with this, I'll bring this session to a close, and over to you, Manish, to go on to the next section.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manoj, for taking your time and sharing your perspective. I think this is whatever you have shared has set the agenda for next session also, which is Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and Beti Ko Swalambi Banao. Yeah, and how to increase women workforce participation. Thank you very much, Mr. Manoj.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So we now come to the next session, which is part of the Parivartan, the Livelihood Samvad. I have with me Vanita Datla. Okay, she's a friend of mine. She's VC and MD of Elico Limited. And then we have Mr. Manoj Mr. Manoj Balachandran. He is the head CSR IBM India and South Asia. IBM has been a big support to us. A big thanks to IBM for Manoj to support us into this. And we have also with us Rati Misra. She is the Executive Director, Milan Foundation. So a warm welcome to all of you to this panel, okay, which is a very important panel and very enlightening. This panel was supposed to be moderated by Binali Swandani, who is our Chief Partnership Officer and Advisor and Mentor. Unfortunately, she got into COVID and she is in hospital today. Okay, so COVID or typhoid, something, they are still getting the checkup, but she is having high fever and she is in hospital. And so she unfortunately, could not attend this session. Binali Swandani, when I met her in the recent past, when I'm in Ahmedabad, for her, this woman livelihood is what she called as a audacious project, right? And this is very close to her heart. And when we were planning this Parivartan Livelihood Samvad, Binali was, there in front saying that, yes, I want to work onto this particular thing. And that is there. And we at Jeevitam also, we have a very clear thing that, this is one segment which needs focus and attention. And this is one segment which can actually make a change in the livelihood. So, I'm very happy to have the panel which is there today, right? Vanita, I know for long, right? She was with me when I was a co-chair for the startups for the northern region. She was a co-chair for the south, and that's where we met. And I was super impressed with her in the way she's looking at, this whole women workforce participation with her own example, right? I'm going to read out her accomplishments and everything. And, she has called me in various forums when I was with CI with her, right? I've traveled across to Hyderabad, and wherever she called me, I just used to take a flight and go there. I have been there with her. And whenever I have called her, whether it was our leadership summit with IIM Jammu or any other things, Vanita, one call and she is always there. And she's firm believer in this cause of women workforce participation. So thank you, Vanita, for being there. Manoj sir, I have heard about you, though I have not interacted with you. And, if CSR space, which we were outsiders, 2 years back when we started working with IBM, CSR, Jeevitam, the lead over there, she, believed in us as a startup, and, supported us. And today, the stature which we are into, I think a lot of credit goes to IBM and IBM CSR, right? You're under your leadership, sir, to bring us to this level where we are taking this, the cause of livelihood, Jeevitam, cause of livelihood to the next level, sir. So Manoj sir and Vanita, Manoj sir, I had shared this whole the 2-day workshop theme with Jeevitam, and she said, no, Manoj will be interested. This is very close to Manoj heart. And, in a short notice, Manoj sir, you came in, right? You have very tight schedules. I am very conscious about that, right? But you came out and, accepted the invite in a very short notice. Talks about your, commitment to this segment. We'll hear about what IBM is doing, STEM perspective, specifically because that's your thing. Something is there that it is there. Coming to Rati, you have been, I don't know you as much, because Binali was supposed to, and Binali always talks very high about you. Okay. And unfortunately, Binali would have taken you away. So I know you as someone from the Milan Foundation and who is there. And I have a bio about you. So I don't know you as much, but I know you for sure. When she has brought in, you are also as much committed to the woman, segment, which is there. I think that is there. To, just kickstart it, I'll just give you a overall perspective, what we are trying to do since morning we are here. So this, we call it Parivartan, the Livelihood Samvad, right? Jeevitam is a Sanskrit name for livelihood. So we are basically focusing on livelihood, which is work for yourself, which is entrepreneurship, and work for someone, which is job. So we have been in this space for now over 2 years now, 3 years now. And we realize in the last 2-3 years that this whole livelihood perspective has to be reimagined, right? The way we are looking into livelihood, I think this needs a change. This needs something which is there. So from that change perspective, we brought in the Parivartan, right? What is the Parivartan? The livelihood requires. That is one thing is there, because, with so many things, or the problem of livelihood remains, 80 crore people are being given free ration. That's something to save the civil thing, but it is not a good thing to talk about that, 80 crore people are vulnerable in our country. So the problem statement is here. The women workforce participation has gone down, right? We have been hearing about in various forums and think, what are the on-ground ideas which we can work together to blame in? So that is something which we are clearly. So what is the Parivartan? What is the change we are going to bring in? And Samvad is, deliberation. So today we'll hear Vanita, we will hear Mr. Manoj sir. I call him sir because I hold him in a lot of respect, right? Okay. And Rati, you all, today the idea is to just get into a dialogue and, take it from there. So what I will do is, we have right now, over around 200 people there. These are the people from industry, primarily CSRs and foundations, from our industry partners, from academia, from Skilling Universe, and also, our livelihood partners and Sahayaks, we call them. So this is a mix of everyone, just to let you know that number of people who are here. And they have been there since over, 250, it keeps on. It is not very easy to be there on a digital mode for long, right? But still we have been able to get good participation in this whole particular thing, because the whole the topic of livelihood is very, very thing. So I'm not going to take much time. I'll just start with a formal introduction of everyone. So I'll start with Manoj sir. Okay, Manoj sir, he's a technocrat with a 22 years of work experience in the areas of program management, data center operation, help desk management practice, expansions, compliance and legal support, business process design, and technical and functional support in a multicultural and multi-locational environment. He has a very big global perspective to it, right? Proficient in end-to-end program planning and implementation, from scope management to activity sequencing, effort and cost estimation, budgeting and quality management. Possesses broad competence in strategic management, operational and technical matters, with the distinction of launching and driving new initiatives, managing portfolios. Excellent exposure in leading teams through company mergers, an effective leader with distinguished abilities, end-to-end project, an agile leader with experience in leading in innovation and automation in teams. I can keep going on and on and on, Manoj sir, right? You have lot credentials to talk about. So a very warm welcome to you, sir, and be there. And then I'll talk about Rati. Rati, experienced professional, very demonstrated history of working in the non-profit organization, management industry, skilled in non-profit organizations, corporate social responsibility, communication and advocacy, project management, business development, resource mobilization, and philanthropy, comfortable with use of technology, deeply passionate about human rights and everything. So much to hear from you, Rati. I consciously took to talk about Vanita at the last, right? Because Vanita, you know, I have met her in Hyderabad at her place, right? She called me for dinner. I always remember that. And when start hearing about her, she is herself for me, inspiration for all the women workers there, right? From the background where she comes in, right? I can talk about, and the way she sustained herself, it is something really an inspiration, right? So Vanita, I really admire you for what all you have done, and the passion which you carry for the cause, and for the leadership you are taking in the industry. Just for everyone, she's a pioneer in the analytical instrument industry. Elco's expertise in innovating to connect science with lab over the last 60 years has enabled market leadership in the domains of electrochemistry, chromotherapy, and spectroscopy. The company, she's currently enrolled for, she keeps studying. She's executive director program in business. She is enrolled for CFA, postgraduate diploma. She never stops learning, Bachelor of Arts. She has been awarded, Superwoman of the Decade, Woman of Excellence Award, Exceptional Leaders and Excellence Award, Mahila Ratna Award, Outstanding Woman Award, Pride of AP, few. I can go on, and she is part of so many associations. So Vanita, if I start talking to you about you, it will go on and on. So I'll just stop here and start the conversation for which we are here for, right? Basically, today we are talking about livelihood, right? One of the things, which, came and which stuck with me, right? I was talking, I'm father of 2 daughters, and I have my wife also. So I'm always surrounded by women at home, right? So, we were talking about, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. So a lot of good work has happened because of this slogan, which is there, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. The second question, which came in, uske baad kya, right? Uske baad kya, so for me, I was struggling with the slogan, okay, there has to be some slogan which has to take it to the next level. So we said, Beti ko swalambi banao, right? I just said that, and it struck a chord with many, right? Because, it is not that, for women to survive, it is for own identity, right? For own self-respect, for own contribution to the economy. I think Beti ko swalambi banana zaruri hai. And then women workforce, right? I see on the Anganwadi workers, for example, doing so phenomenal work over there, but being paid and not utilized to the core. So that made me thinking and said, what is the practical ways where we can increase the women workforce participation? So that is the background, right? Now I'll stop, and I'll just come to you. Okay. Manoj sir, first question to you. Manoj sir, you are there?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
so, Manoj sir, see, you have been, IBM has been leading this initiative, and a lot of money, you are spending on this cause for the women livelihood, right? For the girls, especially. Just share with us your take on this particular problem, which we are talking about. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, or Beti ko swalambi banao.
So at the outset, Munish, I just want to thank you for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here. And speedy recovery to Benali for her to recover and actually come back. And as you rightly mentioned, when I was reached out and said, hey, this is the topic, would you be interested in it? I think just the theme of the event was very, very inspirational for me, right? Because I think that is very important for not only as an organization, because we keep talking about how to improve diversity and inclusion in an organization like IBM, but obviously I think this is the talking point in the nation, right? We just 2 days back, we actually heard our Honorable Prime Minister talking about creation of 1 million jobs by 2024. How do you create and how do you ensure that all these are included, or every kind of people are actually included in it? Okay, so Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao obviously is a very something which is close to my heart, because when you read through my bio, it's all tech stuff, right? Everything is operational, delivery, tech, and that's the background which I actually come from. Actually, 2019 was the opportunity which I got to move into the CSR space, and that happened because of a program which we launched called STEM for Girls. Very close to my heart, because I think when I was very happy in the corporate life, trying to move customers from one cloud to the another, customer transition, delivery, and all that stuff, this opportunity to lead something called STEM for Girls came up with an IBM, and immediately struck a chord, because unless you are, both my parents were teachers. My dad was a professor, my mom was a school teacher, especially in the dad was an English, mom taught science. Something very, very close to my heart about teaching, right? So Beti Padhao happened to touch a chord to me and said, okay, hey, this is something which is really, really interesting. So that's my journey from the actual tech corporate world into the CSR world. So 3 years back. And honestly, yes, we have a program called STEM for Girls, which happens to be one of our flagship initiatives. We definitely believe that there's a huge, huge, huge scope for women to play a very active role in the jobs of tomorrow. 80% of the jobs of tomorrow are going to have an element of STEM. Now, we are not just talking about STEM. There is also STEAM, STREAM. There are a lot of these acronyms which are there. And 80% of the jobs are going to have an element of tech involved in it, right? So our intent as a tech company was to give that exposure to girls and say, especially in tier 2 and tier 3, in tier 1 cities, everybody knows, everybody's seeing big buildings coming all over. They are seeing people with new t-shirts and new logos zooming past, and they kind of have an exposure. But in tier 2 and tier 3 and tier 4 places, you just don't have that exposure. Even if you go and ask young girls, what do you want to actually do? Typical standard answers which you heard 20 years back. Yeah, would you like to work? Sure, yeah. What would you like to work as? Teacher, very, very common answer which you will get, right? A government job, again, a very common answer. What in a government job? What do you want to do? Well, there's no specific answer there. Police, join the police, because they really think that gives them empowerment. And so you end up seeing very standard answers, which has not changed over all these years. And our attempt from IBM was to kind of change that ecosystem, change that landscape, and say, okay, let's go into different parts of the country and encourage people and actually motivate people into the world of STEM. And that's the whole inspiration around the program called STEM for Girls. And along with that, we obviously have another platform-based initiative called Skills Build, where as of today, we have over 1.4 million learners from India on the platform. And Munish, very well, you're quite aware that you play a very, very important role in ensuring that right from education to employment, that actually bridges are covered. So thank you for being a part of our journey as well and making a huge difference, because last year we were able to give jobs to over 24,500 learners from the Skills Build ecosystem. So we have programs from an IBM perspective. We have programs which are attending schools, which are affecting schools. Over 1,800 schools across 13 states are being covered. over 4 lakh students are being impacted through the STEM for Girls. Whereas Skills Build is another level up where you are also taking emerging tech content to, again, nooks and corners of the country and providing them job opportunities, right? And I think we also heard in the previous segment, Munish, you had another Manoj talking about
Manoj,
the gig economy and the opportunities there in the finance insurance field. I'm sure that there is tremendous opportunity there for women to be a part of it, right? To be a part of this. So I think I kind of stop that as my opening remarks, and then I'll kind of jump in as and when we have other questions.
Personally telling you, Manoj, I'm myself also very much, committed to this cause, right, about women workforce. Somewhere my family has a role to play into that, because my daughters and all, my elder daughter is a lawyer. She runs a platform called Women the Inspiration. My younger one, who is in just now given her 12, she is a woman entrepreneur. She is a cloud kitchen entrepreneur and my wife is a teacher. So I think we have this whole, and a lot of debate internally goes on, and which make me, okay, what is the impact, because we are an impact organization, and what can we do? Now I'm going to come to Vanita straight away. Vanita, right, work from home, right? The biggest innovation which happened courtesy this crisis was work from home, right? I'm a banker, and 2 years back, if I would have gone to my compliance and legal and say I want to work from home, they would have said, are you crazy? You are there. And today, work from home is an acceptable work from home, acceptable work option. We had in our previous panels spokesperson from the Labor Ministry. She also said this is a legally acceptable workforce option, right? In India, whatever we may say, right? Okay, especially you go to the tier 2, tier 3 city towns and all. A, there are not many work opportunities, right? And B, the environment is not very conducive. So we can't be only talking about livelihood or employment for only the tier 1, tier 2 cities. We have to look into India, Bharat as a whole. And what is that, this whole work from home opportunity, how is it changing the dimension and the metrics? Vanita, I'd like to have your perspective.
Sure, Munishji, and thank you once again for inviting me to be part of this program. It really resonates with me too, as you know, very well said, and thank you for all those kind words. Also, I'm really sorry that that moderator for today is hospitalized. I do hope that she recovers soon and well. But what you say, Munishji, is extremely important, because the new normal, as we are all seeing after the pandemic, work from home is here to stay. How it is and how far will companies embrace it is up to each company, depending on the role that extremely is important to the company, as to in terms of privacy, in terms of data, in terms of how the person who is going to be work from home will ensure security, will ensure data confidentiality. Also, I think it also depends a lot on the IT infrastructure. As you very well said, the tier 1, tier 2 towns, the metros do have very good bandwidth. And so employees who have maybe now moved from the office to their homes or to their works, to their maybe working home conditions, they were able to manage it. But those employees that actually moved back to the rural areas, maybe to villages, maybe to stay with their parents or grandparents or some ailing family member, had absolute challenges in trying to ensure that the bandwidth was there for them to deliver quality time on time. And a lot of these processes in the industry requires a certain amount of turnaround time. I mean, you do give them some job and then you expect that the deliverables are actually given back to the company or back to the client within a certain period of time, to ensure that IT infrastructure is a must. IT security is a must. And these things have not actually penetrated or percolated into the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns, which is very necessary. And it's a huge opportunity for a lot of the bigger companies who are actually looking at investing into this area. There is definitely a huge scope going forward. Now, from the corporate side, how far or how comfortable are corporates in allowing a percentage of their employees to do remote working? As
some problem with her, right?
Yeah,
Looks
Vanita
like
ma'am.
she lost power.
Yeah, I think Rashmi, just work to get her back. Okay, I will take the. So Rati, I come to you now. Okay, by the time we get Rashmi back. See, you're from a Milan Foundation, and from a what are the problems? Ground level problems. Right? We talk about a lot of women workforce participation, and at the corporate level. Let us go beyond the corporate level. Right? There is so much of work which is happening at the ground level in terms of communities like self-help groups over there, and the Anganwadi workers there, and we in the previous session, Manoj, when I asked this specific question, he wanted from a gig workforce perspective, he was very in favor of women financial advisors, right, coming in place. And of the workforce, he had asked me, they are only 10% who's there, right? Though it is 20%, 10% are in different names, but 10% is the actual workforce. And if as a business person, he's the MD of Shriram Life Insurance and one of the only profit-making companies in the life insurance space, he says, women are his preferred choice, right? So now, Rati, what are the ground level challenges you see and how you see we can clear them? What is your view?
So, thank you, Manish, for having me here. Thank you, everybody. And so I'm going to be really talking about Milan. We work largely in rural India. So I'm also going to be bringing in a little bit of perspective from rural India.
That's
so
what exactly was required.
When we look at the challenges that people face, and the most important is the discrimination that a girl child faces from the time that she's born, right? This years and centuries actually of patriarchy that has so embedded in us, where we have, I think, subconsciously started to believe that the girl is a second-class citizen. She's lower, she's lesser than the boy in every sense. And this we realized when we saw during the pandemic, that the first to be taken out of schools were the girls. The first to be married off as young brides were the girls. The first to be pushed into the labor force were the girls. The first to drop out of the workforce were the girls, right? So discrimination, to my mind, is perhaps one of the most important or the most key challenge, I think, and that requires years and years of attitude change and behavior change and sensitization and working with the communities to bring them around this. The second, of course, remains education. I mean, how many girls really have access to higher education? I read a report somewhere, barely 27%, which is an increase from where it was, but just 27% of your girls are accessing higher education. And education, the quality of it is also, I would say, suspect to some extent. So are these girls really ready for any sort of employment opportunities in the years to come? Or are the employment opportunities going to be limited or going to be dictated by the education that they've had or not had? So to my mind, I think one of the first things is, okay, let me complete my whole thing of litany of the challenges that I think I would like to address. The other thing, I mean, and we are really looking at communities where gender regressive social norms are embedded, and it'll take years and years for us to sort of work around those. The third thing I think is very important is this whole thing of violence. So we know about violence and we are aware of violence against women, but there's also a large part which is the perception of violence or the fear of that violence. So very often you will see, we are talking to families in the villages and you talk to them about, ladki bahar jayegi, hum training ke liye le jaye, hum iske liye le jaye, and डर यही रहता है that what will happen अगर ऐसा हो गया, रात में जाएगी तो ऐसा हो जाएगा, दिन में जाएगी तो ऐसा हो जाएगा. When I started reading about the gig thing after Binali sent me this invitation, because by and large Milan works only with adolescent girls, we haven't reached that level yet. And I was reading and I just like to also introduce myself as saying I work very heavily in the disability rights space. That really is where I'm a fairly passionate advocate for disability rights. So when I started really looking at a lot of aakre and statistics around this whole gig employment, I realized that while people we had also celebrated in the disability saying that now there's flexible hours and there's work from home and people will have access and it'll make the world a much easier place, but it really didn't, because again there is a lot of perception. When we are looking, and I think Vinita was also talking about which jobs are really suitable for work from home opportunities. And a lot of our people, especially when we were in disability, were really, even women were working in banks, etc., where data privacy, etc., was important. They couldn't work from home. Similarly, here when we are looking at the gig economy, and we're really seeing the gig industry story and seeing which are the ones that are really doing well, the e-commerce companies. But do girls, there's again a perception, ladkiyan driver banegi? Nahi. Ladkiyan delivery agents banegi? Nahi. So where again, there's a whole thing of perception that can the girl do this? And then again, I read that, there are, even when companies like Zomato, Swiggy, etc., have women partners, going to a restaurant to pick up something, you don't even have access to something as basic as a toilet. So when the infrastructure is missing, the mindset is missing, the sensitivity is missing, I personally really don't know where to start. It's the whole spectrum of challenges that the girl has to face, or the young woman has to face when she's stepping out to come and work in the more mainstream industry or communities. And where do we start from? I think the first thing we would really like to start is really education. I believe that, higher education, vocational education, digital literacy, financial literacy, all of these are stepping stones to make that girl either an entrepreneur or a micro entrepreneur, or even fit to join the workforce. That would be perhaps my first. The second bucket that I would really look at is perhaps a lot of sensitization, training, etc., that needs to be done. We need to work with communities. We need to work with policymakers. We need to work with the government infrastructure. We need to work with schools and colleges, etc., etc. You need to work to change that mindset, to change the behaviors towards girls and young women, girls and young women. I think the third thing that I would like to talk about, which I see in bits and pieces, is affirmative action. It's time that we all stepped in and actually, made sure that, for example, just to give you some examples, some states have declared higher education free for girls. There are scholarships for girls. There are, if you have women entrepreneurs, can companies that work with those women entrepreneurs get certain kind of subsidies? Do companies because we really can't, I'm not sure we should be talking reservation outside of the government sector, but I think reservation there is very important. But I think when we're looking at the private sector, companies that engage girls and women to a certain percentage and more can again get certain subsidies from the government. That kind of affirmative action, I think, is required, hugely required. I think the third thing is, of course, gender sensitive, gender appropriate services and products and jobs. We just discussed that whole, perception and what kind of jobs are suitable for them and what not. I also think that the government also needs to start looking at allies more seriously within the community and within the development sector. So, for example, we know that when we are working with our communities in the rural areas, they have a vague idea, ye schemes hai, ye hai hamari ladki ke liye. They don't know enough about it. They don't know how to access it. But when organizations like Milan, we work with girls within the communities, young adolescent girls, and we develop leadership skills in them, they become their point of contact to say, agar ye karna hai, how do we do it? How do we access the scheme? How do we address a certain grievance that we may be facing? So working at the ground with organizations that already have a presence at that grassroots level, I think is important. Those are just some of the thoughts that I have.
These are all on the ground perspectives. See, we at Jeevitam are we have to make some start somewhere, right? We all know the problem, and the objective of Samvad is bring the solutions, right? So one of the things, last session, and Vanita, I'm coming back to you since we missed out, right? You come from an entrepreneurial mindset. Okay. Now, today, when I was talking to Mr. Manoj, and I'm taking as a simple example, we asked him, gig workforce. I'm giving a solution. Manoj, this is for you also to think it over. So, we said aspirational jobs, which is a financial advisor. Become a financial advisor is an aspirational job, right? Today. And if I asked him, Manoj, how many, financial advisors you need? So he said, Shriram alone has capacity to absorb 10 lakh such people in this year. So if you bring in 10 lakh people to me, I'm ready to, right? And the industry, he said 1 crore financial advisors are required from the life insurance industry. Leave the general insurance, leave the broking industry, leave the banking industry. He's talking only life insurance. 1 crore thing. And what is his, desire? To have women workforce. And by nature, these people, they are gig, right? They are not their employees, but they are earning 5,000, 6,000 rupees, 15, 30,000, 100,000 rupees, right? They are gender agnostic. Woman is their particular favorite. Yeah, education agnostic, place agnostic, everything is agnostic over there, right? This is an opportunity for financial services, financial advisor to be there, right? And if Jeevitam alone say we have to, everything from the only 1 lakh girls, right? And they only financial advisor, and that only Shriram Life Insurance. I'm not talking high thing, right? Somewhere, if we are talking about these small initiatives, right, which we take up, how do then, these are the things, then it can be scaled up tomorrow, right? 1 साल में क्या हम 1 लाख लड़कियों को financial advisor बना सकते हैं? Very simple. And here is a MD of Shriram Life Insurance. He says, you bring as many, I'm ready to absorb as many, right? So there is no dearth of work. I was speaking to the Retail Sector Skill Council. He is part of our skilling deliberation tomorrow, right? He said, Munish, I'm giving you 100,000 people requirement now, and you bring in as many girls. Retail sector, they all need work opportunities, and we are going. So, and again, there is no gender. So jobs, entrepreneurial things, these are available. Vanita, what is your take on this?
Munish ji, sorry for not dropping off. I had some internet issues.
This is all part of it.
Yeah. So, but what exactly here I think seems to be lacking, and I see that a lot, especially among the millennials, which is what now we are dealing with, is that lack of aspiration among them. So unless we keenly keep insisting that tomorrow the future of the nation is going to lie on your shoulders, and you will be the ones who can actually make or break this 5 trillion economy, and that has to be hammered into every single millennial's brain, whether male or whether female. And why am I saying it is because we equally have to get the support of the male members in ensuring that the women, though she's educated to whatever level that she is, that ultimately her goal in life is that she should stand on her 2 feet and that she should be financially independent. Somehow I think we've been losing that message. While as a nation, we have been encouraging our girl child to get degrees, to get qualifications, to get credentials, and they are doing extremely well in every academic stream, which is very visible everywhere. You look at any institution, educational institution, close to 50% or sometimes even more than 50% are women. But when I actually go and talk to these girls and I ask them about their dreams and ambitions, it is only about a measly 5-6% that have ambitions. The rest of them are sort of whiling away their time till they get hitched. I have to put it very crudely, and then they just want to take a complacent sort of a lifestyle. And this is also very visible in those that can actually afford to be complacent, which is actually then putting a very negative role modeling in the society. I mean, see, if I have a bunch of friends and if they're all well-to-do and they get married into well-to-do families and they don't work, then I actually also don't think of it. And I would then only think of looking at a well-to-do spouse so that I can get settled in life. And that is how the society is also placing those milestones that if you get into a good family, then sort of your life's ambition is. So how do we as a nation, so it has to come from government, it has to come from quasi-government agencies like what Rati is using, it has to, from Jeevitam itself. Corporate sector is also extremely responsible for this. Because in corporate sector, it is only the top 10% that do this gender agnostic hiring. The rest of them have those unconscious biases. Whether you like to accept it or not, there is a lot of stigma again in hiring people from tier 2, from tier 3, because of their communication skills, because of soft skills. You have 100 excuses for not hiring them. And in the long run, we seem to be missing out on hiring women. So how, and I think Rati initially also mentioned that there should be, I think, a two-pronged approach, especially for corporates. One, you do incentivize them, because yes, all corporates would love to be incentivized if they have a higher percentage of women on their employee roles. Maybe also mandated, because we need a mission mode today in India. When we took up that mission mode of Beti Padhao, we went all for it. And today we are, as a nation, the highest number of STEM educated graduates when you compare it even to Western economies. When you compare ourselves on the educational parameter, we are doing extremely well. But that is not translating into the workspace, which I've been harping on for quite some time, because nobody's looking at the next step. They feel that getting a qualification sort of is enough for the lady, which is not, definitely not. And it is only those men that have daughters, that have wives that are working, who are sensitized. What about the million of men who don't have that much of a female members around them? They don't understand, they cannot empathize. And it's so difficult to get them to understand it. You look at in the corporate sector, you have those corporates that are headed by a lot more women, are more gender agnostic than those that have only men on their boards, that have only men on the management teams, that have only a minority of women in their workforce. Still, it's a very, very difficult uphill task for the women in those companies to actually reach the top. So how do we, it's a systemic issue, Munish ji, and how do we need a multi-pronged approach to get out of this. So yes, and we do have to use industry forums. We have to keep, see, for example, CII, where you and I have been very active. It took CII 120 years to create a female wing.
Yeah.
So if those people cannot think of it, who else can know? And if you look at any of the industry associations, all of them have much later brought on women's wings. And even then they again keep them in a small compartment. Yes, we have a women's wing and we are doing the blah, blah, blah for women, which they think is more of a CSR rather than it is today part of your ESG goals. What is environment? What is social? What is governance without diversity there? And diversity is a must. And I think every policy, every rule, every initiative that government comes out with should look at what is the impact on diversity. What is the impact on 50% of our population? It may not be 50, it might be 49 point something, but what is the impact on that percentage of the population? And unless that thought process gets into every single person in this 1.3 billion population of our country, we will not reach that 5 trillion. And then if it gets into every person's mind, reaching that 5 trillion is just a child's play. We can reach even a 20 trillion and we can overtake US sometime in the future. And that's what I've been known. See, I think my role, as long as I'm alive, is to push for these sort of advocacy issues and for things within my own control that I should be able to push and do for.
I see a lot of passion, a lot of energy, a lot of clarity of thought, and we have experience. I agree, why I'm so empathic, because I have all girls around me, my wife and my 2 girls, right? That is there. I think that it is a multi-pronged approach, right? And I always believe in, let us do what we can do, right? There is something, you can do something, Jeevitam can do something, IBM can do, right? So we all are doing our bit. And if we join hands together, that's why the collaboration is coming out, right? We join hands together and we do our bit, right? So what is Jeevitam can do? So I said, can we help 100,000 women find livelihood this year, right? 100,000. It's not a big number from a number saying, but it makes some beginning somewhere, right? Because as one institution, if we are able to bring in, why not, right? So that's how, innovative thinking, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Beti Swalambhi Banao. So that brings me back to Manoj. Manoj, this is again coming back to you for which you came in, right? Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Beti Swalambhi Banao. Now, in the context of the new education policy, right, wherein a lot of emphasis is being given on the vocational training to the students while they are still, because somewhere you need to start at that level, right? Because many times by the time they graduate and do, it is there. Because my daughter, when she was in 11th and she started a cloud kitchen from her, from home and started earning 15,000 rupees a month, her confidence level was at a different level altogether. She was thinking the whole customer centricity and everything in a very different way. So if at 11th, she could become an entrepreneur, right? And take it forward. So with the new education policy, when so much amount you spending on STEM, Manoj, your perspective on it?
No, I think you raised a very, very important point, Manish, because it's not just about the jobs which are out there, but also jobs which you can create, right?
Yes.
So I think it's a mix of trying to plug an opening which is there in an organization, and then how can you inspire women to become entrepreneurs on their own, right? And if your daughter can actually start a cloud kitchen and she was in the 11th standard, how can we inspire more such girls across the country to do something on their own? To say, hey, um, I don't need to really go out and work for somebody. I can create jobs on my own, right? And I think I just want to also make sure that while I answer this question, Amonish, that I touch upon some points which Vanita also made in terms of how sensitivity is very important in organizations, right? When hiring managers are now, in all organizations, big organizations where there are large requirements which are being filled out, managers, internal hiring managers are being sensitized about how you pick and choose, right? Now with work from home being a lot more accepted norm, flexibility being an accepted norm, having to come to office only 2 or 3 days a week being accepted. I think it gives managers also a lot more comfort factor that, hey, you know what, if I have to choose an equal somebody to fill a role equally between a man and a woman, I think both can do the right job, because I think in the brain it's hardwired that oh, they're going to complain a lot. I think they're going to be focusing more on the home front. They're primary caregivers, so they can't really think outside of that. They can't travel. There are enough and more reasons why men prefer other men to an opening than a woman there. And in fact, a lot of reasons why we start at 8th standard for some of our education initiatives is because at the age of 13 and 14 is where you start thinking about your career. What do I want to do, right? Because you are being influenced. You start having an opinion of your own at the age of 13 and 14. You are being influenced by people around you. So we have a heavy dose of role model interactions which actually come in there. When you put up a lot of people from their own communities, from people who have come from their own schools or now become good, they've started stuff on their own, they've joined workforces. I think then bringing them up and getting them to address this whole crowd of young girls to say, hey, this is my journey. I went through similar issues like what some of you are going through in terms of pressures at home, in terms of their non-cooperation to help me study further. How did I manage, right? And what are the right avenues which I was able to find in order to be here, right? And that has really, really helped for girls to look at similar role models who can speak the same language, who have come from the same background, to say, if she can do it, I can do it, right? So I think that element of connection and association has really made a huge impact in some of the stuff which we have done. But the fact that we have to talk to them about their rights as well, right? Some among them financial literacy. I think Arati talked a lot about that. Financial literacy, being independent, it's so important, because once they understand, and because the huge issue about lack of employment or their ability to be a part of the workforce or become entrepreneurs is also their inability to get finance, because they don't understand what are these financial instruments which are out there. What are the different schemes? Government has got a lot of schemes. How do they have access to that, right? Vanita also talked about the role which NGOs play in trying to translate some of that government scheme, translate that into a language which is more accessible to a young girl or a young woman who wants to become an entrepreneur. How do you translate that? How do you bridge that gap? I think that those are things which are very, very important, and lack of knowledge of those should be addressed, right? Lack of knowledge of, lack of access to knowledge, lack of access of knowledge to a certain industry. Now, for example, you were talking about all these retail jobs about in the financial industry, in the insurance industry. How do people know about it?
Yeah.
As I said, if you really go and talk to a standard school, to a typical girl, they have standard answers about what they think, well, they want to do. They're not thinking outside of the box. They're not looking at what is it which is possible for them. So I think making sure that they are educated about those elements. So big difference between education and those elements and skills, right? Because NEP talks about experiential learning. You're talking about experiential learning. You have to get the right skills. So when you're making the distinction between education and skills, I think we will quickly be able to bridge the gap and get a lot more women into the workforce. Because I mean, if you look at the stats, and if you look at how many people are being a part of entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs itself, I think we're talking about less than 20%. If you look at all the entrepreneurs in India, less than 20%, and most of them are single women ventures, right? And in the previous session, Mr. Manoj Kumar also said that even though 20% is there on paper, 10% is actually the real workforce, because 10% is actually men registered on behalf of their wives. So, but if you are able to just increase that number, just a small number, and if you're able to say, hey, increase number of women owned on enterprises, right? From roughly from 13 or 14 million enterprises to 31 million or 30 million, 40 million by 2030. If you are able to increase the percentage of women enterprises from 20% to 30%. Now, number of women, just the number of women-owned enterprises who are hiring workers, that's also an important, because if you're a single employee enterprise, 20% of that is single employee enterprises. If you're just able to give them access to financing, access to all the different schemes which are there, they will also, we're talking about aspirations, right? Get bigger aspirations. Hey, why should you be happy with just earning 5,000 or 10,000 when you can actually have the capacity to do 50,000 and 60,000 and employ 5 more people, right? So because through that employment, you're also able to employ other women. I'm sure that most of these microfinance, micro industries, micro enterprises, if started by a woman, they will also be encouraged to hire more women there. So I think the NEP, in the sense, has actually triggered all these conversations about skills, making sure that you're giving the right experiential learning, making sure that they're also given a lot of choices. Well, there is an interesting conversation that the fall in the percentage of workforce, where women workforce, could also be a result of more women being enrolled in education, right? Because they're not there because they're studying, which is a good thing, that hopefully that 2 years or 3 years down the line, that educated workforce is also available out there for jobs. Again, to leave everything to government or private enterprises to say you have to provide jobs to them, I think we should also encourage women to create jobs, become entrepreneurs on their own. And there are tons and tons of these opportunities which are available. And if you're able to mix and match and connect some of these already government schemes which are available to opportunities which are out there, I'm sure it's going to make a huge difference. Giving access, letting women know, hey, there is a woman working hostel which is available, a Mahila e-Haat scheme which is actually available, right? A Mahila Shakti Kendras which are actually available. You should go there and take advantage of it. The Rajiv Gandhi National Crush Scheme, if you want to work and you want to let your kids go into a crush and you want to take advantage, just the fact that they don't know could actually hold them back into going and even being a part of this workforce. So I think There's tons and tons of things which you can do. As a private organization, I think we are doing a lot of work globally as well, because we have stopped talking about education and say, hey, if you have the right skills, you have a job at IBM. We no longer look for only engineering graduates or only PhD for our research and labs. If you have the right skills, so skills can be obtained, and Skills Build as a platform is one of those opportunities which we talk about, where you say, hey, irrespective of whether you are a 10th standard pass, 12th standard pass, you're doing your UG arts education, it does not matter. You have the access to education, go there, get skill. If you are able to present the fact that you have the right skills, you have a job, right? So I think more and more organizations are also looking at it with unicorns spurting every month. 100 unicorns. We are already at 100. I'm sure that there are more in the pipeline well this year. It's just this is the right time to be in a country like India, right? Because there's so much of opportunity. It's the fact that we need to bridge the gap between opportunity, the demand and supply, right? If you're able to bridge the gap and actually address it with the right ways through organizations like yourself, I think hopefully we are making a big influence in the landscape there.
There are two things I'll tell you, Manoj. You rightly said, we at Jeevitam, we have a strong belief, neither they are dearth of work opportunities, neither they are dearth of work providers, right? There is enough work seekers and work providers. The problem is matching, right? There are enough opportunities for women out there, enough, right? It is just that they are not aware, right? That is something, that's the fundamental thing which we believe in, right? See, with IBM, we started with IBM CSR, and I'll say to you, one of the things, which it is in the industry, and I am talking from my industry because we are now increasing our sphere, and we are working with many other CSRs and all. So once we tell them, right, we are working with IBM CSR and all, right, our grade opening becomes much more easier, because the standards which you have taken and the delivery focus under the leadership of you and Jeevitam, I think that is very, very seen over there because process, orientation, the delivery focus, right, and both of your the STEM project which you are looking into and the IBM CSR skill bit are in the right direction. I think this discussion is giving us again a very big perspective in the way to interact more and more livelihood for the people which we are looking at, right? One more thing, I think Rati, you are having that background, and I will like your perspective is, while we talk about Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, there is also huge amount of scope available for the rural women to come in, right? Women self-help groups. I work with CSC a lot now, and I've seen a lot of good work CSC doing on the women self-help groups, right? The Anganwadi workers is a huge workforce which is available, which we believe is underutilized, right? Standard thing I hear about is those women are, Anganwadi workers, they are only earning 5,000 to 6,000 rupees. That is there, right? How can you make that 5,000 to 6,000 rupees to 15,000 rupees? And they are in touch with around 100 odd families, right? Their sphere of influence, if you look into, I'm not seeing from an opportunity point of view, right? Today, with the number of Anganwadi workers, which I'm told is more than 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs sort of a thing, and they impacting 100 families, we are looking at big opportunity in that space alone, right? Because there are two segments. Beti Bachao is a college going, right? And then there is a woman thing, right? And that also from a rural, because we still believe tier 1, tier 2 cities have much more there to work on. Yes, there are challenges there also, but they are aware. Work to be done is in this segment. So Rati, what is your viewpoint on this segment?
So I personally feel that there's a lot of potential and there's a lot of scope. And I also do believe that we can't undermine, or the rural women are no less. Given the circumstances, given their wherewithal, I think they come out very, very strong and almost equivalent to any urban woman from an urban area. But I think what is very important is that every time there's a discussion, or every time that there is a policy or a scheme that is created that involves or engages or impacts them, I think it's very important to have women represented on that table. You give them a seat on that table. They're the best people to tell you what is good for them and what is not. We sitting here, or the government sitting in Delhi or wherever, really aren't equipped to make choices for them. I mean, we have seen how much the Anganwadi workers and the ANMs did during the COVID. Did anyone think they would be able to do as much, and how well they delivered? So there is absolutely, I don't believe that, गांव की औरतें हैं तो उनमें कुछ कम है. I mean, हम लोग तो, I mean, something upsets me totally is जब हम किसी को ऐसे भी बोलते हैं ना, you gamar, you know what the implication of that gamar is in गांव के, you must be something, But none of that happens. They are very bright, they're very sharp, and they're very ambitious, and they're very aspirational. The word that we had used, aspiration. When I talk to these young girls and we talk, nobody says हम ENM बनना चाहते. By the yeah, Anganwadi worker बनना चाहते. They are aspirational. They want to say हम police बनेंगे, हम teacher बनेंगे. Well, that is perhaps what they have. That is all that they have seen in the limited scope of their villages. That is all that they have seen. But I think really, if we want to do things in the village and we want to do better, I think we need to engage these women and representatives from those villages to come in and have a seat on the table to tell you what is best for them. I think that is something. But having said that, there is a lot of scope to work. So, for example, the Anganwadi workers, there are so many other perhaps services that could be delivered through them. They could be engaged in so many more projects. But I do know, I'm not the best person to discuss that because that's really not the area I work in. But having said that, I would really say that they are, as what I have understood, they're as bright, as aspirational, and as brilliant. And I think we need to give them a seat on the table and let them take decisions that impact their own lives, that they impact their lives. That would be my.
I think that's a very woman workforce in the rural area is no less than anyone is a very well point made, and I don't think so that distinction should be there, right? Because we have seen in this COVID crisis also the way women have taken ownership and have when the loss of job happens for a man, right? The woman steps in, right? And we have seen a lot of emergence of मुझे क्या खाना बनाना तो आता है, right? Okay, somewhere I am not skilled in that. खाना बनाना आता है तो खाना, so cloud kitchens have come in, right? There have been उन्होंने बैठ के mask बनाए. There have been a lot of work which we have seen which has been happened. But yes, there is a very clear a cohesiveness has to come in. The take which I am taking from this discussion is that yes, there are solutions, there are technology solutions, there are openings are there. It is all about awareness not happening and everything there is there. Now, my Vanita, I'm coming from you. This is my last question for this session with you. Okay, is that we believe you have worked with CI and the bias everywhere which is there, right? But today, if there are 5 things which we need to do, right, as part of this deliberation, as part of this samvad which we are having, what in your opinions will be those 5 things, right, which will help increase women workforce participation by some percentage, right? Let us make, hum kya kar sakte hain is the mindset we carry, right? What is, though we discuss all the problems and all, right, what is there with IBM there, the kind of work IBM is doing, the kind of work, Vanita, you doing, or, Rati, Milan Foundation is doing. How can we all work together in cohesive way and say, come on this common ground and we work together to do it? Because I believe this problem is huge, and the ecosystem play has to happen. Otherwise, if we work in silos, Milan does his bit, IBM does it bit, it's not going to work, right? It has to have a cohesive, a collaborative approach. Vanita, what is your take on this?
So, Munishji, what I feel is what all we have already done. I think all the good results that have happened, whether it has happened in an ecosystem or whether it has happened in silos, needs to be amplified, and it needs to be brought to the notice of a larger environment. So multiple ways of bringing it to the communities. It can be through advertising, it could be through seminars, webinars, whatever. But this, as I earlier in my speech also said, that a mission mode is very critical on this aspect.
Very right.
So amplify what all good has been done, because as my previous speakers have said, that a lot of people are unaware of what is happening today in the system, and it is connecting the dots. So who would that person be who could actually connect the dots? Who are those institutions that look at it from a bird's eye view perspective and then tries to connect? You have surpluses in some place, you have deficits in some place, but unless you're looking at from the top, you will not be able to identify and rechannelize those resources wherever it is necessary. So maybe use our personal networks to create more exposure of whatever good is happening in the system. No, I will talk about Munishji's Jeevitam. I will now talk about even Milan because I've heard about it. I then also know about IBM's CSR initiatives. But how many more people are able to know about this? So I will talk amongst my own network, and that is what, as an individual, that we can do. But as an ecosystem, what can be done is to amplify it, use social media, use other modes of communication, and amplify the good. Out of that, you will get a lot of inspiration from the people who are reading, from the people who are exposed to the good that has happened. And they will feel that if Munishji and if Rati could do it in those regions, why can't I do it in my own region? And I will start with 1, with 2, with 3. And then we start building, because this is not an overnight process, and it is not a one prescription that will solve the problem. We are still a very, very diverse nation. We still have very many inequalities, whether it is monetary, whether it is economic, whether it is social, whether it is also technology. How many people have access to technology today? And today you have almost about close to 250 people who are listening to this. How can these people become brand ambassadors of and amplifying whatever good has been shared with them today over the course of these 2 days, and then they take it to another 100 people, and then that's how by word of mouth information is shared, and then maybe somebody gets inspired. They say, oh, I would love to meet. In fact, while we were just speaking, I realized Rati had mentioned that when today the gig economy is very much bent towards the male gender, because delivery drivers, whether it is anything to do with mobility, women sort of shy from that. But I'm actually an advisor on a social initiative called MOVO, which is women mobility, and they are trying their level best to get women to be two-wheeler as well as four-wheeler drivers and three-wheeler, so that they become part of that logistics economy, whether they can be delivery drivers, truck drivers, auto drivers, maybe taxi drivers and delivery partners. They're trying with Zomato, they're trying with Swiggy to get women to utilize their time to be part of these systems. So what I'm trying to say is that let us try to talk to as many people as we can within our networks. Let's share all the good practices that we've been listening to, amplify it, and also then add our own suggestions, recommendations. And I also do echo with Rati that every policy making area needs women on it, because only then can we get the women's perspective of what challenges, of what is it that they exactly want. And this is a battle that we will have to take further also, because tomorrow, while this generation fights for gender equality among men and women, tomorrow you have the third gender, you have the LGBTQ sector. So all minorities will be affected, and we need to be that voice where all minorities get represented, their voice gets heard, and their challenges are looked into to try to get a resolution. So, I mean, though I didn't say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these are a few of the things that I thought I should be able to share. And I will, from my side, Munishji, try my level best to get you connected to wherever I feel that we can amplify this good that all of us are doing, and get it to a greater number of especially young girls and women, and to get them into the, integrate them into the economy. And I think that is what we have to look at. You did say Swalambi Beti, but I would then go the next step. How do we integrate women into the economy? However you want it, that women integration needs to be done. So let's all mull on it and work towards it.
Very good point. Women integration. I'll just give you one example, right? What you just now talk about, the women mobility. We are now speaking to Shell Foundation. Okay. Now Shell Foundation came out with the first, they came out with the ad of the first, truck driver. Simultaneously, we are speaking to Tata Motors. They are looking at help them find truck drivers, right? So on one side, you have Tata Motors, who's looking at helping, find truck drivers and new to, commercial vehicle segment. So women, they are very much focused on, they want women. And then here you have this, your own NGO, right? This the firm which you are promoting.
Associated with, yes. So I've already made the connect for you on WhatsApp. So after this 2-day session, please do talk to her. And and she's also being supported by the Shell Foundation, because they're also looking at women mobility. So I'm sure that you will have one more vertical, like you have the life insurance vertical that just opened up with Manoj sir. You have this vertical that will start getting open up. I mean, you can look at collaborations and look at opportunities, how we can bring more women into the mobility sector so that it helps them stand on their own 2 feet, and that they become bread earners to their families in a more respectful manner.
I think amplification, integration, I think these are my buzzwords for this particular thing. Manoj, closing remark from your side?
No, I think we have just started off on the journey. There's a lot of stuff which we can do. I don't want to kind of repeat what Avanita has already said. All very, very important points. The bridge needs to be connected between programs and schemes and stuff which are already there, and lack of information. So if somebody is able to bridge that gap, which mostly done by the NGOs like yourself, I think that is a great step. Education, making sure that people are aware. Avanita made this point about understanding what is happening, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel from scratch. There are already programs which are created. You just come and join hands. And from a corporate sector, I think impact in investing is a huge thing. Gone are the days of checkbook philanthropy, right? Where you're just writing a check to an NGO. You are looking at impact. You are looking at scale. So the more you are able to join hands and create a network of ecosystem of like-minded people coming together to create whether it's rural entrepreneurship, whether it's jobs, whether it's skilling, whether it's education, it doesn't matter. Identify the area and partner with like-minded people where you can create 1 + 1 more than 2. I think that's the path of the future.
Thank you very much, sir. One of the things which we are doing, Manoj, Vanita and Ratika, is basically, which is we are creating a white paper, right? Whatever you are talking, right? I think everyone should know about it. Amplification, what Vanita said. So bring all the good things together. I think the outcome of the Samvad is also, and create a path, right? How can we, whatever impact at our level we can make, we will try to do that. So thank you, Manoj, right, for taking out time. It is good to hear you. So happy you are here. Vanita, you are always a big support, right? And you connect, she actually works on the ground. Munish, isse baat kar, ye kar, all that stuff. So Vanita does all that. And I have a lot of respect in regard for, Vanita, what she does and what she is. And Rati, it was great to know you. You have very, very clear on the ground perspective, which is very important for taking this whole mission to a next level. Thank you all being there and really help for the support of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and wish you all the best. I hope there are a lot of learnings that come out of this today.
I'll share it with you.
And we'll take all these things forward. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Rati. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye,
okay.
everyone.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. So I have with me now the next session. I see Papya there. Hi, Papya. I see Charu also there. And I am told Sunil sir is also there. Sunil sir, yeah, he's there. Hi, Sunil sir. Good afternoon. Okay. So, thank you all for being for this Parivartan Livelihood Samvad. Okay. A very warm welcome to all of you. Before I hand over to Papya, right, who is a member of our advisory board. She's a member of our advisory board and my mentor. Okay, every day I eat her head and I keep asking a lot of things with her, and she's always guiding and mentoring me out. Okay, I'll give a brief about Papya also before I launch it. But before that, I'll just give you a small introduction for people who are joining first time, and to Charu, you, Papya and Sunil, right? See, since morning we have been having a lot of session. What we are trying to do, Jeevitam is a livelihood platform. It is a Sanskrit meaning for livelihood. And what we have been, over the last 2-3 years, we realized that this is a time for us to look into, reimagine the way we look at livelihood also, and how we solve the problem of livelihood, especially in the context of the ongoing crisis. I'll still say ongoing crisis because we are seeing next phase coming in again, right? I have a lot of my couple of panelists, they got COVID, okay, and they are somewhere could not come in. So this crisis is ongoing, right, which is there. And in the context of ongoing, there are a lot of new opportunities coming in, the way the world is evolving and everything which is there. I think so there was a very clear thing, a change is happening, right, which is there. So Parivartan, the outcome is what is the change which is happening and how we are ready for the change from a livelihood perspective. Saving lives and saving livelihood is one of the big things. While our Prime Minister talks about giving ration to 80 crore people, right? That is the segment, vulnerable segment we have, and that's a scope of problem we have in hand, right? And there is a very clear, the solution, it's not only to look at a different perspective, but also a collaborative approach and everyone's perspective, right? CSR perspective, academia perspective, government perspective, skilling perspective, everything, all the perspectives have to combine together. And that's why this whole Samvad thing, which we are calling. So we are calling Parivartan, the Livelihood Samvad. This is our first edition. This is a property which we are trying to create and bringing all the stakeholders together. As you see, there are around 250 plus people out there. These are the people who are from the CSR world. These are the people who are from the industry, our all industry partners, they're all there. There are people who are from the, also from the academia, and also our livelihood partners and our stakeholders who are there. So this is a mix of everyone, because we wanted to have not one thing, everyone together in one ring, and that's the whole objective of the Samvad is also there. Sunil sir, to you. You are always a big support whenever I come and meet you, and whenever I ask, you always say yes. Okay. Charu, you have been, you have, again, I keep chasing you for many other things also, but you have always given us the chance as a startup. Startup always needs a chance, right? Okay, we have ideas which may sound out of the thing, and but is there, but that's someone has to give us a hope. Right? IBM Skill Build, for example, has given us a lot of things, and they have been there with us, right? Which is there. And Sunil sir and Charu, you both, I don't have to introduce you both, okay, because you both are common, right? You have your NIT. Sunil has some, very fond memories of NIT, and he knows Charu very well. I said, Charu, NIT Foundation. He said, okay, that is this. So I don't think so you both require any introduction. So I'm not going to take much time. I'll just introduce Papia to everyone, right? For Papia is now, she is not only our member advisory board and my mentor, but she is also now an entrepreneur in herself, right? She is a co-founder of Uncube, which is doing phenomenal work in the space of future of work, right? That is there. So that is there. She's mentoring a lot of startups. She is advisory to a lot of corporates, top corporates, on the, especially on the hybrid space, right? Because hybrid is, we are calling in the new normal. So she is doing phenomenal work there, right? From her corporate career, last she was a CHRO of Airtel. Okay, she has been in the HR world for long, right? And she has been earlier also an entrepreneur in herself. So I'm not going to take a lot time about you when you hear Papia over there. And Papia is big support to this cause, right? After she quit Airtel, as a CHRO, she took two things which were there. One was her own Uncube, which she's the co-founder, and second was Jeevitam, right? Every day she spends half an hour with me. That sort of a commitment level she has for Jeevitam and what she is doing. So we are honored to have Papia, you moderate this session. Charu, you and Sunil sir, all of you know Jeevitam. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Manish. A small correction, I was not a CHR, I was Chief Learning Officer and Global Head of Talent.
Sorry, thanks for correcting.
Sorry, and absolutely delighted to be part of this session, and more so with Sunil and Charu. Sunil, I have not met you before, but we have a common ground. Like you and Charu have NIIT, I started my career with HCL. And that time it used to be HCL Corporation. So we have NIIT in common, yeah? For all of us. And what an organization, and what kind of leaders when we talk about. So that is one conversation we will have some other time. But today let's talk more around what we have gathered. So I will actually take a few moments to talk a little bit about Sunil and Charu. So Sunil, actually when I was reading your profile on LinkedIn, and I felt, oh, this is a career really, really mixed with a very, very good combination of passion and purpose. What you have achieved in the field of education that requires a sheer determination, it's not easy when you are going and taking a path through foundations or philanthropic organizations to bring in this kind of a change is a humongous task. And I think that has not deterred you. And in different roles that you have done across, I think, you have continued to take the journey forward and reaching out to the masses. And in your current role as leading the Badwani Opportunity Skilling Program, I think you are not restricted just to Asia, but you're looking at which are the emerging economies where you can take it further. So hats off to you. And I am very sure that anybody who is wanting to make a career in the CSR, you will certainly be one of the role models that they must be looking up to, and will be looking to have this kind of a journey. So I was a little jealous, I must say, looking at the kind of impact that you have been able to create. So great to have you in the panel.
Thank you, Bapya, and thanks for this, over generosity, but thank you so much. It's okay. It's just been there, yeah.
And Charu, again, Charu has almost, the whole life dedicated to, I would say, education. But what I would like to highlight for Charu is her passion and perseverance. Like I have been able to, we had a couple of conversations earlier, Charu, and every time I've spoken to you, talking about managing the scale of operations, which is so big. Like we come to know about the outcomes, but we don't know what is the effort that requires to move the needle even a bit, whether it is on education, whether it is on livelihood, whether it is on skilling. So a lot of effort that has come in, and I am a big fan of the work that you have been doing. And we had conversations around women education, and the kind of a depth that you have, and your willingness to go to all levels to bring the woman into the education is something really worth admiring. So we're very, very happy and delighted that we get to have these conversations together.
Thank you, Bapya.
Yeah. So really glad to see you again.
Happy to be here.
We have been, so there is this whole conversation going on around the world that what makes a country wealthy, right? What is a determinant of wealth of a country? So is it about how many billionaires it produced, or it is about the GDP, or it is about the size of the economy overall, that how many trillions that economy is standing for? And there is a very, very nice, and I think it comes from ancient wisdom, which is saying that the wealth of the country is where the common citizens, how the common citizens experience the wealth. So experience their opportunity for food, shelter, livelihood, healthcare. And if you look at, the India growth journey overall, what we have been able to achieve so far, at least in although the CSRs have contribution to make to it for, I think from the time of our independence, CSRs have started playing a role. But last 2 decades, when I was looking at, I think the journey has been just a very, very huge leap, I would say, that has come in. And one big difference that I was looking at is there is a focus that has come in on sustainability and impact. And even when we look at the foundations that have been coming in, or we are looking at philanthropic organizations that are coming in, I think the focus on impact and focus on bringing in the change on real terms, like it is experienced by people, has increased. It is almost, like these are getting managed like there is a strategy around it, there is a focus around it, there is a sustainability, which was earlier when we used to look at CSRs, it was like mainly doing, giving stuff, doing a kind of a philanthropic, and you keep on doing. And there was a dependency that was getting created on the CSR. But last 2 decades, it has been a phenomenal journey. And the kind of a needle movement that has been achieved, I would really, in the sense, I don't have a lot of data around healthcare, but when I was looking at least on education and skilling, it has been quite substantial, what the movement has. So I will actually start with a question to Sunil. Sunil, what do you feel, is actually happening in Indian economic situation, the socio-economic impact that the CSRs, the foundations, or the philanthropic organizations, they are bringing on? What is the change that you're seeing in Indian context?
Yeah, thanks, Papia. So actually, see, you're very right. If you look at, from a larger spectrum, on a 2 decades per se, we will see, a gradual contributions and gradual, let's say, effectiveness improvement in as we evolved. So as the entire CSR, philanthropy, foundations, as they evolved. And definitely, there was time from just contributing and leaving the rest on the table versus, hand-holding the entire end-to-end journey, which is one of the big piece which we see now it's happening. So, and in fact, if you look at it from the more, let's say, from here and now perspective, and from the last 4 or 5 years perspective, we are witnessing the entire CSR space getting more sharper, getting very, very, very crisp on, and it's nice to see, outcomes. And I think, Papi, I must say this, you said this in the beginning about the wealth of the nation. And in fact, somewhere, the whole aspect from a philanthropic world or a foundation world, it may not be, at least what we believe is, how can we ensure that an individual is able to support a family of 4? Now, that might be a very, very bare minimum requirement, because this itself, talks huge in terms of the countries moving forward. So from that standpoint, and CSR per se, and the philanthropic, and even otherwise, all the foundations have been working at the grassroots level. That's one of the big common factor among all of them. But now what I'm seeing and what we are witnessing now, and more so, looking at it from pandemic and post-pandemic standpoint, there are some interesting trends emerging now. And in fact, just to name few of them, the entire, whether it is the CSR space, or it is the philanthropy space, the entire movement towards delivering in hybrid models using technology as well as face-to-face. So don't misunderstand me to be only technology. It is using technology and let's say face-to-face, with the devices becoming more available, as well as bandwidth getting cheaper. This is actually is a big force for the entire CSR as well as the philanthropic world to reach out to the last mile, which was the biggest part. And I must tell you, in fact, you touched that point during the pandemic, the way the Asha Anganwadi's workers were able to make an impact. And in fact, from because we were, in one of the aspects, we were monitoring them and we were trying to support them at that time. It was all possible because of this small device called telephone. It just worked so well. And with some even minimum connectivity, things started working. Another aspect, which is now emerging and very, very nice to see. And I'll just like to, raising the bar, all through. So take an example today. one of the aspect of skilling, one of the aspect of livelihood is, or the vocational space education is, is still vocational space is secondary space or it's a primary space. So that's one big paradigm shift which needs to happen. And glad to share that, things with NEP and the other things coming, the education policy and the other aspects which is currently developing in the whole at a country level, we see some very good lights, emerging. And I must also share this part. When I say raising the bar, let me substantiate with an example. If you say today, data science, data analytics, digital marketing, stuff like, let's say, blockchains, we would term them to be, maybe not to the unemployed and ITI, Polytechnic and BVOC students. We would still feel, they are at a higher level. But there are roles which can be almost paying them 2 to 3 times what they're getting today if they work hard and get onto this piece. So can we raise the bar for the entire ITI ecosystem in India? And when I say this, it's not only India, even community colleges in US or be it the technical colleges in Mexico, they are facing this similar problem. So can we raise the bar collectively as a CSR foundation group to put together and take it to the next level? So this is another part. And lastly, you anyway covered that. So I'll just like to just touch that part on serious focus on outcome and the real impact. So it is not just the matter of getting the student a job, but more important, making the students successful. Because one of the problem we all have is students land up in job and first 3 months, and they're back into the same thing. They would leave, go back and reskill again. So the piece on how do we ensure that they stay and they grow is another big focus area, which we are seeing very sharper focus from both the CSR world as well as the foundation pieces. Thank you. I think that's all I thought.
Yeah, thanks, Sunil. So one very, unique point that you touched upon, and even, some of the studies that we were doing as a part of the basic study that we put in for the Jeevitam, there was one clear piece that is coming in is there is a gap in demand and supply. And why, like you rightly said, that we might be skilling a lot of people, but the skilling is not directly aligned with the kind of jobs or kind of earning opportunities that are opening up. Yep. So, that's the piece. I think that is getting most of the places that we're talking to. I find that is getting sharpened now. Yes. That saying skilling is linked with the demand that is coming in, rather than just, skilling for the sake of, the number of people getting educated. Yeah, that's a very good one. So Charu, I would like to understand from you that what's the change that you are seeing in, last 5 years, and also emphasize on the post-pandemic world, and how difficult it has been, because I know working at a grassroots level, the way, NIT Foundation works, so how difficult it has been a journey through this 2 years of pandemic and after that.
Yeah, thank you, Papia. So I think Sunil, what you shared were really very great insights into how the CSR space has, evolved. I would say that already in last 5 years, after 2015, I was just looking at some data statistics. India has incurred almost 1 trillion on the CSR, the spends. And pandemic, which culminate, again, going by what Munish said, that it's not culminating, it is still going on. But I think it was 21 was the peak when almost 22,000 CR was spent in India on the CSR activities through various corporates. Now, how we're experiencing a change is that there's a very beautiful alignment in all the stakeholders. Earlier, CSR was something which organizations had an obligation towards the social sector, and they were fulfilling. But I see that over the last few years, all corporates and all organizations have really aligned to the mission of the country. And that mission of the country is to bring livelihood for all youth. So we, in our experience, have seen that corporates have very well-defined, I would say, the CSR policy, and they have mandates very clearly laid out. And they're very focused that what we want to achieve as outcomes. If you see the Sector Skill Council, it has got very beautifully aligned with respect to the kind of job roles and to the kind of livelihood opportunities that are there. And they are working very well along with the corporates to generate those requirements. And there is a network of alignment between all stakeholders. So it is whether it is the implementing agencies or it's organizations like Jeevitam, who are strengthening all the NGOs with their technology platforms, or it is the key stakeholders in government and the corporates. I think there's a sense of responsibility at large, at every individual level and at organization level, that this is a space that India has to transform. And with that responsibility, we have realized that corporates are coming with a lot of entry-level requirements because they are conscious of that. The youth is really getting skilled, and we have this fourth industry revolution that's coming up with the future skills really calling. So it's a very difficult space because you have the roles which are aligned to either graduates or 12th pass. We have youth there, but they don't have the right skills right now. And we have a calling for the next level of industry revolution in technology and future skills, where we have to go, but we have to take the route properly. So it is really a very interesting space to be in, because there are a lot of challenges and battles that have to be won. And what I will say is that unlike any time before, the government is really bringing out a lot of consciousness. If you see the new Apprenticeship Act that is there, which has got realigned, that is also very beautifully coming in the play, because it is making the organizations accountable also, that they have to absorb manpower. What we see is that while technology and there is a beautiful definition of underserved which has got evolved. Now, underserved is not about economic levels. Underserved or underprivileged is about any kind of opportunity that they are missing on. So it can be opportunity of the quality education. It can be opportunity to access of devices. It can be opportunity to understand content in their own language. And it can be opportunity of financially sustaining and studying and wading over this and really becoming the earning member. So therefore, these opportunities really have redefined the space of what is underserved community. With that, I think the pandemic has really transformed the space, that how we can use technology to meet a lot of requirements. And like Sunil also said, hybrid is the answer, because we understand that this space, while we may go on technology, but there is a level of hand-holding that is required and the face-to-face interaction. So hybrid is the way to go ahead. One thing which we at NIT Foundation have also realized is, and we've been doing for the last few years, that to weight this, like what Papia, you said, that when they are at one level, and if they have to reach the top level where they have to really be successful inside an organization, even if you give them the skilling, even if you teach them what they have to do at work, but there's a basic attitude change, we call it the behavioral change, that has to come in, and that can only happen if we really skill them in their life skills. So the core life skills is becoming the most important context now, because gone are the days that only graduates will be able to go into. Now with NEP coming in, I think after 12th, and within school, they are getting prepared for workforce. So the life skills is becoming a very core competence that every individual needs to have. And that is where the focus needs to go. So I just wanted to share this on this context.
This is beautiful, Charu. And like when you are I think skilling, I right that those skillings have to be guided towards people to not only get the employment, but also grow in the organization or reach or aspire for high levels. One of the things that I have seen when the people who don't have all the resources, they put in all their resources in education for their child, and it is like really tough for them. It might have been a second job, or it might have been not getting ration to eat properly. But when they put in that kind of a money and effort, and after 10th, if that person is not able to get a job, or if that person is going back and working on the same, cycle shop or in the garage, then that question comes in, like, why did I put in my whole life effort, whole life earned money into it, if my child, the only dream was the child doesn't have the same life, but that child has to go through. I think that's a very common story that one hears. So if we have to bring in the change, we have to bring in that kind of a skilling that somewhere gives the person dignity of labor and gives the kind of a job that is aspirational. Because if they're just employed in the similar kind of skills, then the needle movement is not happening. It has to be something that really moves and allows them to come into the mainstream, if I can call so.
Yes.
So Sunil, Badwani Foundation has been doing some really, concentrated effort on skilling and education. So do you like to, take us through that, what your approach has been and how you have been able to, see the movement?
Sure. Thanks, Papia. So, so we have been, around for now nearly, 2 decades or so, just 21 years. And, while the early part of the foundation was focused towards entrepreneurship, and later part we moved into skilling, and we are operating in 22 countries across the globe, and the driving both the agendas. And somewhere I must mention this, that this together can be a very good solution for future, because many of the times we find that the students who are skilling, if I give an example, if there's a batch of 100 students and in India, and you ask them in the classroom, how many of you are here for job, 95 hands would go up. But if I give you the same example in Mexico, not even 5 will go up, because 95 will say we want to start our own business and self-employment. And so is Brazil, it may be 50, US might be another 30, 40. So, but the whole aspect is maybe from the foundation perspective, we have been, driving these agendas on skilling as well as the entrepreneurship part, but more coming specifically to the skilling part. It has, so the key aspect which we deliver and which we work on across the globe is one is the core skills, another one is the deep skills. So when I say core skills, these are hardcore, the core employability skills, the soft skills which are required for various jobs. Now there are common soft skills and there are very specific soft skills. For example, an empathy is very different in healthcare versus retail, and you need to be very differently prepared for the same. So that is on the what we call as core skills program, and that's what we have been running. Actually, we do industry surveys all across, and that's where we found that while there is so much of academia and other players in the space of domain, but then the soft skills was something which was to be done, and we thought we'll put our philanthropic dollars there. And that's where we are currently working on, and all the countries we are driving it on this way. Now coming on to the deep skills, when we talk about the things like domain skills, which is now, as you rightly said, Papia, the key point is the role aspirational? What kind of growth path will the role take the student to in the next 5 figure of reaching around 70 to 80,000 take home maybe in 5 to 6 years time. Maybe they might start maybe at a lower point, but is there a growth path? So then the aspirational roles comes in, and from that standpoint, how do you take both the deep skills and the core skills to the end student? And of course, all across, this is just the concept, but then in various languages, regional languages, it could be vernacular in India, could be, various international languages. and then ultimately making an impact for the student, where the student is not only able to join a job, but is able to, as I initially said, support the family of four and grow in that job, because it has to be an aspirational job. Another aspect which I must share now is it's more of a trend which we are witnessing. Multi-skilling is becoming extremely important. Now, gone are the days when you join one role and maybe you might become senior and retire. Now that may not work anymore. So it is, if you give an example of a young boy I was traveling with from Calcutta to Delhi, this boy says we have got tea gardens in Guwahati, and he was flying to UK for getting drones for managing their tea gardens. And then I asked him, how would you manage it in your actual tea gardens? He said, I'll train all my existing labor into managing drones. So you can imagine from where to where. We could never imagine a person who is managing tea garden would be actually managing drones. So things are completely evolving. I just came back from a trip outside. We had all heard about driverless car. I experienced it for the first time. So things are completely changing. And take an EV vehicle, the electric vehicles in India. One of the massive, opportunity in looking forward, the analytics space, the supply chain analytics, all these are the emerging, the new age careers which we are looking at as we move forward. Yeah, so that's
yeah. Actually, you touched upon the challenge now for skilling is that you are not skilling for the jobs that existed before. Yeah. But you now have to identify and prepare people for the jobs that will be coming in the future.
Exactly.
So that's going to be one challenge, to keep on identifying and saying, tomorrow, all the delivery jobs might just evaporate, because you will have drones delivering it and people will not require it, right? Because if you look at the sector creation that has happened, that whole sector creation has been happening because people want to order food or want to order stuff that is coming in. But that sector creation, how viable it will be and how aspirational it will be for people to continue.
Exactly.
Now they have entered, but what kind of experiences they have and how long they can continue in the jobs will become a big factor that we are looking into.
Sure.
So, the question that comes in mind, what kind of roadblocks, hindrances, challenges, and this question is open to both of you, that you face, and when people, like we have other CSR community members who have joined us. So, and what is your take or say on that? These are the 3-4 things that you need to keep in mind when you are actually working at a level of nation building. It's not a small project. It's a whole systems thinking applied and seeing that what's the difference in different places that is coming in.
I would request Charu, maybe you can go ahead and then I'll add.
I'm sorry, it might have been out of syllabus question. It just
no, not at all. This is
it's okay.
Every day.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think when we are working at an IT foundation, and like you said, at a larger level, one thing which we have out of our experience in last almost 18 years plus have realized is that you may give the skills to an individual for a role, but ultimate transformation is required for sustaining that impact. So therefore, because we all know that the youth have been challenged, the category of youth that we deal with are challenged because of their kind of education background that they've had, and the foundation has been low. So if we don't strengthen their whole core personality, then that impact may not be sustainable. And therefore, one thing that NIT Foundation, the way we scale is, and we keep in mind, like you asked, Papya, at the broad level, is that every beneficiary who goes through NIT Foundation has to go. So we have a concept of a change maker transformation program. And in this, every student goes through this, and the core life skills is what we are grooming them along with their skilling in the sector for which they're getting prepared. And when we do this, we engage a very different kind of methodology in which we say we involve the whole person of the student. And this whole person engages the mind, body, spirit, and emotion, because it is reflection, deep reflection, that puts ownership in them. And this program has been very successful for us because once a person transforms himself, he then goes ahead and transforms his siblings and then the society. And we have now our alumni who come and stand with us and say they want to work with us. And that's what we say, that he's a responsible global citizen because he's taking that as his responsibility. For us, a livelihood is not only about money and earning a fixed amount. It is about being able to solve problems, because they are the ones who combat problems more than a normal youth. So if they can face their life and solve their problems effectively and keep going, I think then we make them successful. So these things we definitely keep in mind. The other few areas of focus we've realized because of the future skills coming up, that we have realized that all future skills which were considered for engineering grads, they have to be accessible for this youth. The business analytics, data analytics, the digital marketing, all these skills which were thought that they were only okay for engineering students, but we've gone ahead and identified roles where the entry-level roles this youth can be prepared for. And the other area which is very, very important is that how in the school, because we work inside the school and we are preparing them for the future. So it is very important to build their foundation that they become STEM oriented, because then the fear, because if the world is getting into technology inclusion, then they have to be going from their fear of technology. So these are some of the things that we keep in mind when we are working with beneficiaries at all levels.
Thanks, Charu. This was so beautiful.
I just want to, I just wanted to add, to actually completely echo with what Charu just shared. Some of the challenges, which I just wanted to add to this is, more like policy levels, more like, so from a policy standpoint, even today, there are kind of jobs which are not, even if a student chooses, for example, if his son goes to father, says, I want to be a plumber, father would say, what the hell, what are you talking about? So that whole aspect of the role dignity in terms of where we are. So for example, but very glad to share that you are seeing, let's say initiatives like PhD in plumbing. Now that nobody could have ever heard about anything like this. And at state levels, initiatives around the skilling and entrepreneurship universities coming up for grade 8 onwards. Now, these are the way forward. Another aspect which I must say is still a big challenge, which is right at pre-skilling level. Frankly, when we all talk about, we always think about, okay, why the placement rates are low, why they are leaving the job. But the real problem, the issue is, at the time of pre-skilling, counseling, student cannot stand for 9 hours in a day and got into retail. There's another group of students whose body weight is less than 35 kgs and they are handling emergency section patients. Now suddenly there's a heavy patient coming and they just can't handle it. They can't see blood. So now those are those initial grooming piece of the student, so that they choose the right path. That's a huge concern area even today. We have not really crossed it even date, but that's one key area. And then of course the participation of industry and academia. While in India, we are fortunate, we are much better on this part, but yes, there are countries where it is very, very, they don't even look at each other. But on the other side, in India, early participation of industry in the academic life of the student, that is a solution. But on the same side, because there's a challenge today that the participation is late, So maybe the NEP model might be an answer to it as you proceed further. I just thought, let me add these three aspects.
This is actually a very, very valid point, and I think both of you have captured it so well. So I was, I keep on doing the conversations with quite a few NGOs, because this is some area that is, like it gives me meaning. So I was coaching one of the NGO leaders, and she was saying that my success will be that we bring in coaching, career coaching to students from 8th onwards. And that is something that we want to bring in, and how do we bring in, and we spoke about the other NGOs who are doing that job. How do you collaborate together? But the challenge that place he came in, and I said that how many people, how many students who are in 8th actually deserve to be in 8th? Because the quality of education before that is so poor that you might have 8th students who are actually, their levels of education is level 4, class 4 or class 5, at least when you're looking at cognitive skills or motor skills, so that's another challenge. So, when you are talking about bringing in the shift and the amount of effort that goes in, I think it is completely unfathomable when you are looking from outside and looking at, because every challenge opens up new challenges, and then you go about solving it. So yeah, hats off to you all, continuing to do so for us, for our country, and taking it forward. I think it's time for us to open the questions for the audience. So do we have questions? Can you can type in the chat box, or if you have gathered some questions, you can ask some questions.
Okay, can I ask us a few questions?
Yeah, Manish.
See, we are always, the problem statement which we had, the skilling universe came in because the problem statement was college students were not getting jobs. Okay. And then what we started, the skilling ministry came in, and this culture of skilling started placed, rightly so, because the gap was what industry wanted and what the students were delivering. There was a skilling gap. We said, if we get skilled, which is relevant to the industry, the problem will be solved, right? And then the whole skilling universe involved, and I've seen a lot of effort has gone into the skilling universe. However, now the problem stands compounded. Pehle, when they used to, in college, they were not finding work opportunities, and after getting skilled also, work opportunities are not coming their way. Okay. So, the outcome focus, which Sunil has been talking, which is now coming into that, right? From a skilling universe, what is the outcome, we are looking at, right? Because today, if we are looking at skilling happening across the geographies, if today I go to an aspirational district, right, and there are not enough jobs there. If I skill a person also, what happens is, I was doing recently a project was supposed to be submitted to a district in the various districts of Jammu and Kashmir. And what were the projects they were submitting? They were all projects submitting of beauty salon and the same traditional jobs which were there. They are there, and usi ke projects ho rahe hain, skilled हुए जा रहे हैं, उनको काम नहीं मिल रहा है. How do we get out of this vicious circle, Sunil?
Yeah.
And
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
And no, this is a question both to you, right? Because
sure.
I see this is a vicious circle, skilled हुए जा रहे हैं, right? And because what jobs ka and work opportunities is something which that is why this whole thing is how do we invert and look into livelihood, right? What jobs wala uske perspective se which we are trying to look into, I think that needs to be relooked. Okay.
Absolutely. And I think you are on dot actually, Manish, where when you go to the interiors and when we go further inside, and I must rather, one part is exactly the problem statement which you just said, and other part is which I would like to be only some some sparks here and there, but yes, it has to become a movement. See, one of the key learning which I would like to share with all of us here is these most successful skilling models have been those who start from, and I must compliment Jeevitam here, and I'll come back to this. See, most successful models are those where even at the curriculum design, first 30% of the curriculum is designed by the district. Next 35% is designed by the state, and last 30% is designed by the center. Unfortunately, and I'm not trying to say that this is not changing, but what this does, part of the curriculum talks about the opportunities within the district, and then Rajasthan, it will have stone somewhere. But if a curriculum is coming from Himachal, it'll have big tourism stuff. Now the whole aspect is, if a model evolves in this way, which is district, then state, and then nation, and then put across, then we have seen there's a concept of leadership schools and this is being tried out now in Jharkhand. It's just a concept. So that's one big game changer, if it can. But I know, at the same breath, I know the way the system works, it's a top down. If on the top it is said this, bottom, right till the bottom, nothing changes. The other part which is important, which I must share here, is the whole, okay, while I can go very long, but just to summarize it, things like we never imagined a classroom which is more than 30 students. Now with NEP, if there are students of all fifth standards sitting in a big room and all the subject teachers are around them. So imagine if you're taking them themes like two-wheeler, and a history teacher starts from the history of two-wheeler, and there's a physics teacher who feels, oh my God, this is my subject. And geography teacher starts from, which kind of countries should tire be produced. And imagine the whole concept of learning changes. It is absolutely applied learning from grade 6 onwards. So in grade 6, the whole fifth standard is working on basics of two-wheeler, and by grade 12, the same group is working on how to create a 4-stroke engine and what to sell. And there's some of them who will be talking about sales, some of them will be talking about maybe marketing, some of them will be talking about the product. So the entire new education policy has a lot of scope addressing this in a long run. So I know my answer would have been slightly longish, but I just try to answer this, some emerging areas which can really turn around this piece.
I think that's a very fundamental thing.
Charu,
over to you. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I think Sunil has very beautifully answered that. And I think it all boils down to the individual, because many times when the opportunity is taken, their readiness to receive the opportunity and the bigger factor is the motivation to go for that somewhere is compromised. And if their whole learning system has been such in which the mind is active, their reception to the whole change in the environment will be very good. I also feel that somewhere, because now the whole landscape is changing, we are looking at roles. Nowhere it is the times like we used to have engineering or medicine and all. We know there's so many roles that are there. And if the skilling, which NEP has addressed in many ways in the schooling system only, but if the skilling is aligned to those roles, then I'm sure that this will address. So it has to be outward in focus, that is the requirements, because ultimately the economy has to move. And if there are requirements and we are not able to fulfill them, then the country will not move. And the other thing that we want to address is the education. The education part of it, if they have the foundations in place and they are getting skilled, then it gets mapped. So somewhere this gap has to get mapped. While I'm sure we will become more precise in next few years, but to begin with, I think it has to be the outward in, getting the requirements from industry and really training and then aligning them to the roles, because I think the source train hire model will be what will work, is the answer to the immediate landscape, right?
Okay, see, one interesting opportunity which is coming our way, and because we were this is outcome of our morning deliberations and all. In one of our panelists were MD of Shriram Life Insurance and agent workforce, right? Financial advice for, it has been there for decades. And we were asking, how many agents do you need, right? Life insurance agent has been there for many decades, right? Right from the thing. He says, Munish, Shriram Life Insurance alone needs 10 lakh agents, right? Shriram Life Insurance. And when I checked with him, I said, what is your priority, right? In terms of if you need 10 lakh agents, right? You need men, women, if diversity perspective also I was trying to understand. She said 10% of the agents are women, but whatever those 10% are, they are much more productive than men, right? So as a business head, he was looking at opportunity, and Shriram Life Insurance alone, right? I'm not talking about the 23 industry players which are there. He said industry, if you look into, they require 1 crore people, right? What is happening is, what I see, because I'm an outsider, right? Jeevitam is an outsider. We were bankers, and we are looking at, the whole livelihood space with a very different, perspective, and we ask questions, difficult questions many times, right? Because, how we are going to shift from jobs to work. Here, can't we train? There is a clear demand coming from the industry that I need 10 lakh agents, right? And these are all gig, work from home, and gender. It gives you all the tick boxes, which is there, right? What is that, the CSR perspective, right? NIT Foundation perspective on this emerging opportunity, right? Because if we look into, railways have, jobs, they are the largest player and they are 15 lakh, right? Our Prime Minister is only talking about 10 lakh jobs, right? 2 crore people are getting added every year, right? So jobs government 10 lakh de rahi hai, industry bhi de rahi hai. काम के ऊपर, gig के ऊपर focus होना है, right? That is the answer, right? Because if we have to look at an answer, is there an answer? What is, NIT Foundation perspective or, Vadvani Foundation? Because that is a perspective very critical, because you are the big enabler for this livelihood thing. And livelihood talks about not only jobs, it also talks about entrepreneurship. Self-entrepreneurship is also a part of livelihood only, right? What is your take there, sir and ma'am?
Okay, so I can try to answer that, and Sunil, you may add to that. So basically, in our experience at NIT Foundation, what you spoke of, the example that you took, Munish, is more like an entrepreneurial kind of a role, if you see, of the insurance sector, because
Yes.
it needs the selling skills. And if you go to youth today, and they are scared of any kind of selling jobs, if you have to put them there, then they give up before they start. So that resilience, it's all again boiling down to the life skills. If those life skills are strong, and if they say, okay, I'll go for it, it's the attitude that I will take it head on. I think that change in approach at that individual level is required, because most of the jobs where there is a BPO, or there are selling jobs in the insurance sector or entrepreneurial, because they're more of the nature that you work and earn. If that is integrated, then we will see a success there. And therefore, it has to be, again, it is coming to that, if it is an industry-led thing, that if there is a very specific requirement and training is done, and the person sees that this is my future, I think we will succeed. But what is happening is that there is a role, but the promise for that role for the organizations will be an X number. And when the training happens, somewhere the confidence that, yes, I will fit into it is not there. And therefore, they give up before they even start. So I think the whole model has to be very tightly prepared, in which the industry gives the requirement, there is a selection process, they are groomed for that, and they see a promise there. I feel that the youth will definitely go for that.
Sunil sir.
Yeah, in fact, just to add to what Charu covered the core part of it, but I must give you an example from a different market, maybe a different country. So see, it's like this: when data mining was they need a lot of people on data mining, and this I'm giving an example of community colleges in US. And these were, I'm purposely taking the example from community colleges. So I think the entire way they went about it was a huge social campaign, completely community-based social campaign. So, and I was very interested I went deeper into it to understand, what does it mean? So it is a community-based campaign, which was started off by the think tanks, but then completely slowly getting all the students into it, and answering of these questions like what growth path can be and what one student is saying versus another student, and then forums and blogs coming there. So automatically in fact, I must mention this, that nowadays there are countries who are looking at community learning as the key way forward, because community learning itself brings in lots of soft skill behaviors, and it brings that out in front. The student also realizes, when they hear their peers talking about it, when they hear newcomers talking about it, and it's a very different behavior. There are extreme examples where they don't want to get into curriculums, but rather want to get into community learning. So frankly, that kind of approach, maybe, I'm just sharing an example because Charu already answered very specifically to that example. Maybe that approach needs to be looked into and, to be evaluated upon.
See, I am a big admirer of Vadvani Foundation for the life skilling, because the approach which you are taking, right, on the life skilling, because I fall in love with that, when I approach you, and that was a differentiator I was seeing among all the way you had looking at livelihood, because one is the trade specific knowledge, right, which there are dime a dozen over there. And one was, what was missing was a approach which you have taken is very unique to you, right? What has been your, take on this? What is your success? What is your vision on this? Because that is what, Charu was also saying, has to be integrated, life skilling, right? Ki, haan, okay, sales mein koi galat nahi hai, right? I am also a salesman. If I am a salesperson, there is nothing. And what drives me is money. If I am making money and if sales help me making money, what's wrong in it, right? ठीक है ना? And jobs में होता है और wrong selling हो रहा होता है, jobs नहीं है, ये तो आपका खुद का काम है, right? And life skilling is teaching. We have doing a lot of pilots with you. What is that your take on this, sir? Your life skilling course? What is your vision on this life skilling course?
Yeah, so actually, absolutely. While we started off this in the beginning more as an industry, feedback coming from industry and trying to match what industry needs. But what we realized as we move forward, I must give you an example yesterday from Ramakrishna Mission convocation, where there's a daughter who said, we were asking her what was the impact of this. She said, I had a major tiff with my mother and my sister, and I applied some aspect and I was able to resolve it. So the whole aspect of problem solving, critical thinking, it is a life skill, frankly. In fact, even things like, I'll give you some very, examples like when the student is given, take your example, you said about so many openings available and they are not coming for it. There are some of them who start thinking differently. How will I use this opportunity for my growth path? Maybe, do I see this as my first step and there are 3 more steps? Or do I see this as, no, this is not aspirational. It doesn't matter. I don't want to go there. So the whole aspect of this, the critical thinking, the complex problem solving, the mental wellness part, this is one big area, which is in terms of how do you take decisions? And take an example of how do you search the right job and how do you apply in the right job? We have a serious problem, and we saw this today. And I'm sure Charu would agree, in terms of there are students lined for interview, and we have to push them to attend interview. So they otherwise don't come up for interview. Now the one side is we are not having interviews, we don't have this. On the other side, it is lined up and they don't, today I think it's I thought my brother is going out, I'll go with the brother. Now the whole aspect is that a very trivial reason is given for not getting into a very serious stuff like interview. So somewhere the whole aspect is how do we really make this happen? And from the life skills per se, while I already touched upon the community learning part, which is one of the key aspects we want to really drive, it is not only the behavior of the individual as an individual, but individual is part of a group, and that group is what defines. And when I say group, I'm not talking about only the group who is studying with the individual, but the touch points of this individual in the socio-economic framework, the touch point to a fruit seller, touch point to a vehicle owner, touch point to a train guy. It could be any of the touch points. So how can we make every interaction absolutely at a different level from life skills perspective? So that would also mean things like, even when you are low, how does things work out there? So mental wellness is something which we are very seriously working on, and creative thinking is another big piece we are currently kind of dwelling on. Apart from the base 10, we have 10 actually well-defined clusters of soft skills, which is more on industry. And look at it, 3 years back, industry started saying, give us people with entrepreneurial mindset. And we would say, what do you mean by entrepreneurial mindset? No, they should not give up. Yeah, they should keep on trying. They should never give up. Let them try new and fail versus not even trying. Now, this whole mindset coming from the startup world, actually changed the whole way of, the life skills part. So I think these are the few areas which we are now working on, and we're trying to bring in best practices from different parts of the world, and then taking our best practices to the different parts of the world and trying to evolve it as we move. That's where we are, Manish.
And your job is going to be more difficult now for that. Keeping in view when we are looking at Gen Z,
yeah,
it behaves completely different, and we don't have any precedents of dealing with them. Yeah. And one of the things that is most commonly experienced for this generation is they're very clear about what they don't want, but they now might not be clear about what they want.
What they want, exactly.
So it's a very, very, it's a difficult across. I mean, it's a difficult even, the student, teachers and parents and everywhere across, there's a challenge. But that's going to be, if that kind of a thing is also seen or experienced by the other, like the generic schools and colleges, it's going to be, it will actually push us to think in a very different direction altogether.
Yes, absolutely. So, Kapya, over to you for the closing.
Yeah, I think I quite, enjoyed the conversation today, because we touched upon many things that come in. How do the CSRs actually join hand with the government, with the citizens, with the people to make the country dreams come true? So it's a big task. It's a big task. But there is a very strong sense of purpose, and I think that is what we need to drive across. I also feel that now the ways impact is getting created by the CSRs is also very influential to the corporates. So by participating, it is no more that, okay, this percentage of your earning has to be given for CSR. It is no more. Actually, corporates are now using it for their own, kind of inclusive workplace culture. They are looking at how it gets integrated into. They are looking at as how the community goals can be actually aligned with my market goals, my business goals, and how do we make a, go forward on that. Social responsibility is not taken one of the areas we just need to fulfill. But social responsibility is taken as a stakeholder management. Social responsibility is taken as a country management. Like large businesses that we look at it, they are actually seeing it that how do we make a difference to the country, or how do I make a difference to the locality? How do we make a difference to the community? So internally, and I'm talking more from my being part of internal to the organization, the way organizations are looking at a CSR is at a very, very different level. It's one of the best ways to actually keep their own employees engaged, giving a larger purpose, giving a larger meaning. So it's no more just creating a foundation. So I think we are in a journey ahead, which is a beautiful journey of every stakeholder and partner coming together and then moving forward in it. It is, I think we will have to identify the complementary pieces that how this whole jigsaw come into play, so that you know where the other person is to, like build in and say, okay, can you help me with this? And one can reach out. So once we have a very large community that gets created in it, I think we are in a very purposeful mission. So thank you so much, Charu. Thank you so much, Sunil. Thank you, Manish, for putting this together. It was a great conversation. And I would love to, catch up with both of you and see if there is anything that I can do to help in my personal capacity. So thank you very much. It was a wonderful conversation.
It was a pleasure, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Absolutely.
Sunil, before we end, you have been, you and Charu both, right? We are a startup, right? And we come with a startup perspective, and many times, our ideas seem very, very, different from everyone and the traditional way of CSR is working. But one thing which I see with both of you is you are always open. You have given us opportunities to interact with you and, test us wherever it is possible. Our journey with IBM CSR skills is all on the same lines. And today, every time we are increasing our footprint with them, and not only doing now in India, now overseas also. So thank you for sparing time. I know, Sunil sir, your schedules are really tight. And Charu, thank you again for coming again. You have been, we call you and you come, again, Papia and you are again in the session, which was there earlier. 2 years back, it was a session with, I think, Papia, which we did. So thank you again for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Munish.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Really appreciate. And thank you, Papia. Thank you, Sunil.
Thank you. Thank you, Papia. Thank you.
It was wonderful to
Thanks, Manish.
discuss this interesting thing together.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
So here we come to the end of day one for the Samvad, our Parivartan, the Livelihood Samvad. This was, really went very well. Okay, we had today in the morning, Mr. Murli, who is our chairman, he set the tone for this today Samvad, and he gave a perspective as to how, Jeevitam and the industry has to come together to create the impact, which is a big requirement on the livelihood side, and what all way we need to do a inverted thinking, out of the box thinking to take this thing to the next level. Followed by Mr. Ramesh Kalasam. I think he set the tone for his keynote as a keynote speaker. Points were very, very informative, very, very comforting. I think the path Jeevitam is taking, what he said, I think we are in the right path, and the industry collaboration, the technology, the role technology has to play, the market which we are addressing, the white paper which is now going to come up. I think that is something which is key takeaway from Ramesh's session. Then we had our first session on social impact on wheels, wherein basically Lata Gautam ma'am, which is from National Career Services, she gave the government perspective, how government is looking at livelihood and what needs to be done from livelihood perspective. And we had Mr. Raghu, who gave the on the ground district level perspective. He has been in the impact space for long, and how the technology, how the feedback mechanism, how working together, collaboration. I think that is the role which is going to play to get this. And social impact on wheels was definitely a good solution, wherein the emphasis from the government is for 100% beneficiary participation. I think that was a very interesting takeaway for us. Ghar Ghar Rozgar, right? Yeah, Ghar Ghar. I think what we call was Ghar Ghar Jal and Ghar Ghar Rozgar is something which we have to work on and take social impact on wheels and an innovative model, to reach out to every nook and corner of the country and let the work come to the work seeker instead of work seeker going out for the work, right? I think that is the essence I got over there. Our next session after that was on the gig, and unfortunately we had Sachin falling ill and not being there. But that gave me also to step in along with Ramesh, and Ramesh moderated that session well. It was very engaging discussion. I loved that particular thing. Our whole Jeevitam's, I think we were looking at work for yourself and entrepreneurial opportunity is a big takeaway. I think it got very clearly amplified with what Manoj had to say, right? Manoj said, Munish, I am in life insurance alone. We need 1 crore people. I am looking at 10 lakh people. If you can give me 10 lakh people, that is there, right? So, what I keep saying to everyone over there, the opportunity for work is huge. It is just we need to look at it, right? And the way the gig is going to open doors for us, if we focus on one community, we are opening 10 lakh jobs. And one community, one corporate, right? They are giving me 10 lakh livelihood, entrepreneurial jobs. And that is something which we need to seriously look into. And if we look into the various other trades like tutors, various other trades like tech freelancers, or we look at resellers, or, there are so many things which are coming up from a gig. And the interesting gig is not, drivers and riders. I think something that precision has to go. The economy is evolving towards gig, and somewhere industry is still getting warmed up. And Jeevitam, we are, in the space where we are taking gig as something very, very relevant to us, relevant to our business. So that is there. In the session with then we followed on session with women workforce participation, wherein Mr. Manoj Balachandran, he shared his perspective on IBM, the interesting work they are doing on STEM, the interesting work they are doing on CSR skill build. I think that was something really, really relevant to us. And also, getting Vanita's industry perspective, how everything has to be amplified, right? Amplification and integration were the buzzwords which I took on from that session, which is there. The rural workforce, this is not only Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Beti Ko Swalambhi Banao, it is also the rural. We should not underestimate the power of rural women and the role rural women can play into this particular thing. And our last session, wherein skilling, CSR, the kind of work CSR is doing on the skilling side, was interesting to know Mr. Sunil Daya's perspective on Vadvani Foundation, the global approach they are taking on the skills. We got a global perspective. We got some ideas onto that, the skilling, the life skill perspective, which is there. I think Papya led a very interesting session on how CSRs and, startups like Jeevitam and industry can work towards looking at livelihood through skilling, demand-led supply. That is the key theme which is emerging. And lastly, see, I'm taking it in the last, right? Though it was in the initial, is the fire chat with Jeevitam, right? So the fireside chat with Jeevitam was actually very warming, right? And she's a very passionate person, and you get it. She has the in-depth understanding of the industry. She's a visionary. I think she really, gave us all the required motivation and required guidance as to how we need to look into skilling space, and which is very interesting related to livelihood, and the role Jeevitam and other partners can play in creating the ecosystem which is required. So I think this was a good day well spent. This was, from here, I end up the day one session. I will like to thank all the participants. As I see, there are still around 241 of them, which is there. I really thank you all for being there since morning. Since 10 o'clock till 2 to 3:40. I think this has been a long day for us. But you stayed pull out. I never saw less than 240 people in the entire session. I think which gave a lot of comfort to the speakers also, because speakers also, when they come time and they see a lot of audience there, I think it gives a lot of comfort to them, because they are spending their time from their busy schedules, and they should see it as what the outcome is of this Samvad is the white paper, which we call it, the roadmap. I think tomorrow we look forward for another day, which is there. We are tomorrow 10 o'clock, same time. I will request each one of you to join us back again. I can assure you it will be as interesting sessions as today, right? And you will take away something from this session. So that is our promise to you. My team, Jeevitam team, a big thanks to all. We have been working overnight for many days to get this thing, make this happen. And I'm very happy with the success and the participation and the way seamless we could pull it out. So thank you, the team Jeevitam, for pulling it up, and look forward for interacting with you tomorrow again. Thank you big time. All the best to you. Thank you. Namaskar.